I feel sorry for you, lad.
Hello, everyone. Alive. Merry Christmas. Happy almost New Year.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas. We all okay?
Happy Matty in the bathrobe day. How's it
Mate,
going, folks?
it's freezing. I've had to put it on
I know.
to get coldest night of the year, apparently.
I've been saving this, Matty, as I've lost my food. I've just come from by yours. I was out on Loch Lane having a few beers. So I've come home. I stopped at the Lidl by you to get some beers on the way back. Stopped at your favourite, China Panda.
Oh, yes. But it was the best, Benno. It was. It's
just
still...
some red hot chips. They say carb, mate, so they're the best to me.
Yeah, they're all right now, yeah.
The best. And scooted my way home through some fog. So, yeah, feeling good. But the biggest question is, how was you, Gareth? Where's your dressing gown, mate? You're okay? How's it going?
I'm surviving. I'm nearly there. But 90% I'm back. But fucking hell, this is the only Christmas I've ever been ill in my entire life. And what a fucking downer it puts on it. Like literally just spent days and days on the sofa, just like doing fuck all, just burning up, coughing your guts up, just fucking fever, agony, like flu pain, like the fucking worst. So this is my first beer of the Christmas period now that I'm back up to acceptable levels. So cheers, lads. Christmas has started. Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas, mate. I was worried, Gareth, genuinely worried.
Me too.
I'm not seriously, I'm just glad.
I saw Sarah posted like the Christmas Day photos on Facebook and you were in none of them, Gareth. So I was like, you're either the cameraman or you're dead. It was one or the other. So hopefully you were the cameraman.
I was like fucking, what is it, Weekend at Bernie's? Just move me about, kind of.
Drop up everywhere.
I was saying just before, like Sadie, like genuinely, like on day 2, like looked me in the eyes and said, like, are you gonna die, kind of thing. And I was just like, fucking hell, like extremes. But yeah, but it's been rough. Definitely don't want this again.
Well, glad you're good. Glad you're feeling good. How are you, JP?
Mate, it's been exhausting. It's been absolutely exhausting with all of the kids and loads of running around and loads of presents, and they kind of loved it. But I had a cracking roast on Christmas Day.
Lads.
Yeah. I've got the beers out. I've got a coffee because it's just like I need to wake up because I had a couple of pints this afternoon because it was like a big family meal out as well. So. Very happy to be doing this, lads. It's
tradition now, isn't it?
It is.
Now it's tradition. Used to be Ask Rev Joe, mate. If I had to predate you, this is old school. This is indie corner stuff.
You'll always try and put a wedge between me and Joe with some of the better ones, Benno. You know what I mean? Full of respect.
Oh, I know from when we did the Gaza in China show, and Joe, I think, mentioned the Time 1999 episode. I reckon at 6 different times. Big fan of Time. It's our job.
There could be something in the pipeline. I don't want to give too much away, but hopefully we'll work on something for 2025.
How was everyone's Christmas? How did it go, Matt? Saw you with the platter of all platters last night, looking good.
That was only last night. That was only the Boxing Day platter. It was one of them. Honestly, like you have these big. Well, I do like big plans, especially because I don't indulge as much all year round anymore. And I thought I'd have a good Christmas day. I had my Christmas dinner and I was half asleep on the couch. Like genuinely finished me off. I didn't have nothing else to eat after my Christmas dinner. Nothing else all day. And I had it about 2:30, 3 o'clock. So I made up for it yesterday. A lot of cold turkey butties, that platter. Some more turkey butties tonight. There's just so much meat left. Scared only 2 of us.
Your mum's writing a strongly worded letter to Morrison's because our turkey was small and she spent about 80 quid on it and she wasn't happy with the amount of meat that came on it. I don't know. It fed us. We were fine. We still do good, but got to be careful with that.
Here's one for you, lads. Quick early typical me/us question. When you're having your cold turkey butties the next day, what do you put on it with it? Because I had this all day today in work. What are you going for, Gareth? Obviously, you don't eat it no more, but you did.
Cold turkey butties. Oh well, all mine used to be was it was the day after, and it was just like glory days. Was my mum would make actual like proper chips in the deep fat fryer with like the leftover taters, so it'd always just be turkey and like the best chips you've ever had. So that's where I think Boxing Day and turkey like leftovers. I just think proper like chip pan chips and turkey and just like fucking I die for the plate of them now. Not the turkey, just the chips. I know
Benno,
full of oil, fire risk, proper stuff. Like
Benno,
baskets that they used to put up. Yeah.
What
my
sort
mum
of wrongness are you putting on your turkey butties? Come on.
I don't really do turkey butties, to be honest.
No.
I am more like, I'm not a vegan in any way, but I'm a potato man when it comes to be roast. Like our pizza, we had Christmas dinner at my brother Peter's, so it was great.
Okay.
We got to hang around with Tiago, me and nephew, and had loads of fun. He loves dinosaur stuff, so just got him a load of dinosaur type things, and we had dinner there. And our Peter made the potatoes. Did a really cracking job. They were good. They were just slightly overdone, but I mean that as a compliment in a good way. Like they were nice and brown, and they were perfect. So I'm more that. Like I took a load of potatoes home with me. Didn't take any meat home with me. Took some potatoes, some stuffing, and had a little bit of veg in the fridge. And I added some mash to it as well. And that was my Christmas night little snack there. I added some of my own gravy, Lidl's own 69p gravy. I'm sure.
What did he make for you in the jar, Benno? Actually,
what's that,
already made in the jar, ready to pour, or did you actually make it?
Made in the jar? That's how they make gravy.
No,
you never bought gravy before. You okay?
No, I just thought you'd have it ready to go, just to pour out.
Powder, I'm sure. Like instant gravy, like instant mash. I love a bit of that, bit of smash. Can't beat it. But yeah, it was instant. Wasn't homemade.
Nice stuff, Ben.
Good stuff.
Nice stuff.
Nice stuff.
Well, you JP on your what did you have on your turkey butties?
We didn't have turkey this year. We had pork and gammon.
Okay.
And with roast, mash, red cabbage, sprouts, honey glazed carrots and parsnips. It was incredible. It was
pigs in blankets, JP.
Yeah, pigs in blankets as well,
yeah.
That she made. And it was just like an enormous feed and a load of stuff. And I ended up falling asleep during that Wallace and Gromit's thing for a little bit. But it was just like an absolutely cracking feed. So the stuff that was left over was basically dinner for the last 2 days. But
yeah,
I'm not normally mad on gammon. I've never had it for, obviously there's all manner of connotations with that word these days.
Not mad on gammon either, JP.
No,
honest,
yeah. But yeah, it was an absolutely cracking feast. And then ended up having kind of like some more pub grub this afternoon, watching Wild Darts at the pub with the family. So it's been good for the food and drink this year.
I wish I'd taken a photo, Matty. I meant to, but with not having my wits about me. Yeah. I knew you would have enjoyed this as my alternative to turkey on my plate. A celeriac steak, Matty. So a celeriac just like cut through the middle, so like a nice big circular thick piece of celeriac like that, and just put on your plate like a bit of steak. Big bit of round veg.
No, I love that. But I just have extra, obviously, fresh stuffing on the day. Made some fresh stuffing yesterday for it. And just salt and pepper. Controversial. I have no wet really. I don't have no mayo. Don't have no cranberry. Can't do cranberry.
Mint sauce?
Yeah, but that's on me roast. Oh, it swims. Me roasting as swim all year round in mint sauce. I mean, controversial. I'd rather have that over gravy if I really had to pick. Genuinely, I'd go wild with that.
That's a big call, mate.
No, big JP, that's what I'm about. Big shout. We'll continue that in 2025 as well. But love me some mint sauce, mate. This one
bread sauce.
Oh, come on, JP, no. Come on, mate. No. Applesauce is bad as well. I can't be dealing with anything like that.
What do you make of cranberry then?
No, bad, JP, no. Can't even have that. I'd a push if that's on one of those pre-made butties you get from like Tesco.
Yeah, no butty.
Or in like a Greg's like pasty. It's okay, but I'd never like myself go in the cupboard and get it out and put it, none of that. No chance. Not having that at all. Well, yeah, it's, we're ready to, what time were you like? Because my clock on my computer is 8:35. Am I fast? Very fast.
8:30, but on
8:30. Well, just as I said it, right on time. The button, the Fed logo's in the sky here, people. He's been called, and he is here now. Can we welcome our first guest of the evening? The greatest of all time, here he is. It's Michael.
Hi, mate. Good to be here. Michael. Hi, mate. Matty's favourite podcaster.
Oh, Merry Christmas. Thank you very much, guys.
I'll be supping on, Michael.
Merry Christmas, man.
Do you know, it's a non-alcoholic Pine Trail big drop thing. I'm not a Christmas drinker. I cannot do kids and hangovers, really. So if there's binge drinking to be done out the house, I'm all good. But then the next morning, I'm a nightmare. So this is like a bit of a dry period for me, this compared to the rest of the year. I might have a treat on January 6th,
Oh,
Mike
well, we're going to mention that. But before we get into that, Michael,
Celebrate the dome shows, mate.
Yeah, that's what it is. Toasting Zack Sabre Jr. and Ricochet, I think.
Is this the first time meeting JP Gareth on podcast on screen, or am I?
It is.
Yeah.
On the screen.
Introduced. Yeah.
In real life, I was less nervous that like Gareth could say that all my takes were absolutely shit. But on this screen now,
that's how I live my life, mate.
I feel like he could just tear me apart if I got too much praise about Sean on mine and Benno's in your house thing. I feel like it's Gareth I can sort of feel linger in the background. It's like, come on, level this up a bit.
Well, should we do like crappy now then?
The Sean and Jeff match review from In Your House 2 isn't coming out till midnight, Michael, so we're all right. We're safe from Gareth for a few more hours. We said some things in that one, mate. We got emotional.
Oh, Christ.
That's all right in an emotional way, that, lads. You can say as much as you want. No, I remember it being amazing. I remember the one spot where it's just the forearm straight into the kip up, isn't it? Like literally does it in like one motion. Just unbelievable stuff from Sean there.
There's a video of Sean and Jeff and Road Dogg watching the match back on I think it's WWE Vault. It's just the regular WWE YouTuber, isn't it, Michael? I haven't watched that yet. I'm going to watch that before our next housekeeper coming up to see what the lads thought of it. But 5 stars, Michael went on it, so Shawn Michaels got more 5-star matches than Bret Hart, in my opinion.
It's one of my all timers, genuinely. I think it helped. I'm a massive Jeff guy, obviously, which I know I'm in decent company here. But then Pills Sean at his peak. I just forget about it, man. I'd never fight for Jesus Sean ever. But I'd run through walls for that man when he's just absolutely caned out of his box. He just doesn't care. And he just wants to get backstage and tell everybody he works with to fuck themselves, and that's like the motivation with which he wrestles.
You'd run through 200 sailors in a Syracuse nightclub for that man.
Love to be there though, wouldn't you? Imagine being a fly on the wall with that with Bulldog with his little fanny pack out. Waltman was there, was he as well?
Yeah,
he used to sleep in the car, wasn't he? He would put the kid in the car. Yeah,
Bulldog was the only one that could hold his water that night. I think the other two, Sean was pretty much knocked out when they were kicking the shit out of him, and X-Pac was asleep.
Unbelievable stuff, innit? Well, you did mention January the 6th, Michael. I mean, what's going on that day, mate? Is it just like the first Monday of the year properly?
Oh, there we go.
Anything going on?
Hang on, I'll just check below. I'll just see
Christmas is there.
I mean, maybe that gives it away a little bit, but it's a momentous day, Michael. It's going to be like, Benno, we'll be there, but you'll be there. Won't you? You'll be staying up for it.
Yeah, I'm recording with you the day after, mate. I've got to be there, haven't I? You on, Michael? I'm going to be outnumbered. Can we announce that officially now, Michael? Is that official?
It's weird being in my living room, obviously, because normally I would be recording at work in the studio or whatever. And right now, I can, from where I'm sitting in my living room, I can see outside the door, and then I can see the screen of my TV. And on January 6th, I'm not sure where I'll see the most stars. There's just going to be so many.
Mate.
So I just get away now. Is this have I lost my privileges here?
You need to bring more of yourself, Michael, into this ether of what we are here. I absolutely love it, mate.
I can actually share a bit of an interaction with Gareth. This Uso t-shirt is legitimately what I was wearing today. Gareth, I failed my mission to fit into that black GRAPPL t-shirt that you sent when you sent me the sub. But that's a 2025 goal. You've got to have goals and dreams, haven't you? So yeah. I'm gonna be in that one by WrestleMania season, I reckon.
Stretch target. There you go. Still keep it there as a little thing in the future.
Stretch target, yeah.
You can't be tied to get
fit into the. We got a slim fit CM Punk Ring of Honor jacket that Gareth very kindly sent me. Shouldn't have gone for slim fit, lads. It's been a year and a half. Still not happening. If you want to do a swap, Matty, I'll sort you out.
I was doing all right for the point then. Yeah, I'm a bit scared to get back on the scales, and that's why I'm trying my best. I'm getting in mania mode myself soon. As I say, we always say January the 1st, you should never start really, although that's the official date. It's always I'll do it the 2nd. I'm genuinely starting everything on the 6th because it's the first Monday. I'm staying up live for it. I'm just taking everything serious from that Monday, seriously. But Michael, you mentioned that t-shirt. I haven't even showed the lads yet. Opened all my prezzies off my wife on Christmas Day, and what did I get? Just cracked it open. The black and gold writing Yeezy shirt. Mate. I was so happy, mate. I was so fucking happy. Honest to God, she's done very well with that, mate. The one I said I wanted all along, if I could pick any version.
Charge extra for that one. Is that the premium one?
It's the Dina one. It is. It really is.
Of course. Yeah.
This would be the bit where I'd say marry her, but now I'm just saying marry her again. Renew the vows in Vegas. Go to the Triple H and Stephanie one. Go through the drive-thru and do it again.
We are there. Unbelievable stuff, though, isn't it? Like, it is, but that is, Michael, like, seriously now, if we're going to talk about it, like, I know it's hard to say, like, narrowing it down, but what are you looking forward to the most on that debut episode?
Well, I'm mad into Punk and Seth, but I think I'm the only one that's into it for both of them. Like, everything you're seeing is just like, look, I'm a massive Punk fan, so it's not that hard to read between the lines of the second he put himself with Roman around Survivor Series season, he's thinking about Mania, isn't he? He's like, I want to get past Seth Rollins. That's you love CM Punk, warts and all, for stuff like that, don't you? But I actually think Seth's done all right in these, like, back and forth. I don't think he's been eaten alive. I just think maybe I'm a bit more patient to that character, but genuinely, I think that's going to be absolutely massive. Like that. It's a proper main event. That I think that's one of the few things that they've got right about how they've built that, is that as much as I'm into Roman and Solo having a match, there's absolutely no doubt what's going to have like the hotter crowd, and it's going to be Punk and Seth. Like, people believe the hatred, and is that not what, like, when we're all a bit more analytically critical of AEW now, is how much you miss a feeling of actual hatred between two wrestlers. You buy it with Punk and Seth, and I just think even a WWE crowd is sort of conditioned to sort of enjoying everything you're being fed, for the want of a better phrase, at the moment. I still think that's the real stuff. That's the purity of how much Punk and Seth hate each other on the night. I think it's going to carry it. Like, they're going to have me up till like 3-4 in the morning watching it, and then going into work at 8 to talk about it. My eyes will just be like hanging down here. I'll just be riding the high.
Oh, Michael, I mean, let's get it twisted here. The big fellas are going on last on the night, though, yeah? Roman and Solo going on last now?
Jesus Christ.
Even Heyman didn't call it the main event. Heyman said Seth and Punk was the main event. That's what he said on the Netflix
opener, mate. Come on.
You know, I love Solo. I love Solo since he started clowning it, but he's basically just bigger Jim, isn't he?
No, but you know what? They keep teasing it, don't they? Like, it's going to be this fight. I wonder, I haven't said the dreaded M word for a while, but I've got vision doing like a Montreal style match, though, where it's just a bit all over the place, all the officials out there, and maybe you don't get a decisive winner. I don't know and then you can always go back to it. I don't know, but I can envision something like that they're going to do. Then a straight up, just like, let's do moves.
It's so hard to predict the Mania card, but compared to last year, it's for the good reasons, isn't it? You can see like the 2 or 3 different cards they've got laid out, and at least this year it's because there's actual different permutations, not just because the Rock's going to tear. Like, not going to tear. If he does come back, they've obviously got a card in mind for that, and then there's also like a non-Rock lineup, and it just, I don't know, also like, I want Punk and Roman in one main event, regardless of whatever the Rock's. You can put the Rock with Cody or the Rock with Cena, but Punk and Roman on another night for me, definitely.
Have you seen the reports, like literally half an hour ago? Apparently it's locked in, if Rock doesn't do it, that it's Cena and Cody, Benno, your dream match for one of the main events for the WWE title. Apparently that's absolutely locked in. Look how happy he is, though.
Last year, that felt like a stronger match to me than this year. I don't know. Like, it's better than seeing Logan Paul, because that can't go well. Who's carrying that match? Logan Paul? He's a work rate guy in that match. I think I'll take Cena and
what's the GRAPPL consensus on 10 years older Cena versus Punk? Because their chemistry to me was like they're each other's career rivals for me, but I kind of want to look at it, 10 years on.
We reckon, Gareth, you're still into Phil at this point.
I don't think I need to be seeing John Cena against CM Punk in 2025, personally. Like, Phil's stock's gone down with me in the last 12 months more than I ever imagined it could do. I don't want him to fucking absolutely tank at the end of it. I don't want him getting into Jericho territory with me. Fucking hell.
Gareth, God. On the subject, though, mate, we might break your grappies and clappies. I said them to you there, Benno. Crappies. Idea, but come on, we one of the biggest fed in the world here as well. What was your opinions on CM Punk and Drew McIntyre? We want to hear it, Gareth. We've been gagging to know all along. Come on.
Oh, yeah. The review.
That Hell in the Cell match. Sorry, I'm scampering for my notes now, Matty.
That memorable, yeah.
We need to get into
How many
your
stars?
awards,
That's what I want to know.
That's all.
I was immediately put off when Corey Graves said Punk has not competed at this level for quite some time. And I was just immediately like, fuck off, just like, right at the start. So that just rubbed me up the wrong way. Like, immediately
was a long time ago.
digs in there. Drew having to bring in his little fucking shitty WWE acting drama. Your wife's going to leave you as he's beating you. And I was just like, oh, yeah, I've got to tell you, your wife's going to leave you. And like, oh, honestly, I was just like, watch it. It was like, it was a good, perfectly fine match. I'd written in my notes 4 stars, good, not great, to WWE for me at that point.
Strong.
And that was before I got to the end of the match, and then by the end I'd gone under 4, especially when the fucking whipped out that bag of bloody bracelet bits. Like I was just like, oh my god, here we go. Like, you know, we're trying to like put over this hell in the cell, this real vicious encounter kind of thing, and like, oh, what have we got? Oh, we've got some little bits of children's jewelry to kind of try and just up the ante a little bit more.
We
like,
finished stories here, Gareth.
You
paid him off. You paid him off.
That shit spot with the fucking wrench when he was in the sharpshooter, when he was like hitting him and he's barely touching him because he can't fucking get to the angle to sort of, and he's having to try and Selbin it by a wrench at about fucking half a mile an hour. And it's like the ref stopping to wipe the blood off the face. Oh, this visceral blood feud. Oh, let's stop, lads, because there's some kids in the crowd. We better just like wipe the faces just because we don't want anyone to go home and have nightmares.
Not the wrestler's fault, that.
I just thought like a lot of it just felt like spots rather than visceral hate to me, and I also thought it lost its way at the end a bit, kind of, you know, like it just sort of, it felt like it fell apart in the last, up until probably the last sort of 3 or 4 minutes. I think the previous sort of like 5 to 10 before that just felt like it fell apart a bit, and I was starting to like reach for my phone at that point. You know, Punk's hitting him with the spanner, and Punk just decides to stop hitting him with the spanner for reasons, none kind of thing, just for pulling a bit of Amdram. It was like, it was WWE's attempt at trying to put on a very vicious blood feud ender kind of thing, which was a vicious blood feud ender by WWE standards, but to me came across like a highly sanitized, produced in a TV studio blood feud feel to it kind of thing. I wasn't getting any visceral hate out of it from me. So a match that I'm pleased I watched because it was fine and enjoyable enough, but not a match I'm ever going to think about for a single second in a positive way for the rest of my life. You know, I'll never go, oh, let me watch Punk and Drew again. Like, that's just never going to be a thing I'll ever think.
But apart from that, was all right.
Yeah, but as well as that could have gone, I reckon. I'll take that.
Gareth, you don't have to commit to this while we're on air, but that's made me fascinated to have you as a guest on when we get it In Your House, Good Friends, Better Enemies, because Sean and Diesel work in the 96 blood feud with a similar kind of vibe to Punk. It's like, it's another all-timer for me, but it's very WWE in its violence. And that's the sort of thing where if you're around for it and your fans coming on for that one, because they take the same approach. It's even in 96, it's still very theatrical, Sean, and it never stops being very sports entertainment, even when you've got the likes of Diesel trying to strangle Sean over the ropes, or like the table bumps before the era of clearing the table off first and stuff like that. There it is. Look at that. Benno's got it there.
Yeah.
I'd be well up for that. That's not a match that I've watched in a fucking long time. So yeah, it'd be good just to revisit that and see how it.
I'll lend you the tape, Gareth.
Squares up.
I'll post it to your house.
What seeing as the network's going off, like I'm going to need to go back to physical.
Matty wins. LOL,
you should never have them things where you go back to physical, Gareth. It should always be physical, mate. You should know by now. You should know.
Literally the VHS.
Love that, Benno. Great stuff.
Is it on the 6th we find out whether or not In Your House is definitely on Netflix? That is the day that
we believe it is, don't we, mate? I'm pretty sure it's on there.
They've put like because I had a bit of fun with this myself. They put a load of holding logos in place. So if you now on Netflix, it's amazing. In between all these, like iconic films, and you're very much your cup of tea, JP. You'll just find the logo for Great Balls of Fire because they've just started dropping on random WWE pay-per-views. So if you were looking for the Great Escape, you'll see the Great Balls of Fire. Because how they've done it is they've broken it down into like seasons. So if you search WrestleMania, it'll say like 40 seasons, and it's just all 40 Manias, obviously. In your house, you'll have however many in your houses. But then as a result, all the one-offs are sat there as well. So you'll just find, I don't know, like Fatal 4-Way or like all the individual one-offs, they've put them in place. So if they've got the placeholders, you think that's probably what we're getting, isn't it? That's probably the... And I think in Netflix's mind, it'll be a bit like with films and TV, where they'll be watching what we're all watching, and they'll be pretty ruthless. I guess if stuff's not being tended to, they'll just be like, nah, get rid of that. Like, we'll not waste our bandwidth on friggin' SummerSlam 2009 or something like that if nobody's going to the guest host era. I think that's how it'll go.
Here we go. Can anyone, Michael, can anyone mention does anyone know a match that happened at SummerSlam 2009? We'll go around, go on, Benno.
All right, Edge versus Randy Orton.
JP?
It sounds crap, probably.
CM Punk, John Cena, just for shits and giggles.
Gareth?
Good guess from Connor there in the chat.
Yeah. I'd have just been like Randy Orton versus Edge or something. Like,
no.
Cena
Connor's
versus
right.
Orton.
Cena Orton is in there. Come on, it's
That was it.
Jeff Hardy as well, main event in the TLC match, lads. Yeah, come on.
Cena versus Orton, I thought one of you two had got it because, of course, it had a run in from Brett, didn't it? I mean, Brett, it was Brett DiBiase, not Bret Hart, but like.
Hashtag not there, Brett.
But you know what, Michael? I know what you said about Great Balls of Fire, but I thought that was actually a good pay-per-view. It was Joe Lesnar wearing it, and the ambulance match is actually a good...
It's all right, but you can't help think of that show. Think of the Cock and Balls logo they knocked up for it, can you?
And that song, obviously the obvious song as well, but yeah. Okay, now. But it's going to be a momentous day. I take it, JP, Gareth, you won't be staying up yourselves to watch that one live, no?
Probably not. I'd be absolutely gobsmacked. It's all over my Netflix. It's like that and Squid Game 2. And
I've heard that's dropped today. Someone in work said that. I never watched Squid Game 1, to be honest. Is it any good, JP?
I've been watching it. I'd recommend it. It's kind of like slightly like event TV when you see what the central gimmick is. I even watched the reality show, for God's sakes. And it's so far, I'm only like 3 episodes in, and I won't give away any spoilers. It moves quite slowly for the first 2 episodes. That's all I'll say from that as well. But yeah, it's well worth a watch. But I was just thinking, because the number came out, what was it, 65 million for NFL for Christmas game day.
Wow.
And the amount, I don't know if you guys are finding this, the amount it's all over my Netflix.
Yeah,
I'm thinking to myself, this is going to do a monster number by 2024 standards. What they're going to be announcing for that and everything else, because they seem ready and primed. And I didn't see any technical fuck-ups.
They'll announce a monster number if 5 people tune in.
Yeah, they'll just lie.
Yeah, that's true.
You'll have
300 million.
Like Brandon, whatever the Netflix version of Brent Council is, Brandon will be finding like some address in Silicon Valley where he can get the shoot number from some room, some like on fire server room somewhere where he'll have the actual numbers.
It's in a stadium, though, isn't it? It's in a stadium, this one, isn't it? It's like
like half and half, like mini stadium arena. It's some fancy new place in LA, isn't it? It's like it's not going to be like a WrestleMania visual, but for Raw, I think it'd be like, I don't know, like high 20s, 30,000, something like that. It'll look big, like All In this year. It's in sort of a 40,000 baseball stadium instead of Wembley, isn't it? So it's still going to feel stadium-esque instead of. That's not a dig back. Don't think of me like that.
Deep down it is, Michael. Come on, deep at the very root it is. It is.
Have they sold it out, Matty?
What's that, mate?
Have they sold it out?
Oh, well, if they're too short, Gareth, of course, you've done a sellout, which is technically right, isn't it? So,
do you know how many they have sold at the minute, Matty?
Dealing facts, mate.
What's it holding, JP? Let me guess. What's it holding?
I sold 40. They've set it up for 18. They've sold just under 10.
They've only sold 10,000. I'm shocked at that.
That's WrestleTix. So
it's white hot. How can they only sell 10? It's white hot. It's the greatest promotion in the history of wrestling ever.
Come January the 6th, that'll be sold out. Hell or high water.
See, Matty likes his Christmas presents wrapped. You're not just supposed to hand them over like that, you know. Like,
fucking Triple H is going to be there like Kevin McAllister with a load of fucking cardboard cutouts on seats and a fucking load of strings and that, like trying to make it look like there's 40,000 people there watching.
That's right there. Plat's right in the chat, Gareth. Drew hasn't officially been announced yet, and maybe some more tickets will get sold. Draw McIntyre of 2024. That's what we want. But
you're right. You're right, Gareth. Triple H should be outside with the cardboard cutouts, but the Young Bucks are going to be in the car like the wet bandits, looking on, thinking, "Now we're getting this tonight." We'll just drive on past the field.
Oh, that's great.
It's World's End tomorrow night, isn't it? It's we're sitting here talking now. There's a pay-per-view.
I'll use one of Benno's lines that he used to use all the time. I can't even believe there's a pay-per-view. You're saying it to me, Michael, now. I didn't even know that it was existing. That's what he used to always say all the time when there was a WWE pay-per-view on. All the time.
I try to, like, you know, I've said on our podcast and stuff, I like Christmas, but I think, like, Gareth and JP, you might get this as, like, parents. I mean, I can't compare to your numbers, JP, or anything, but, like, Christmas when you're a provider rather than being provided for is like a different thing, isn't it? So I enjoy my biscuits on the toilet as much as I enjoy the actual family time. And it's in that value. I like these nodding heads. It's in that valuable time where I'll just try and catch up on little bits of rest and those little pockets of time you get to yourself. But trying to finish this Continental Classic, so I'm ready for tomorrow, has been a nightmare. I know why they do it, but the timing hasn't worked for me this year at all. Like, it's the worst time to feel a bit detached from the tournament. I was more locked in at the start of the month, and now I feel like tomorrow, if I've even got the chance, I'm gonna have to like speed run some stuff.
Are you finding yourself watching like 10 minutes while doing the washing up? There'll be some chore, and I could be in a kitchen, and I have to put it on my phone and have it on, and I've still not finished it. I've like not had the point where I can kind of like half an hour or so and get into it. It's just like I watch a match and then I have to like kind of move.
Rare for me having to prioritize Collision over taped NXT, like, but I've had to like get the matches in wherever possible. Like, you're right as well. Like, I leave my phone up when I'm doing the washing up, or like I was cooking Christmas dinner, so it was just I'd have little bits on, and it'd honestly be like isolated matches because I just wanted to feel in the zone for the C2, you know. And it's just I've fallen away. I don't know whether it's a good thing that they have it at this time of year or not, because I think that's 2 years in a row where I feel like this has happened to me, you know.
That's AEW in a nutshell, though, isolated matches, but I digress. Gareth, I reckon you are going to start the Continental Classic tomorrow and finish it all in one day. That's what you do. You actually started it.
No, I'm pretty up to date, actually. We've been ill. I've just been able to just lie on the sofa and watch stuff. As I said to you, I even fucking lied on. I got up out of bed at 3 o'clock the other morning because I couldn't sleep, and ended up watching a 1-week-old episode of Raw lying on the sofa at 3 a.m. sort of thing. That's how much time I've had on my hands. I tell you what, I couldn't sleep, but I was gone within an hour of turning that on, so it definitely did the fucking trick.
Who did you blame as well? You texted me, Uncle Howdy.
Uncle Howdy was. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what are these lads still on? Unreal. I woke up to that weird bit. I don't know if like they have this weird like talk show bit on the end of Raw. I didn't know that happened. It was like
Raw talk,
like just sort of like a fake talk and smack sort of thing that was happening at the end of there. I woke up and that was on. I was like, "What the hell's going on here?" Like, but yeah, no, I'm pretty up to date. I'm guessing, was there a Rampage last week? I don't know.
The last one, wasn't it?
The last one, I think, in the Hammerstein, yeah.
I reckon I've only got
miss it, Michael.
2 hours to catch up on me.
Will anyone, JP? Seriously? Seriously?
You were the only person I knew that ever enjoyed it, but it's just like that's a better thing for the product. Just not having an hour of telly to just think about. And it was like, yeah, there's no Shockwave to Fox. I'm like, great, it's another thing I don't have to watch. It's just like because it's far too much. How good is this stuff going to end up being? But I mean, that's just the problem with this tournament. It's sticking it in, which is for people personally like one of the busiest times of the year, whether it's travel, whether it's kids, presents, everything else. And they've thrown in like a fuck ton of matches and just gone, here you go. And it's so difficult to keep up with and kind of get an idea. Like, I mean, what's set up for the semi-finals and stuff, I think is quite good. I'm not I'm hoping they go in the obvious Osprey direction because he needs that kind of like a big win, I think, and you want to set him up as a major challenger for Moxley for possibly for like Full Gear. I think I'd be completely down with something like that. If not Kenny Omega, then there's another direction you can go to, or perhaps Osprey Omega for Forbidden Door. Actually, that might be.
Is it for the belt though? Is it still for the belt Okada's got?
Who knows?
But this and then is this genuinely, was this the belt that Osprey already had, or was that the international title? I genuinely don't know.
So basically, this is like a G1, but it's a belt instead of a trophy. So Okada's gone into this as the defending champion.
Was King
whoever
basically did last year, didn't he? And he retained. Yeah,
Kingston won it. Kingston retained it and then lost it to Okada in a defense, but then Okada's held it ever since. To get to this point, basically, I think because they did a bit where he wanted to. They were classing the C2 as the same as the G1, and they were saying like, I want to break the record for the most tournaments won as a like defending champion, and I think that's theirs for like Ospreys to take from him. Do you know what I mean? Like to take that title, hopefully long term to unify a couple of belts as well. I'd quite like Osprey to, if he's got a smaller title before he fights Moxley or wins the world title. I hope a belt disappears along that line, because it just. Same as getting rid of Rampage and stuff. The more things that like narrow the scope within AEW, the better. They're in desperate need of like a few restrictions and stuff. So cutting down a belt and a TV show, I think would be a hell of a way to start the year. I
think Connor's nailed it. To report when Kenny comes back, he's feuding with the Okada, isn't he? So I think he's nailed it with the Okada winning, and then Kenny comes out at the end. That's what I think.
I love it. I'm nervous about it, but I love it. Like I do want to see. It's Kenny and it's Okada and Kenny. You want to look at it, but I am nervous. Is it
Benno? Come on.
I just don't know. Like, is it not guaranteed to be the budget version? Is probably the only thing I'd say. Like, it can't be as good, can it? Because it just can't be, because it's this Okada and it's this Kenny coming back off injury, and it's in this setting. It feels a bit like they're setting themselves up for failure, but I like the fact that it's Kenny in a serious singles program, like Kenny going against like another pushed guy, whatever you think of like the push that Okada's got, you know.
I'll shout out to Sidge. Sidge has said at work that he reckons that Kenny, because of his injuries, might come back as like basically the best garbage weapons wrestler of all time. Like,
he's got that in him though. He's always had that in.
He's like a genius because he's so good with DDT and with like the hardcore matches. He finds a way to be basically one of the best shortcut wrestlers, and you can sort of visualize Kenny in that role. And it's a different kind of Kenny singles match, but it's class all the same. I think he's got that in his locker.
I think as well, when you think back to like Wrestle Kingdom this year and that match that Danielson and Okada had, and that was like a fucking outstanding match, but it was like a 20-minute match, so it was a totally different style of Okada Wrestle Kingdom match as well.
So like, what he usually does.
He had to work in a different way, but still managed to, pull some out of the bag that was absolute class. So I think, again, anyone expecting this to be another 45-minute epic between the two of them is probably going to be like disappointed. But I think they've probably got something in them of saying, okay, let's try and do something different, tell something a bit different, and do it in a shorter time period or something, or do it where we need to, where less is more or something like that. I definitely think they've got it in them to come up with something interesting, or more interesting than the majority of wrestling on telly anyway, sort of thing. So I'm still, optimistic, maybe.
I wish they weren't going to it straight away. That's all. I'd be fine with this in 6 months' time, but Kenny needs to be involved in the top line stuff.
Yeah, but we always moan though, don't we? We always go, oh, they'll never do stuff. They always hang on to it and they never pull the trigger, and then when they do, we go, oh, they've done it too quick. Like, you can't fucking win.
But we have seen it.
I'm not putting the boot in, but it's like the matches he seems to be building to is like Kenny Omega versus Okada. Seen it 6 years ago. Will Ospreay v Ricochet, as Benno said, another budget version of that. Adam Cole versus Kyle O'Reilly. What are we doing? Like, where's the new stars and the new promotion? It's just doing what every book has done in history and retreading feuds. I don't know, it's about story and you've got to lean into it. I get that. But Benno, you've rubbed off on me in that way, because I used to be the guy saying to you, didn't I? Like, but you're right. It can't be as good. It genuinely can't be. You're factually right there, Ben. I'll give you that one. A first time only. I'll give you it.
And they do have new stars, Swerve Strickland, Hangman Page. They do exist, but there is a reliance on people from the wrestling that Tony Khan watched. Was probably the way
I know he's not in a big program anymore, but you know what I mean. But as you say, like, it's
I think that's case. That's case by case, though, isn't it? Like like Okada and Kenny. that's night and day. To get them one more time, that's night and day compared to Adam Cole and Kyle O'Reilly when I didn't want them the last time. Like I was watching that in 2021 NXT and sick of it as it was taking place. You're right, because it's the biggest one, and obviously I couldn't be happier how this has turned out. But it is amazing still that it will be Triple H that gets to promote Cody Rhodes versus CM Punk, as long as if Punk doesn't boot off over the next few years, he's got that's an astonishing generational fumble, as the kids would say. But there's a lot of them in AEW that you don't need. I think that he's what Tony Khan's lost. I think is a little bit of a Midas touch at reading those nostalgic parents people actually want. Okada Kenny is one that people want, whereas he probably looks at Cole and O'Reilly and thinks, oh, that's just the same. People want that too. And like Ricochet and Will Ospreay, I wanted it once on a Dynamite. I don't need it as an extended program at all. And even that was a bit of a letdown. They weren't as artful with it as they could have been about one guy, Ospreay, completely lapping Ricochet. They'd probably do a better job now that Ricochet's a bit of a cartoon than he was when he first came in.
Well, I was going to say, Michael, we've got a few Ask GRAPPL questions here. And we're normally, either me and you are talking about 1995 WWF, which is a great time, or we're talking about 2001 WWF, which is not a great time with Matty. So I was going to try and throw a good question at you. I was going to throw a Christmas question at you, but I know you're not a Christmas fan, which is an absolute shocker for anybody that knows you. You're not big on Christmas. I was stood in New York sending you pictures of Christmas trees and all kinds, and I realized slowly Michael's not a Christmas type person. You're a wrestling Christmas person.
This is it, right? It's occurred to me I have to sort of defend this stance with Sidge and Wilborn, and as the years have gone on, I've sort of refined this and sharpened it up, and I've realised I just don't care about sense of occasion in real life. I want it in big buildings with red logos everywhere. I don't need fireworks on November the 5th. I need them at the end of WrestleMania. There is not and I've got to keep my voice at a certain level because we're in a new build where the walls are thin and my wife's only upstairs. I love her. She's the best. There is not a single thing this year that she could have wrapped that is as good as the pass out she has given me to basically stay in America for a week after WrestleMania. Not a goddamn thing.
Incredible.
I like ceremony in the thing I like, which is wrestling, and it's just it's kind of the same with birthdays and other stuff like that. It's just well, it's all right, but it rolls on in a minute, And Chris, up until this year, Christmas was the worst for that because wrestling was in the bin in December. At least now the companies try, and you actually, we were just talking about it, Benno, you've sensed that you're missing things. And it's oh shit, Kofi Kingston's just been pied off by his own mum, and there's a pay-per-view this week, and there's things going on.
Even AEW this last week, I've struggled. I've been wanting to catch up on Collision and Dynamite, and just because it looks so different, and it feels like they've had a cool little run of shows there, and I'm way behind. So, no, I totally get you, but I suppose we'll ask you a non-wrestling question. We might as well just start from the top. Mark Buckley was the first one in with questions, so let's go to him. He does ask how we get Garrett to watch and talk more about classic Joshi, so maybe we can ask that in a little bit. But the other question was with the success of the Gavin and Stacey Christmas special, what TV show would you want to bring back? Either for a Christmas special or just to bring back in general a retro TV show. Are you the Gavin and Stacey man? First off, we'll throw that out there. I enjoyed the finale against Type. I very much liked it. I might be on my own on that.
My Gavin and Stacey problem, because I don't want to be I don't want to piss on anybody's fun or nice time, because I was looking on Twitter yesterday or the day before and people were just in love with it, and it's fine. I like what you like. That's my view in general. But that came around in the mid 2000s, and it felt like a low rent version of the shows I actually liked. I felt like we'd just come out of the end of a golden age of UK comedy with stuff like The Office and That Peter Kay Thing and Phoenix Nights, and there was a certain a boom, if you want, to keep it in wrestling terms, and then that sort of, to me, Gavin and Stacey is ruthless aggression era to The Office's attitude. It's pretending to be a boom period BBC comedy, and it's I'm stuck with Mark Jindrak.
I'm gonna say that sounds more like your type of thing, Matty.
It's the Randy Orton to The Office's Steve, Matty. It is, man.
You pull me back round then.
Walter says, "Bring back Cheers." Would it be something American, Michael?
Do you know what?
American, you throw in on top.
I know it goes against the rules, and I'm going to be careful with spoilers here because I know I think it's Matty might be a point in it. It goes against the rules of what this show was trying to achieve, but I would never, ever be against them returning to Baltimore in The Wire. You could, like, now, you could, like, because of the way that show was framed about,
Season
like,
6.
life through a lens of a 5-year period or whatever, I would love to sort of, you could always revisit that period, and whether it's characters that are alive, characters are dead, characters that have moved on in their lives, whatever. It's the kind of show that never would, which I think it's a bit like wanting to see the Smiths play together, because it's never going to happen. It kind of just makes you wonder what it would be. And I just think a Christmas in Baltimore 20 years on or 10 years on or whatever, I think I'd be so fascinated to see what happened to any of them. Do you know, like, how is everyone?
Yeah, because I'm always sad that like season 6 never came to fruition. You know, I think the rumor was it was going to be about immigration. I think that was the idea for season 6 that David Simon had. I'd still do that now. Or even if they couldn't do that, I could just show in that universe, just a show that like takes place and there's similar people and similar characters in the similar place, and maybe you get a couple of cameos and stuff like that. But that was the best thing about that show, that it was like they created a living, breathing world, so you could create more stuff in that living, breathing world. I'd totally go with that. I feel like you'd say Oz, Matty, but I don't know. They blew that prison up so many times that, like, could you really bring it back? I think it'd be I think the papers would be asking questions if the prison from Oz came
Russo's
back.
Oz.
Yeah, I mean,
it's so Russo though, isn't it? It really is.
Schillinger's just turned up in Red One as Santa, so you know nothing's impossible, has he? Is it? But now we know what I do. I'd bring back footballers' wives for a Christmas special, just for the fact of seeing them having to deal with like social media and stuff like that, and like pundits having a go at them even more so now. I'd just like to see that version. Zoe, look at us, it's just still running the show as always. Yeah, I'd like to see love footballers' wives, JP. You know what that means.
I can see why. I can also imagine the other reason you're not really willing to go into that you'd like to see football.
Too early for that.
20 years later, exactly. Give it 2 hours or so.
Yeah.
I thought they brought back Bullseye, which, as we said with Joe,
looks like it's going to be back big full time now.
Issues with it, and it is going to be back. Yeah, 3.3 million. So yeah, there's no way that's going away. I thought Cracker.
I've beat me to it, Benno. Beat me to it.
As would Nick Khan.
I tell you, mate, darts is where it's fucking at. People in the pub were losing their shit over a 9-darter earlier on today. They were absolutely fucking going.
I'm sorry. Can I abuse my privilege here? Right, I need to get this off my chest. I love that darts is really over at the moment, and it's a big draw and stuff like that. I'm fucking sick of reading that a 9-darter is harder than a 147. I'm a snookerman, and it's not. Like,
no, it's not.
A 147 shits it. Like, that nobody takes into account the fact that like those balls can be anywhere on the table, and it's not just skill, and it's not just potting accuracy or like control of the white ball or anything like that. It's the ability to do it knowing that you're doing it. So you're break building. I used to play snooker as a bit as a kid, and I got a 41, and I've lived in that mindset. And I've like, what's that dickhead podcast? That elite mentality, or whatever they call it, right? And like, there's the amount of time a snooker player could take an easy blue to stay on the table, and they don't. They've got to keep reds, keep going, like. And I'm just sick of reading it, and I needed to get that out somewhere because I haven't got a platform for anywhere else. But it's just in this era of darts being like, darts is just having this unbelievable. Like, but I just like, Howard, can we not use how great darts is doing right now to beat snooker over the head with? Because that's the 147 is the one. It's like Ronnie O'Sullivan should be in like more sports halls of fames or have won sports personality of the year, because no fucker can do what he could do regularly as well. Like, thank you for that. I'll head off now. This is like the perfect forum.
That was the one that I definitely didn't have on my list when you were coming on. Was there's going to be that snooker over darts rant there.
I needed it.
Superb.
As I say, the one back for the Christmas special, Spaced. Loved Space. Just be curious to see how it was 20 years later.
I've just been watching Catterick, Vic and Bob's Catterick, rewatching that earlier this month, and they only did one series of that. I'd love to see them just bring a little Christmas special of that back as well. That'll be a good little one-off just to revisit them characters.
I'll win us over with the Scots because our next guest is going to drive down the Scottish listenership / viewership in a little while. So I'd bring 2 doors down with Grado. I don't think anybody's what's unless you have, Michael, big fan of that Grado's Grado's star turn. But it's a producer / writer died last year, so it doesn't look like they're going to carry on or do any more Christmas specials or anything like that. I want one more episode with Grado in the main
he's
role.
He's good in it as well. I think
he's really good.
I'm not watching like a novelty wrestler playing a part. He's just good.
Totally.
I think he's just outright good in it.
That's it. Like your mum would like him. You know what I mean? He's just like he's just affable and he's great in the role. And most people watching it don't know he wrestled in Stinky ICW at one point. Like it's it's a perfect role.
Sarah's dad was pissing herself watching it like at Grado, and I was like, do you know who that is? And I was like, he's a wrestler? And he's like, no. And I was like, him? He's a wrestler. I was like, yeah. Like, just.
Did you play the documentary with Colt Cabana and the car outside the airport and all that?
It got me thinking that we need to do that. We need to watch that fucking documentary. Put it on the list.
Good show.
Gareth, would you not like to see a 55-year-old Ben Chaplin back for one Christmas episode of Game On Me? Just to see him in his living room. Would you pay to see that?
100%. Yeah.
But he's looking good for 55 as well.
I bet he doesn't look the same. I bet he looks the same, JP.
And still a million times better than Neil Spook.
Yeah.
Well, before we let you go, Michael, anything else you wanted to chat with us about? Anything you wanted to pull Gareth up on?
God no, Jesus Christ! No, I was happy to respectfully disagree with him on the bead spot from Hell in a Cell, but I think that's all done and dusted now, you know. So.
Got to knock half a star. No? I knocked half a star off for that. It's still got 4.5 though, so you know.
Oh no, I did half a star. I'm up to 5.5 on that one. I see. No, I'll tell you what I will do. While it's Christmas and stuff, I'll thank you all while you're all on screen for letting us pollute your network with my shite all this year. It's been so much fun coming on. And like I've said to you, Benno, and obviously we've spawned the podcast off the back of it, and when we've done stuff as well, Matty. But to all of you, really, like it's been such a treat to do the retro stuff and the old stuff, and I'd talk shite about wrestling all day if I could get away with it. So when 5 o'clock comes and I have to go home and be dad, for you to give me the excuse to sit around a couple of extra hours and just get onto more old shite has been an absolute dream. And it's you all know I'm a listener, and it's just been honestly great to catch on. At the live show was one of my highlights of the year. Coming to see is do your thing in person, it was brilliant, and I genuinely really appreciate the amount of times you've let us sneak on this year, so thank you.
It was amazing to have you at the live show, and Matty will say the same. Like the shows we've done this year, I think when we did the GRAPPL award last week, there were a lot of patrons choices. They tend to be a lot of our most well received ones. And I know you're a little bit worried about stepping into enemy territory after our run-ins on Twitter all those years ago, mate. But we've created peace in the Middle East now, and I feel like it's a perfect connection.
Shall I end this on? I don't know maybe you don't even know, Benno, but I was saving this for an In Your House, but this feels more appropriate here as it's Christmas, and then I'll head off. You brought up, you were like, I think me and Hamflett first started speaking when I called him a cunt on Twitter or something like that. Yeah,
which sounds like me.
It wasn't quite as bad as that, so I need to. Of all things, right? I'd have to dig out the tweet again, but of all things, it couldn't have been more like us in terms of where our leanings are, right? I tweeted, and I think I was wrong in hindsight. I think you were right, and so I can give
Don't tell him that.
It's normal.
This is I would never enter into tribal combat, I know my place here, but I think I said, remember the Chris Jericho Steve Austin podcast, while Jericho was in AEW and he was on. I think I watched it, and I think my take was it was an interesting interview and an interesting sort of thing to happen while you've got these two companies. And I think I just said, but it strikes me that it was Vince McMahon at the time, WWE mustn't give a shit about AEW if they've allowed AEW's biggest star to come on their network. They probably just don't realize the scale of the opposition. They probably don't think they're a problem. And Benno's response was something along the lines of, you couldn't be more wrong. I completely disagree with this take. And it was honestly fine. But what he did do was bring a load of shit to my front door from the most hardcore of hardcore AEW.
At that time as well.
Young Bucks Stan accounts at the height of that sort of war, being like, oh, another fucking fed idiot talking shite. And I was, because I think it's in our DMs where it's something like where we're having chats like adults, and I've said, I know, I totally get your point, and you're like, yeah, I totally get yours too. And it's just like, anyway, I've had to mute notifications because I've got a bunch of arseholes giving me shit.
No. And now they come for me. Full circle moment, because when we saw you at the live show as well, like someone had literally done that to me the night before. So it's like, you know, Ghosts of Christmas Past type of thing. I learned my lesson, Michael. I understand now. I know what it's like.
You've won in the end, Michael. You've won in the end, mate. The Fed will always win in the end. Always.
That's the point. You've got to know where your foundations lay, because they'll always be there. The others sort of crumble around, but they'll just stay rock solid. It's you know. But no,
I apologize.
Generally, I'll end on an earnest note. It's been brilliant. It's been nice to find you something, yourself, Gareth, and JP as well. It's nice to get on for one of these. So thank you very much.
We all feel the same way, don't we? Like, obviously, I know, Matty, you're a gigantic fan of what you guys do over there as well. So it's great to have like that kind of shared listenership now. I think a little bit as well. I think a lot of GRAPPL people as well have seen a different side of you too. So. Yeah, good stuff.
Saying as well, Michael, you're acting like it's over, mate. We've got 2025, and you know, hopefully we'll what you've been saying. We'll carry on talking about Steve. We'll carry on talking about Steve. Hopefully he can win you over. But I think he won't. Yeah, he won't win you over if it's the one you want to talk about. Mate,
if it's where we end up going, it's only going to get worse, Matty. I'm sorry.
Love it,
Commissioner.
Between that and your trousers, the first time we met, I'm not sure what the biggest crime against the business is, but we'll save that for another Patreon podcast one day.
In your housekeeper, maybe we could throw it in there.
Oh, you can't throw it in on that. Definitely, it's on this network. So
that'll be your introduction, mate. We'll have a big photo of you in front of the In Your House logo. That's
the knees down.
Oh no, but it's been brilliant to have you on, Michael, and obviously, always a pleasure to chat with you. We're gonna have a great 2025.
Catching up listening to this tomorrow during the next bit of cooking anyway, so make sure it goes nice and long, because it justifies me staying in the kitchen a bit longer. So thank you very much.
YouTube.com/@Benno Hamflett, Spotify, search Benno Hamflett, whatever they're sold. Guys, new episode tonight.
I'll plug us on What Culture, but that's only if you want to come over and be nice, because we get enough of the shite as it is. So only people that don't tweet at you like Benno are welcome. Like, other than that, it's fine, you know, like that.
Don't want that, people.
All right, boys. Have a good one.
All the
best. See you later. There we go.
See you later, lads.
Oh, man. That's Matty's WrestleMania. We're sorted. What a guy! But yeah, I've loved those shows we've done this year. And Matty had been wasn't even the plan, was it, originally? The idea was one and done, and then we turned into 2001 Fed podcasters. You did it. Yeah. Well, not really. Spent an hour talking bullshit, and then
exactly, Benno. It's an excuse, isn't it?
Very much in both of our. From whenever my favorite show they do over there, it's the you know, when they do the SmackDown preview or the Dynamite preview, or the ones where they're just like, there's no card, or no one cares about Collision tonight. Let's just talk about snacks. Let's talk about.
It's usually the SmackDown, but it's Friday as well, edging into the weekend, isn't it? What they're going to have on Friday and such. But yeah, great stuff.
They really have stuff in common.
Always great content.
Do you want to answer the other question, Gareth? Are we going to get you to watch more Joshi? What's the plan?
Well, I mean, I enjoyed that show we did with Mark. Like, it was boss. Like, I really, really enjoyed it. So, yeah, if he's got a little list there of stuff that, you know, thinks going to be worth watching, I don't think it's going to be something I want to do every fucking month, but I'd definitely be up for doing it like a couple of times a year or something like that. If it's something that we do as a little project along the way.
Stay subscribed. Is that then, Gareth? Basically,
there's some like Bull Nakano stuff there. I'd love to fucking get into and look at it in a bit more detail. I think there's a couple on that list that we could have had that were like options for the show that we did do that we didn't end up doing. Like, that would be definitely worth a watch there. But it's never a no.
Josie Tro coming soon, maybe at some point. I remember where I was when I listened to you three. I was walking, literally it was me last night in Toronto. I was trying to do a little sneaky edit on my phone walking around downtown listening to like Matty talk about 80s Joshi and Japanese stuff, and it was just like it was good, great. No, genuine, like that came up in a few people's grappies. Like people voted for that as the show of the year, so it just shows you. Really,
very different for us, but
really
good.
good
That's
show.
it. It's out of our comfort zone, with it, Gareth. So it was, and even without yourself there, Ben, it just felt a completely different. Like, yeah, it was.
Do you know what was good though as well is there was things that I liked more than you liked, and vice versa, kind of as well. So it was that nice little kind of flavour of like it doesn't all have to be the same kind of thing. Like, yeah, there's something that hit them out with you and not with me and stuff like that, and you know the other way around. So bit of variety is always good for people, isn't it?
It is. That's what wrestling should be.
Instead of just watching the bloodline forever.
Come on now.
Well, on that note, a man who's going to agree with one of you, a big Joshi fan, I'm pretty sure. Fresh off his appearance, I think he's ready in the backstage area there from our guys are in China. Review last week, coming back 2 years in a row. We've got him. It's Joe. Hello, mate.
Honest Joshi chat, like, come on, lad.
Look what happened, mate, since you left. Look what happened.
Like, get your feet back on the ground and stop watching Nancy wrestling. That's nonchalant wrestling. Mate, Joshi.
I mean, it was a listener, suggested it, Joe. You know what I mean? I did enjoy it. I'm not gonna lie, I did enjoy it.
It was Mark, mate.
Matty, that's why you're an upgrade on me, because you will do it for the people.
Come on, Joe. No, yeah.
And I'm a
you would have.
When we get you on time, then Joe, I'm sure they could work in some 80s Joshi references.
We've got discussions, Joe, haven't we? With early discussions for time.
Well, I'd say they're very premature. Very.
It's better than that,
gimmick, haven't you, mate?
It's better than that.
But I will say the 1999 episode that I listened to was top draw. I was howling with laughter. I think I woke my wife up at one point because I was laughing so much. Some of your Dan Sullivan comments, I was like, "Oh, this is gold." I think JP broke me a couple of times with the Rise of the Foot Soldier comments as well. Which, yeah. Brilliant.
What cracked me, Joe, was when he said the Williams and Gordy combo.
Yeah.
Pattern, Fraggle, Pattern, Roy, was it? Oh, classic, mate.
Yeah, that got me in a big way as well.
Which does lead, Joe. Would you make a Christmas EastEnders this year?
Oh, God, fuck me.
Recurring segment, this.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, Christmas review, yearly segment, yearly return for this one at this point in time. Yeah, bloody hell, what, twice in a week? What's going on here? I'm going to have to, protect the gimmick a bit more and not appear for another 3.5 years after this one, I think. But, God, Christmas EastEnders. Did you all watch it? Has anyone else watched it?
I did.
On it last year. I only heard that it was about Cindy revealing an affair. Was that right?
Oh, my God.
I saw a picture of Nigel looking homeless, and I was like,
Nigel
John's
back?
going to love this.
Yeah.
May.
I'll watch it when we do 2024 on time. In 10 years' time or something like that.
What's Nigel back for, Joe?
Say it again, Matty.
Why is Nigel back?
Well, clearly they're struggling for ideas, but bringing Nigel back at this point, I was thinking he left about 97, 98, right? That is the equivalent of like bringing Mark Merrow back. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're struggling for ideas. Here's a guy who was pushed kind of for a bit, and then I don't know, he was all right, wasn't he, Nigel? He was kind of a bit of a mid-carder, had them funny shirts on, funny ties, all the rest of it. And yeah, really? Like, I saw him and was like, is this what you got now? Is this all you've got? The well is so dry at this point.
What's his connection, though, Joe, now? What? Because he was like Grant's half mate. That's why he had a bit of a push.
Hey,
Grant got on with him, didn't he?
He was the jobber in the Mitchell stable.
Yeah.
That's what he was. He
bit of a loser, wasn't he? Bit of a like clowny loser you felt sorry for.
And then he got replaced by Billy Mitchell. It was a hell of a bumper.
Hey, he was a heel when he first came in. Big heel when he first came in, JP.
Yeah, he was. When he prop. He got a big heel push off the get go as well, Billy, didn't he? Yeah.
But when you're that big, though, Joe, you got to be turned babyface, then, haven't you? You've got to. That's what happens.
What, when you got Billy's size?
Yeah, no, just when you're that big, like you're over. Well, you get over as a heel. You have to get turned babyface because him and Jamie got were like good in the end after he bullied him, weren't it? That was what it was.
You know what
Yeah.
Billy reminds me of? He's like the British Walter Goggins. Is that his name? Like that character actor who does all like the
The Shield
American like
and-
country
yeah.
stuff. Yeah, he's like
Yeah.
our one. He kind of fits
He's
that
awesome.
kind of
I'd be
wavy,
fucking delighted with that. Fucking
Yeah, I know. Perry Fenwick.
slimy heel. You know,
My niece has got his autograph. Remember those like charity footy games? I mean, niece, not a picture. His fucking autograph. What year is it? Fucking
Hold on, you got Billy Mitchell's Perry Fenwick's autograph, mate.
no, my niece did. I had like a charity game at like Anfield. But like, as I say, why not get your phone out? Why did she want his autograph?
I love the fact that Billy Mitchell was invited up to Anfield to do a charity game. To be honest with you, when was this? Was this recent?
No, a few years ago, about 5, 6, yeah, way before COVID.
Okay, so we're talking like Klopp era Liverpool here, right?
Yeah,
Was it one of them where like the managers for the actual clubs are in the dugout and they're present?
seriously, right, Joe? I'll definitely text her or ring her, and I will message you the full details genuinely of what it was.
Okay.
I promise you I will.
Did you ever see ID with Billy Mitchell, where he's a football?
I watched ID. Yeah.
Oh, Alex,
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, what a terrible film that was as well. Absolutely
There's
awful.
another
There's a
two.
few EastEnders in
He-
that.
he-
isn't there?
One of them.
I paid for him to watch ID 2 because he'd watched ID and enjoyed it. And then he was like, I want to watch ID 2 now. I was like, don't, it'll be terrible. And he was like, it cost me £4 the other day. That I was like, fucking
The other
Chum-
day,
£4.
chum change, Gareth.
£4
No
for
ironic
ID2.
laugh had.
Oh no, Alex he was just like, oh, I've got to watch it because I've watched that ID. I want ID 2 now. I was like, even just £4, I'd be grudged £4 for that for ID
You should
2.
have nicked it on principle, mate.
well, JP would have, but the biggest disappointment of 2024 has been the lack of content on the JP
Well,
drive. He's not
right.
got that photo, has he?
All right.
So sort it out.
Two
mate.
things. I sorted something out the other day, too, for Christmas.
Yeah.
He turned up. The other one is it's this dodgy box. It's ridiculous. It's the most obscene thing ever. I'm like, should I be saying this live on YouTube? Probably not. But
All our dads have got one. Everyone's got a fire.
Yeah, now Saturday 3:00. That thing is just like I'm watching Optus Sports, and I'm like, I don't even know what's going on here. But you don't miss anything. That's the simple like kind of moral.
So you just plugged into RTE constantly, I'm assuming. Hurling,
Quite
Gaelic.
well when it's the season.
Ireland.
Yeah. Wait, wearing the Watford shirt my brother got me for Christmas, which I thought was outstanding effort. Like,
What
I was
series
very
of Ireland's fattest families are they in at this point?
But it's family, mate. It's a phenomenon. Why haven't they brought it here? Like, there's a game show idea you could do. There are enough fucking sports people. They're quite like Superstars. You bring back Bullseye. Ireland's fittest family fits in perfectly. There are loads of those weird families.
Oh, it's Ireland's fittest family. I thought it was fattest family.
That would be like that'd be problematic at best. No, it's fit.
Yeah.
But they're not really doing like athletics, and it's always the family that have got two fucking strapping 20-year-old and 18-year-old lad there, fucking lifting up logs and all sorts.
Like, I know you've always been into your kind of
boring.
bruising heavyweights, but bloody hell. Sorry, mate.
No, can I just say back to EastEnders, Joey? Don't mind because
Sorry, yeah, of course.
someone, know what? Someone's done what they do with Raw these days on X. So like, there's someone's put up on X like, if you don't watch EastEnders and just tune in for like the Christmas edition, here's a thread and breaking down what went on and what's going on. Obviously, it's soap, so everyone's carrying on. Denise is carrying on with the Roman Reigns of the square, isn't she? So we're seeing according to X. Ravi, is it?
Oi, mate, that is high praise for him. He is not the Roman Reigns of the square. Like, he's got a look about him.
Yeah.
I'll give him that. But Roman Reigns, look, he's not going to be, I don't know, bloody, the tribal chief of the square at any point. He's not going to be running the square. Like, Phil is still running that square at the end of the day, and no one else. But I tell you, the Vic, it really, when they went in the Vic, I was like, the characters are there. There's a couple. Ian Bill was like the only real deal in there. I was thinking, and it's like a pub of jobbers at this point. And I was thinking to myself, it really is like a pub of solo Sokoas at this point.
Oh, John.
Like overpushed guy who's just like not got the ability. You just got a pub full of overpushed crap actors, crap characters. I'm thinking to myself, why would people watch these guys year in, year out? And the opening scene of the episode, you got, I think it was Ian Bill, Alfie Moon, Cindy Bill, Billy Mitchell, your niece's favourite, and JP's favourite, Tailforth, brings out some cups of tea for everyone. I'm thinking, this is where it's at. Get the old viewers in, reel them in early doors. Then it cuts to Peter Bill and what's her name, the girly one, I'm a Celebrity, Max Brannan's daughter, who should have fell off the bloody roof. Should have fell off the roof with the other sister. Kill them all off the roof, because, you know, what are they doing on my bloody TV on Christmas Day? Cuts to a couple of other jobbers, and I'm thinking, this is just jobber bloody central. And all you've got is bloody Mark Merrow to bring back at this point in Nigel. And, yeah, the show is just, it jumped the shark years ago. And I have a big takeaway as well. JP, did you notice Zebedee from the Football Factory in there? Although, are you as familiar with the Football Factory as I am, JP? I don't know if you are.
I saw it once, and I vowed never to see it.
Football casual stage. Sorry, JP.
I vowed never to watch it again. The first time I watched it, I went, nah, these people are vile. Like, this whole thing is fucking vile.
Okay, I've probably seen it close to 10 to probably between 10 and 20 times, I hate to say. Gareth, has your son watched the Football Factory yet?
Yeah. He's watched that and all the others, Green Street and all that. Yeah, he's probably.
Did you watch the Football Factory with him, Gareth?
I haven't. No, I've never watched it actually. Never seen that one.
I would say don't bother, but definitely bother. Because you probably want to check out what he's watching and what he's seeing. But bloody Zebedee from the Football Factory probably means nothing to no one. Is shagging Sharon. And I'm thinking to myself, the age difference there. Zebedee was like this young run hooligan when he was in the Football Factory. And now he's off with Sharon? Like, what is going on? And the JP, I don't know if you picked up on it, but they're trying to give Sharon kind of like MILF status. And like,
I'm trying to
yeah, they have.
Yeah.
But they've gone into overdrive with Sharon at like MILF status. And like,
they all are. Denise, Cindy, they're all at it, though, Joe.
They're all at it. It's kind of all right. Let's be honest, mate. Like, Denise is all right. Yeah, don't knock Denise. And if you're JP, you won't be knocking Kathy anytime soon, will you? Especially if she's speeding past in a Land Rover on the motorway or whatever it is. But the absolute desperation to certify Sharon as like MILF for the square, it is desperate. Like, think of Sharon in the 90s. She was some short-haired woman who looked like she was about 50. Like, she looked like she was more akin to Pat Butcher than Melinda Messenger or Lindsay Dawn McKenzie. And now they're trying to give her that Lindsay Dawn McKenzie, Melinda Messenger type status. And I'm thinking, stop trying. Just let Sharon just age a bit. Just let her be like a 50-something woman. Yeah.
I was trying to think. Is there like an Attitude Era equivalent who like stuck around and was still there and they had to push them just on like longevity? And I feel like it's either Triple H or The Undertaker, is it not? Is she not one of those two? It's just like just stuck around for long enough.
That, though, Benno, at this point, like they even didn't stick around for as long as these soap stars. Genuinely,
Triple H would if he could.
Yeah, if he still be if he was medically cleared, of course. Yeah.
He'll find a way even with his art.
What's that?
I said he'll find a way even with his art now in Triple H.
Is he rumoured to be getting back in the ring or something?
No, everyone thought it when he shoved Kevin Owens the other week. They thought that was like planting seeds for the Mania match, didn't he? But no.
Lives through his kids, doesn't he? He's that type of dad now. It's like Johnny. He'll live through the glory of Johnny Gargano or whatever. You know, that's enough for him. That's what it is.
I thought you meant Aurora Rose there for a second, Benno. Sorry, I was thinking, is she training?
But to be fair, on the other side, Corey, at least they went out with like Gail Platt was actually leaving the street. At least they went out with that like Mania moment of like raising their hands at the end and fireworks. And Hillman made that like that ghost appearance. Did anyone see that? Tricky Dicky was back for like one scene. Yeah. You're clinging though, aren't you? You're still clinging.
It made me want to watch it though. When I saw that, I was like, oh, I'm going to go back and watch that. Definitely.
But he turned up. Go ahead, Joe.
No, what were you saying, Matty? Sorry.
No, he turned up literally in a dream, like as he rose out the water. So he was covered in water, Gareth, with like a bit of seaweed on him. It was all that kind of stuff.
100% going back to watch that, definitely.
Fucking swamp thing. How the fuck does that work? That's insane.
Did the Ford Galaxy rise with him, or is that still in the water?
Unfortunately not, Joe.
Okay. Because I did hear about this. One of my wife's mates was messaging her, telling her all about it. And I was thinking, I am going to have to give that a watch. But then Same wife's mate. I think JP was there the other week when we found out about Martin Platt, JP. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah. And the fact that, the Live 8 thing, and he wouldn't fucking talk.
No.
Right,
JP,
okay.
you're getting confused. You're getting Conrad from Footballers' Wives mixed up with Martin Platt and Nick Tilsley, Adam Ricketts. That was another conversation that did take place that evening. No. The same fella told us about Martin Platt was cancelled because he got accused of, I think, groping someone when he came back. Because I was thinking of Martin Platt, Gale, like going off into the sunset. I'm there for that. I would come back for that. But then I saw they drafted in John Thompson as a last-minute replacement, and I'm thinking...
Jesse the Clown. Genuinely, Jesse the Clown. That's who he was in the street, John Thompson.
Jazzman from the Far Show.
Yeah.
Cold Feet. He's the bloke, he's in Knowing Me, Knowing You with Alan Partridge in multiple roles as well, isn't he? But I was thinking, Gale and John Thompson, does that fit? Like, for me... I always thought she was punching with Martin Platt, to be fair. And you guys covered that with Jill Halfpenny on Time, which I was enjoying.
There you go.
But even Emmerdale, like the soaps are wrestling, I caught the last 5 minutes, and Kim Tate was standing tall at the end of the Christmas fucking Emmerdale. What are we doing? Like, genuinely, no stars have been created ever. She let, and surprisingly, guys, she let the guy who she was carrying on with or seeing have an heart attack and die. We done that 30 years ago with Chris Tate. What's going on?
she's like Ric Flair, though, Kim Tate. She's fucking. She's got that status, hasn't she? Like over the years.
She's a good heel. Like, she is a cracking heel.
Like Nick Gage in GCW, something like that. Is that what she is?
She's not falling off bloody scaffolding yet, though, is she? I guess, or getting drills out. That'd make Emmerdale more interesting. I got to say, Woolpack scaffolding.
Woolpack scaffold. It's a place that could do the regular scaffold, I imagine, with those old thatch buildings and the rest of it, and the work that needs doing.
I could see you chilling by the fire in the Woolpack. To be honest, I can see you fitting right.
I never liked Emmerdale. I've strong
too rural, mate. Too rural. Like me and JP, like a bit of inner city realism, and we're it's urban dwellers, mate. Emmerdale, like that was the soap. Every soap was on in the houses I grew up in, every single one of them. And Emmerdale, I could not stretch to. It was just too rural. Like as soon as the music would come on, it was like honestly, it was a turn the TV off, sort of. You know when you hear that music on like Raw or SmackDown back in the day, you're like, no, fuck this, running through this immediately. That was what Emmerdale was. I'd run at my nan's house and get home as soon as possible. I couldn't watch the shit.
One that'll shock you. That was my favourite soap for a hot period in like the early teens, like maybe 2012 to like 2015ish, Gareth. I don't know if they're the correct years, but there's a certain cast at the time. And Kane is like your veteran, you know, but he was like not even too old to be your veteran, but he was like seen as that. And they pushed the new stars and they were big and they were over, Gareth, weren't they? It was good. It was good.
Number one soap for me for a while, Emmerdale. Like, some big characters and some good storylines there along the way. But like,
not Sheffy, not Sheffy.
Just that nice blend between like a bit of hard hitting, but with you. Down to earth, day-to-day comedy kind of thing.
But they done it well at 7 p.m. They had better like hard-hitting stuff than certain soaps at like 8 o'clock. You know, it was
Lots of useful idiots providing a bit of comedy asides and things like that. Like,
To be fair, I could see Gareth. I could see you and Matty at a barn dance getting down to a bit of the Dingles, Hillbilly Rock, Hillbilly Roll.
Hillbilly Rock.
Maybe that's the thing we should make happen at some point.
Yeah, somebody asked this question, Joe. We don't do Ask Rev Joe anymore. We do Ask GRAPPL. Carl Corness asked about the Christmas EastEnders special. Who do you think tried to murder Cindy Beale? Do you have any?
Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? Look, that episode, that Christmas, I sat there watching it, thinking they are just recycling component parts in the most lazy way ever. Like the whole episode was based around a recording on a USB drive. Like, hilarious that EastEnders have just caught up with, you know, hard drives and all the rest of it, and you know, they're sort of 10-15 years behind on their tech. And when I'm watching Cindy Beale talking to I think it's Danny Dyer's mother-in-law, where was Danny Dyer, about USB drives, I'm thinking to myself, like, the use of USB, I felt for a moment I had to check myself. I think, was I watching like Johnny Mnemonic or something? Like, like the mainframe and like Ice-T's going to turn up with Keanu Reeves any minute. Like,
Sounds great.
What is going on here?
Yeah.
But that was the exact same storyline. Remember the epic Sharon Phil Grant affair reveal in the Vic, sort of what 94, 95. They recycled the same shit storyline. The person who was present for both of them, I'm going back to her, JP, Tailforth. And I was thinking to myself, like, Kat has a pivotal role on both of these storylines. Would she not have said straight away, bloody hell, reminds me of when we found out about Grant and Sharon back in the day? Nah, no mention of it. No mention of it. Like, the audience aren't stupid. We can remember these old storylines. And then, like, Ian Beale having his tokenistic wrecking of his house because, you know, something's gone wrong and therefore I'll throw my wife's Taylor Swift phone at the computer, shall I? You know, like, what the fuck? And also, I got bought this by my wife for Christmas, right? EastEnders, 20 years in Albert Square. So 2005 this would have come out, right? And I'm flicking through it. And there are some proper stars in here, right? The star power is off the fucking wall. Like, look at that. Frank right there, you know, one of the proper hosses at the square. Is that Williams or Gordy, JP? That Williams or Gordy?
Gordy, please. I've never been a Williams.
He's Gordy.
Please be
Gordy.
Yeah.
He's a seller, is Frank. He's a big lad, but he's a seller.
Okay. Well, we got Sanjay there as well. Martin Kemp. And I'll be honest, I started thinking to myself when I was looking at this, they bring back so many bloody characters in the dead at this point. Cindy Beale, Kathy, Nick Cotton. You may as well get Martin Kemp back from the dead. But the storyline leading up to it, I got a great idea for a storyline. Spandau Ballet turn up on the square to avenge the death of Martin Kemp, right? Gary Kemp, Tony Hadley, tooled up, go after Phil, break into the arches, smash the place up, I don't know, and then take it over, possibly. Like, are you telling me you wouldn't tune in to Tony Hadley running the bloody arches and being behind the bar in the Vic? That is a Christmas special right there. And then maybe they could resurrect Steve Owen in some way, and we've got a great show again, possibly. Like, just something like that has to happen. Anyway.
Witness protection part.
Cinematic universe.
Joe, can I ask though, is it true about the rumours? Like, this will make me tune in. Don't want to see it, of course, but it's got to happen because he's like John McClane in Phil. He survived so many, like, he should be dead at this point. But is he actually going to die for the 40th anniversary? I've heard rumours. Have you heard them rumours?
Well, Matty, the rumours I was hearing leading up to the Christmas special was that Danny Dyer was returning. So I'm tuning in waiting for Danny Dyer to return, thinking proper boss main event. I'm thinking to myself, I tell you what, Matty, that opening scene I said about when you got all the old characters there, I was thinking this is like OG Bloodline, right? So as soon as I go on the Vic, you've kind of got the new Bloodline there. And I'm thinking to myself, Danny Dyer turns up. That is the fucking final boss turning up to take over the square once again and make it his. Because he's the only star, only proper star they've made in about 10 years at this point, right?
Yeah.
If Phil's dying...
It's a big call, isn't it? Yeah, it's a big decision because he's still
over.
No. Yeah, he's like the one they all like. It's like the Roman thing. He says like they all orbit around him. Phil's the guy you can just put everyone around him, and he can bring them up to a certain level. If you get rid of him, as you say, they've got to create new stars after that. So, yeah.
I don't think they got a chance.
If it's all right, Joe, there is someone I want to add to this conversation as well because he's another Brit, and I want to know his thoughts on these when it comes to, like, did he watch even Christmas EastEnders this year? I'm adding on good friend of the show, Poison Rana host, Davie Portman. How are you, mate? You well?
Hello, Davie.
Hello. I'm great, thanks. Yeah, I'm not caught up with EastEnders, but my brother did send me a message from Gail Platt thanking everyone for 50 years. So I called the ghost of Richard Hillman as soon as my mum messaged me urgently at about 3 a.m. months ago when it was announced Gail Platt was leaving. I said, you got to have it Les Mis style, where you've got all the ex-husbands of Gail Platt, they're ghosts going, come on, Gail, come with me. So I was curious about that, but no idea what's going on in EastEnders these days.
It sounds like, I watched that one episode. I'm assuming it's Tailforth's heel turn. in terms of hitting Cindy Beale. Why anyone would ever believe Cindy Beale as it is fucking ridiculous as well. But actually, can I go to a couple of questions actually that I've got in here in the chat? I'm going to go to you first on this one, Joe. Top 5 best TV parents. There's a lot there. There's a big list. So
fucking hell.
Best
what,
TV
off the top of my head?
Yeah, that's a big question to ask, isn't it? With no
TV
prep at all.
parents. Off the top of my head, Shelton's mama would be number 1. Do you remember that storyline, Matty? Bet you're a big fan.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Mama Benjamin, of course.
Yeah. Really helped his push that, didn't it, at that point?
Got that bit of charisma out of him.
Judy Bagwell.
Yeah, Judy Bagwell's up there.
Well, finding out about Buff Bagwell's dad shooting him, that was in that Dark Side of the Ring.
Oh,
fuck me, these are some parents.
I always go to the Connors, Dan and Roseanne, back in the day. You know, Dan was the best dad, weren't he? Like, he was a boss dad, Gareth. Loved the early seasons of Roseanne. Thought it was great.
Classic times, the old Friday nights. I'll go George Costanza's mum and dad as well. They're like my favourite parents on any show on Seinfeld. Proper funny them. This is a hard question to just get through.
I'd say my favourite dad, my favourite on-screen dad. It's a film one here. But over Christmas, I was saying to my brother, John Hurd is my favourite. Peter McAllister, sorry, is my favourite on-screen dad ever.
Oh, yes.
What did he do though? What
mob boss?
How did he afford those holidays for that whole family?
Mob,
yeah. He was connected.
He bought the house.
He was hiring the wet bandits to insurance claims and all that, and he fucking left the kid behind.
Dave, I've got a through line, right? Where you know when he turns up in The Sopranos, John Hurd. I remember when I first started watching The Sopranos, I was like, "Get the fuck in!" John Hurd's in it. Didn't know he was in it, right? I've in my mind, I created a through line where he'd been disowned by the family because, like, he'd been, chucked out so many times, and he was a spy cop trying to infiltrate the family in some way. I don't think I knew the term spy cop at the time, but, it's come into trend after the revelations of the last few years. But he was undercover in some way, trying to infiltrate some family, got kicked out, and then ended up back in his native New Jersey and embraced who he truly was, put the pounds on, and then just became a corrupt cop, taking money from Tony on the side. Like, that was how I tried to sort of like play it, because I do struggle sometimes to see characters who I define so much in one particular setting in a different setting. It's like I spoke to you guys about in the last podcast, watching Del Boy in something else. Yeah, just can't do it.
Here's one for you though, JP. You might agree. Jim's dad out of American Pie, cracking dad. I mean, he was a cracking.
He was.
Eugene Levy, is it? Yeah, he was. Yeah. He really was.
It might be recency bias. I just wanted to say Mick out of Gavin and Stacey. Gavin's dad.
Oh yeah.
Popular on the Discord this weekend. Proper dad, any like loving, kind of the patriarch of the family. Like, you trust him. He's like that's strong. They're great in general. They're just great parents, aren't they? The two of them, like him and it's Pam, isn't it? The wife. They're very likable and very believable as well.
And this is no way, shape, or form wanting JP to do an impression, but Gareth Stewart, TV dad. JP, what would Stewart say around Christmas time, mate?
Hey, watch the Gavin and Stacey. Yeah, I can't do it. Like, he's doing, with guests coming on later. I mean, this is it. Like, I'm imagining Jamie Canadians would punch me.
Fucking hell.
I always enjoyed the Gellers from Friends as well.
Oh, yeah.
Ross and Monica's parents were always good. They were always good.
Believable dynamic on it, brother and sister rivalry type thing. Yeah, I can buy that. But yeah, I'm going with me.
Andy Cohen in the OC, big fan of him. Big fan of it. Do you remember him, Peter Gallagher?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was a good dad. Suave dad as well, sexy dad. I like a sexy dad. We can round out MILFs with DILFs if you want, go there. Are we allowed to say MILF and DILF now? I don't even know. Sorry.
Very early 2000s.
Yeah.
What else? Who else is the kind of think TV wise?
Tom there in the chat though with Carl and Susan Kennedy. That's a good shout. I reckon if I put a lot of thought into this, there'd be my top 5 there. I reckon 100%.
So my brother, when he was at uni, was just watching Neighbours all the time, and his girlfriend at the time got him a signed photograph from Susan Kennedy, and his flat got broken into, and not much was stolen, but that signed photo of Susan Kennedy was stolen.
Absolutely gutted.
Yeah.
That's quite dark, that crime, isn't it? Because it's
Yeah.
like really
It
personal.
sounds very
little gut
specific.
punch.
Yeah.
It's kind of the opposite of when I got burgled and they took all my CDs and just left ABBA Gold in the rack.
Good question, that though. Cracking question. That.
Martin Crane,
It
good
is.
shout in there as well.
There's one here for Matty, which is shag, marry, kill, Roman, Dwayne, or Solo.
I mean, you've got to marry
Come on.
Dwayne for the coin. I mean, you've really got to. You sleeping with
Matty, is
Roman
that
Reigns
fun
and then you're
marriage?
killing Solo. It's not, but I'd take the money all day long. Roman's actually quids in it, actually. But then I wouldn't
But
want to sleep
Roman's
with
at
the Rock.
home a lot. Roman is at home a
Yeah.
lot. You got to
Actually,
think
yeah.
he's not on the road
No.
much. He looks like a good. He looks like a good dad.
And you get to
And
look at him
also,
every
Matty, the
single day as well.
leukemia
So,
might
yeah.
come back. You can aid him through his illness. I'm sure he'd fucking love that. Let's be honest. Like, I don't know. I feel like Roman's the one here.
Yeah, he
Sorry,
is.
I'm
You've
interrupting
convinced
your
me.
question.
No, you've convinced me. I'm marrying Roman, but I don't want to sleep with Rock, so I'm sleeping with Solo, and then Dwayne's going in the bin barrel. Like you'd be happy to know that.
Unbelievable, to be honest. I mean, I like the way you backdoored your way into. You didn't lead with "I'd shag Roman." You kind of worked your way in so that it felt logical rather than just your first instinct. I appreciate that.
Sorry, don't use the word backdoor and squeeze your way in with it. You're talking about shag, marry,
It all
kill.
fits. It all fits. Oh,
The
that
money
works
matchup as well.
that works too. There's a money shot. Solo's a coder. You got to kill him. He's got to die. He's got to go.
No, I couldn't have that one night with Dwayne. No, I couldn't.
Too much money to be made with Solo, is it? As a heel, you know. Too
Yeah,
much,
you're taking away the potential, Ben. That's what you're doing. Good question.
He's never
though.
going to be
Another
good in a
great question.
relationship. It really is. Ramin asks as well. I'll just go to the favorite football kits of all time.
Italy away, the white
job,
one
though.
from the 90s, like Del Piero 96 is like, and Brazil blue as well. Oh, as people know, and they're always away kits to me. Don't like home kits, country or club. I'm just an away kits guy all the way.
Sampdoria home kit, like just whatever, just that classic design, just throughout the years, perfect. And also that
Got that
Parma
upstairs,
Parmalat.
Gareth.
Oh, just the best #1 kit
Yeah.
of all time. That
92,
Parma
93
Parmalat,
season.
like from that similar time period, brilliant. Serie A just had the best kits at that time.
I'm going
I
Dank
loved-
at Everton because Kuchelska swore it. Yeah, that's it. NEC as well. That was good too.
Benno, I like
David-
that Everton one that's got the away one, I think 96, 97, that's got the yellow stripes. Sponsored by
Yeah.
Danker. Do you remember that one? Yeah, that's a good
Yeah,
one.
that's the away kit from that same
Yeah.
season. Yeah, I like that. I like the salmon pink one from around that era as well. Wasn't it necessarily popular in our school because that was the thing. It was like a whole drama. Did you know Everton are bringing a pink kit out next season? And it was salmon pink. It was orange. It was orange, but it looked nice stripes. NEC on the front. That was a good one I had as well. Looked good.
Do you want
I like the
mine,
Arsenal
JP? Am I
Barrett
part
kit
of this
at the end of
now?
Highbury.
Oh, I think Davey was just
Sorry.
going through his, and then we'll go to yours, Joe.
Sorry, mate.
Sorry, man. The Arsenal Claret kit, the last year at Highbury, I thought was very nice. And just for an
Cool
ugly
with
kit,
Arsenal.
the David Seaman, was it World Cup 98 or Euro 96? It's just multicolored monstrosity.
You're a
Always
96.
sticks in my mind.
96, saved the pen, didn't he? Yeah, Spain. Yeah.
He's a shaky ass of the crowd, that fella. Joe.
God, I seem to be just part of this podcast. I'll head off in a minute.
Welcome back. We knew you'd get you back eventually. Full time. Let's go.
It's a good question, though. Mine is, I've got two. Boca Juniors, I think 81, 82. Maradona's one season. They're beautiful kit, that. I've got the retro one upstairs when Adidas re-released it. And I seem to have a lot upstairs. And the Italian 90 shirt, the Schilacci one. Yeah, that one's a beautiful kit. I've also got that kit. That was a wedding present from my wife, that one.
Love that.
I wanted to give a shout out for Denmark 86.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, Danish Dynamite.
yeah, absolutely cracking kit. Loved that team. I was gutted when they got destroyed by Denmark in 86 because it was at a time where it's like, this is the only football you're going to see live on TV for fucking years. at that stage. They were bastards. There was no football on telly at all. So it was just like, other than like the FA Cup final, I think, wasn't it, Gareth? There was no like, it wasn't the era that we're in today. So Denmark,
I was trying to explain this to Sarah the other day, that football just wasn't on telly every week, and she couldn't remember the fact that football just wasn't on telly. And I was like, no, it was like, wow, there's actually a live game on this weekend. Like, fucking mental.
I can't remember that, Gareth. Sorry.
Fuck you.
It was on terrestrial, mate, back in the day. It's on the 4 channels, man.
But Gareth, do you remember that? I think it was 20. It's in the way Real Madrid won the 3 Champions Leagues in a row. I've got it there. It's the like dark blue with the even lighter blue stripes away kit. Where it's the buttons, the clip buttons here. Oh, got that. Love that one, mate. One of the best.
Oh yeah, belter. Grab some belters.
Brilliant stuff. Joe, do you want to hang on for one more wrestling related question? Are you good for this one?
Sure.
This one.
I am tethering off my wife's phone because, as you know, I have no fucking Wi-Fi because I've come home and my Wi-Fi is down. And I was on the phone actually to a guy from Oldham, big Oldham fan. Couldn't go to the game yesterday because it was fogged off. We chatting all about Boundary Park. You sounded just like Andy Ogden, this fella. Lovely bloke. Yeah. But my internet stood up. So, tethering. I'm going to have to call it a day in a minute.
Without consulting Google, this is a tough one then to ask in that case. How many of the 30 wrestlers who wrestled in, this has to be a group effort, by the way, on the All-In pre-show can you name? So how many of the 30 wrestlers who wrestled on the All-In pre-show you can name?
I have no interest in this one. See you later.
He's retired again. Unbelievable.
Shit question. Sorry whoever asked that one.
Carbon copy of what happened the last time you left, Joe. Oh, well. We'll see you again in 3.5 years. We'll
it's been a pleasure, as always.
Joe, unbelievable, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Great to see you, mate.
Much appreciated. Doing a great job as well. Loving the podcast, and I do listen in as well. Time, keep it up. Also, Matty, your WWE takes. I reckon you're the best WWE man out there now when it comes to time.
Don't say that. But thank you very much, Joe. Thank you for the kind words.
I always agree with them, but you can back them up, and your arguments are on point.
Joe, the podcast don't have a Matty. That's the thing, you know. We have a man who speaks the language in our Matty. But no, it's been boss having you back, Joe. And hopefully, did you enjoy guys in China? We had a lot of good feedback for that one. Did it feel normal doing a podcast again with us? How did it feel afterwards?
It doesn't feel any. I don't know. It doesn't feel any different, to be honest with you.
The time's gone.
But no, it was good fun, and it's a terrible documentary. Let's be quite honest with you. It's a cheery comedy we thought it was, but hey. Well, glad people enjoyed it. And Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
All the best, mates. You take care, Joe.
And I look forward to it. Yeah, I look forward to it. Finding out who was in the All-In Battle Royal, because wow.
I'll just say,
I like that he's gone.
Brian Cage. He's definitely on that pre-show. Brian Cage. I'll go first. He's got to be there.
Brian Cage.
Yeah.
Sammy Guevara, they were dressed the same, weren't they?
Yeah, Dustin Rhodes with the Von Erich match. There's free. Yeah, Dustin Rhodes was there.
I feel like I'm going to have to cheat and just look this up because we could.
You get them up, JP, and we'll guess because we've named 3 there.
Was Jamie Hayter on the pre-show? Did she come back?
She come out, yeah. In an angle with Saraya, wasn't it? It was an angle.
It was an angle, not a match.
Yeah. Gate of Agony.
Did they give Paige's brother a match? Did he get involved? Or did
no,
he just get to walk down in a suit?
Any and all of the agents, like the Sanjay Dutt types, like there's maybe not necessarily him, but a few of those types of guys were definitely out there for the pre-show.
See, I'm looking at it on here. Is this the 2020? Must be the 2023 version, isn't it?
No, 24 version, because there's a 16-man tag that opens, isn't it? Like Rocky Romero was in there, surely.
Yeah, Top Flight was on there. You had it was
Andretti.
It was everyone, wasn't it? Andretti,
the company, doesn't it? Really. Yeah. If you want me to go, Action Andretti, Kip Sabian, Kyle Fletcher, Leo Rush, Rocky Romero, Tommy Billington, Top Flight. So you've done well with those. With Don Callis, for reasons. Defeated Arya Davari, Anthony Ogogo, the Dark Order,
Dark Order, no.
Jay Lethal, Private Party, the AEW Tag Champs, no less. And Satnam Singh, who I would like to see wrestle more, just for fucking novelty value, for shits and giggles. Yeah. So that was everyone in that 16-man tag team match. I'm not at all upset I missed that. I feel perfectly fine, having never seen a second of that match.
I've watched it back on the VOD. We'll never see it.
It sums up. There's 16 people in the company they do not give a shit about. Do they add a 1 to the start of that? And I think you just make that cut there, and then you just like, then you're cooking with gas.
Outrageous.
And do you want us to go to? There's another nice one here from JL. Top 5 Christmas treats, snacks, foods.
Oh, it's got to be. Got to have a tub of nuts in, haven't you, at Christmas? Come on, guys.
Yeah,
Gotta have,
here's
like,
one I'll throw at you just quickly, Davey. What do you most miss? Like, you know the way we go on about going to North America and loving all the snacks and stuff. I don't know, and I know you're not a man who's partial to a Greg, so I won't ask you whether you miss that or not. But like, what's the snacks when you come back for like Christmas and stuff?
The cheese selection for sure. That's great. The different types of stuffing you can get, like the prepared stuffings, like all the different like wacky flavors. You just don't have that over here. Nice. So yeah, cheeses, stuffing, like the proper pigs in blankets, like the little ones, don't have that here. I always used to like cheesy footballs or like the cheesy Christmas trees, the little tubs of snacks, like those things were good. There's a bunch. Like I definitely miss the just in general meal deals back home. Like it's pricey here to go for lunch. You might as well just go to a restaurant or a bar or something for lunch because you're not getting a deal at a supermarket at all. So I miss that kind of stuff. But yeah, cheese is, I know Benno hates that, but cheese is definitely way, way better back home.
I only bring the cheeses out myself at Christmas, Davey, really, but I do indulge the chutneys as well to go with it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm getting there, guys. You'll be proud of me, Gareth. Can you have cheese? Do you like cheese?
Yeah, it's not an animal. And I'm not vegan. Unless it's a cheese horse or something like that.
Just checking.
JP, we've got a couple of people waiting backstage who might want to chat to Davey, but also we've got a super chat, which I think could be answered by those people. So I don't know what order you want to do it in. I
think we need to get them in, definitely, to say hello, because I want that North American perspective. Perhaps we can't give us Brits. As I'd like to introduce, this is the first time everyone. Well, actually, first of all, go to Davie Portman's glorious co-host, who is somewhere on the streets of Toronto, is Big Braden Herrington. How are you, mate?
Hey, hello, everybody.
But he's not alone. He's joined by another Canadian compatriot, and these guys are all familiar to us. It's like we brought in the Freebirds, the trio stringer, into the territory.
Who's the Michael Hayes here? Who's the good?
A serious journalist in the room as well, as he says he's going to dive off and grab a pint as well. But it's the great John Pollock.
Wow.
Hello, sir.
Oh, John.
Look at this. It is, if I'm the Terry Gordy of the bunch, I think everyone will assign Davey as the Michael Hayes of the group, most likely to, partake in some form of debauchery, and Braden Herrington, of course, the Buddy Roberts of this Canadian trinity that has come together.
Which one of them died? I could be one of them.
2 of the 3, Braden.
Yeah, I'll be all of them. Yeah. Did they wrestle in the All-In pre-show Battle Royal? I'm not sure. I think some of them did.
Kevin Von Erich was there. He was
Von
there.
Erich wrestled. Yeah. I heard that.
Pretty sure Michael Hayes was in the EastEnders Christmas special as well at 1 year, right? Yeah.
What's your familiarity with EastEnders, John? That's what I want to know. Any thoughts? EastEnders or Coronation Street? What's your choice?
I'm more of a street legal type of connoisseur. Actually, we got these shows, I'm sure, in some form of incarnations, but here in Canada, we were kind of raised on Degrassi, street legal, and the very short-lived CBC production of Riverdale, not to be confused with the CW Network's version of Riverdale. This was Canada's a subset of Toronto's attempt to produce a soap opera, which did not last very long.
Are you a fan of any of those, Matty? I can imagine them being on your list. Degrassi?
Have you heard of any of those besides Degrassi?
Yeah, Degrassi's the one I know.
Was like Degrassi Junior High? Was that like sort of the kids, I don't know, sort of high schooly thing? I remember that
Drake.
as a kid. Yeah. I remember
Drake
that as a
started
kid. I
out
remember
on
that was
The
was
whole
great.
legacy of Degrassi, The Next Generation, was Drake. This was sort of a show that I think Degrassi is one of the few Canadian shows that I think exported well. There's not too much Canadian television that I think I don't think Road to Avonlea quite made its way over the ocean. I'm going to be guessing, with all due respect to Sarah Polley.
The Brits get Murdoch mystery, right? What's the deal with that?
I've seen that on the listings, but I've never checked it out. Yeah, Murdoch mystery.
You're not missing anything, Maddie. Don't worry.
It's not good. Yeah, it's not good. Like old people.
That stays on the watch list for absolutely the worst of options remaining.
Is there any British shows though, John, that you actually do like?
British shows that I actually do like.
Or check out.
NXT UK.
Well, I've got my notifications on for NXT Europe as soon as it premieres. It's been there for about 2.5 years at this point. God, I'm trying to remember if there's any.
Downton Abbey, that was big in over there, right?
Yeah, my significant other would certainly be a better one to answer this than me. As you can imagine, my television viewing is largely consumed by men and women throwing fists at one another, whether worked or in a look at the Brandon from New Jersey. How does he find every show that we're on live in a chat room? I mean, I swear to God that I'm wearing a monitor that he just knows where I'm sneezing and where I will pop in.
I need to see those DMs between you two. I heard you talk about it on the Christmas show.
It could be its own show. It's a very unique relationship I have with Brandon from New Jersey. I'm not the most.
We all do.
I don't like the pressure of constantly having to respond to people by text or any other form, but Brandon and me have a nice relationship where we can just send stuff to each other. No context necessary. No answer is expected. And it's just to amuse the two of us who somehow have a weird parallel of enjoyments when it comes to MMA, crossovers, and just general ridiculous stuff in the Brandon from New Jersey variety.
Yeah, he was my guy when I was in Jersey. He was letting me know where the safe areas where to go and where not to when I was doing my little Sopranos tour. He's a friend of all of us.
Did you make it that night on the subway, or were you left behind when we were racing back to the city? And I think you made it on with us, I think, and we got on. We made the last train, and we got on where they did not ask us for our fare, and so we got a free ride back to the city. And the group that we ran away from, that we broke up with, they missed the train back into the city, and I think we all made it back in time, as I recall.
That's what happened. You and WH were just way ahead, and so we were going back from it. Have you stayed in New Jersey, Matty? In the
no. We were all the place didn't go. Yeah.
We were all staying there for the AW show, and on the way back, so John and WH run ahead on this wasn't the PATH train, was it? It was the New Jersey Transit, and you guys jumped on, and we were just too honest. Me and Way both looked at each other like, what are we gonna do? We haven't got tickets, and I think WH had a couple of beers, and you had that tiny little bit of alcohol as well, John. Your tiny little
I got that
sneaky dong.
Yes. Well, me and WH then made it onto this train, and yes,
we got left behind. We
made it.
We got stuck there for about 2 hours, waiting for the next one after it. So always follow WH Park. That's the lesson we learned that night.
That's New Jersey. It's the Murdoch mysteries of U.S. states.
100%.
Yeah, with drones.
Oh, defo. But yeah, we've got to let, obviously, Davie, we've had you on for a little bit there. We've got to let you do a run of Davie. Good to have you on, mate.
Nice to see you all, guys. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
All the best, Dave.
Have a good one. We'll catch up soon.
Cheers, mate.
Love you all.
Enjoy the theatre, mate.
Braden, I know it's about 5 minutes ago, but yourself, any British shows that you're a fan of or you've checked out?
Yeah, I learned about Gogglebox.
Oh, okay.
Y'all are crazy with the Gogglebox. I don't know what the fuck that is. That needs to make it clear.
People watching telly. I don't even like that, Braden, but people love it over here.
Yeah, I need to catch up with the Wallace and Gromit special that just happened because I saw the Penguins in it, so I need to do that. I used to really like panel shows, but Russell Brand had a bad 2024, so he can get fucked. But I used to really love
Mock
those
the Week used
panel
to be
shows.
good. I used to like that one.
Yeah. No, what were the shows? 2 out of cats, something cats.
Oh, 8 out of 10 cats.
8 out of 10
8 out of 10
cats.
cats. What's the yearly show that they do? Like, is that one out yet? The new one.
Big
with,
Fat Quiz of the Year. That's like the Jimmy
Yeah,
Carr's
that's
on
it.
that.
Martin
Jimmy
Bush,
Carr.
me, Benno,
Yeah.
Brandon from New Jersey.
Yeah.
It's a great
Kane
show.
from Spain. All-time moment.
But I feel like British, like my mom was into Coronation Street, so I know a little bit about Corey. And then I felt like it was such a boring show. And then one episode, probably like 10 years ago, you would probably know better than me. She says that there was an episode where like a train explodes and multiple people die.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, I was like, what kind of soap is this? So I know the theme song of Corey is a bop, like that instrumental. It slaps for sure. I've been meaning to sample that, but yeah, I can't think of any other British like what's popular. Like
Call the Midwife. That's big over there at the minute, right?
I'm not familiar with that, but I know you guys got a lot of like cop shows. Everything looks dark and gray by the water, and someone died, and they got like there's so many shows like that we air over here.
This might be up JP's alley. This is somewhat UK adjacent. I recently watched the movie Scoop, all about Prince Andrew and his entanglements over here in the US with it was an interesting film. This was like Gillian Anderson, Billy Piper. This was streaming one night. That is my contribution to UK-based film and television.
You guys got the music down.
If you like that, you will like on Amazon Prime, which I know you have access to because I think you bought that MMA film, which sounded absolutely horrific. And
absolutely terrible film.
It was there's something called A Very Private Affair, which is like a TV series about the Prince Andrew thing.
Is it?
3 parts, perfectly fine. Michael Sheen doing his impersonation of whether or not he's Tony Blair. I know it's not like him at all. He does what I watched it and I thought, I imagine Prince Andrew's like that. So I would definitely like.
Well, if you have not seen the movie, you should definitely watch the movie first, because what I did was, like, obviously I was very familiar with the Prince Andrew story, but I had not watched the actual sit-down interview. It's actually worse in terms of how he handled this crisis than they portray in the movie. Like, this guy who you want to see someone put on a hot seat voluntarily and just falls apart on national television, and then after thinks he's scored a touchdown with his handling of this. I mean, it is remarkable to watch how this man attempted to explain his connections to Jeffrey Epstein and absolutely put himself into the line of the public's fire.
Absolutely.
Sorry to bring in Jeffrey Epstein to this nice holiday conversation.
Jeffrey
Epstein just came to mind as I was searching my memory bank to contribute to this conversation.
When you said that, all in my mind, I'm thinking, do the Jim Downey bit where you go, "Oh, Jeffrey Epstein, the banker," and then just like completely dumb for the next like kind of 4 minutes on that.
Well, can I ask you two guys a question? I forgot to ask the others that I was going to ask everyone who come on. A big question of mine for both of you: who's the best all-round wrestler of all time, and who's your favourite all-round wrestler of all time? We'll start with you, John, if you don't mind.
Oh God, the best all-around wrestler of all time. This is certainly going to be a little bit of bias recently, because Wei Ting and I just completed our Rewind Away on Noah's departure event, which was their first Tokyo Dome show. And that's kind of taken me down this rabbit hole of watching all these Kenta Kobashi GHC title defenses from 03 to 05. So I'm very partial right now to Kenta Kobashi being the answer to that question. I mean, favorite wrestler of all time, I think it was just like a natural that, like, if there was somebody that I watched as like an 8-year-old and kind of understood wrestling as sort of like, there are skilled people at this and there are unskilled people at this, and I could detect like Bret Hart at a very young age. I could see somebody that it was just like the construction of the matches, the sets, various setups to the sharpshooter. I loved all these little things that I don't think I was really computing at the time, that years later it would all kind of make sense to me. So that would be the answer to that question.
Brilliant.
Wow.
Brett O'Shawn answer for you, Matty.
Well,
yeah,
you see,
it was.
Just like John, I've been going down a rabbit hole, and I've been watching a lot of 2005 WWE. And for some reason,
a brilliant year. He's gonna. It's gonna be the Trevor Murdoch mysteries here for Braden.
I was about to say,
You could be watching 2005 ROH, Braden.
it's probably better than that. Yeah, it's someone who could beat the shit out of Kenta Kobashi, and that's probably Hardcore Holly. Now you might know him as Sparky Plug, but lately I've been watching this YouTubes of 2005 Hardcore Holly, and he's just a dick. And I think he would kick Kenta Kobashi's ass if he was right. He should have been champion in 2004.
He'll tell you he can.
Brock. Yeah.
ROH should have done that instead of Joe Kobashi. It should have been Bob Kobashi. It would have sold way more tapes. Someone should have told Gabe.
Alabama Slam it. No,
Who is your favorite? Who is your favorite? Or best, just to clarify.
I'm a Canadian, so Bret Hart is the answer, and if you don't say it, you're absolutely kicked out of the country right away. So I'll have to say that. I'll get maybe made fun of, but I'd say in the last 5 to 10 years, I think my favorite is to watch. Meaning, every time they're advertised, I probably want to tune in and see everything they do and nerd out and all that. And I'm going to go with Kenny Omega. He's one of my favorites. If he's wrestling, I got to watch it. That's just how it is. I had zero interest in whatever it's called, this next weekend. And
Dynasty.
Even though he's coming back and he's facing one of you guys, I'm kind of all right.
One of you guys.
I gotta check it out. I gotta see the Canadian versus the Brit in Japan the way it should be. But yeah.
So to rewind, Bob Holly, Robert Howard, and Kenny Omega.
Is that his real name? Is that his name?
Robert Howard. It is. Yeah.
That actually makes him even cooler. I thought it was Sparky, but yeah, I'm gonna go with those two: Bob Holly and Kenny Omega. Look, we all have you all have deep feelings for shitty mid-carders through your life. I'm just able to admit it. Everyone has their favorite shitty mid-carders. And
Benno, Cody Rhodes. He's the well.
He's no Solo Sikoa, is he, mate? He's no Gunther, as we found out the GRAPPL Awards.
I tell you what, ESPN, I was going to say, I don't know where, you hold ESPN in high regard, guys, but they agreed with me with Gunther as Wrestler of the Year across the whole board, not just WWE, so I was happy with that.
Yeah, a good year.
That's what I dropped that.
I just don't believe you. I believe he was the Wrestler of the Year. I just don't believe that you believe that. I think it was a spite vote against Cody Rhodes. That's what I think. Couldn't vote for Samoan, that's how it works. Do we have any questions from the patrons for the lads, JP? And then,
we do. I want to go to a couple of wrestling questions to go with them. Quite serious ones. We'll chuck them in there. This one's from Sophia. Since the conversation is a bit dour about AEW in New Japan, yeah, you're right about that, Sophia. I tell you, what are all of you looking forward to in contemporary wrestling in 2025? I've got you first, Braden.
I'm looking forward to John Cena winning a 17-time world title. Looking forward to that in 2024.
We're going into 2025, but
sorry, 2025. Oh yeah.
If he beats Cody, I'll be happy.
Yeah,
I'll be happy.
Yeah. Cody versus Cena. That should be something that happens.
ESPN's Wrestler of the Year, John Cena.
What else is going to happen? I don't know. Will we get more people watching WoW Women of Wrestling? That's a real deep cut prediction. I know none of you will watch it, so it's fine. But
still exists.
It still exists, kind of.
Like MLW, I'm not sure I believe. But
true or false? You're literally making money while you watch that show, and you're on.
I watched it today. You want me to spoil the whole thing? I could get fired for it. But
have you ever watched it on your own free time?
I have never watched that show on my own free time.
So there you go. You literally have a job that requires you to watch Women of Wrestling.
Yeah, I can tell you the tournament is going really well.
You could say anything to us and we'd believe you. Like, they're doing a first ever one-person battle royal next week, and it's going to be a monologue.
What sounds more fake? The fact that they have the teacher. There's a teacher who manages like a graduate gimmick, or there's a character that was like Sub-Zero in Mortal Kombat that is now turned into a environmentalist. Which is true out of those two sentences?
Now the sound
both are true.
Both, yeah.
Braden, what episode did Bob Ollie turn up? You know, in your rabbit hole of watching. What did he turn up?
Well,
Bob Holly's going to come in as the new leader of the EPA.
Yeah. Make him a locker room leader. Let him run NXT. We probably get more like hard wrestlers, you know, none of these video game playing wrestlers. We need hardcore Holly teaching the next crop of children. Who's your favorite mid-carder, Maddie? Who's like all-time favorite mid-carder?
There's loads, isn't he?
I love them.
Gareth doesn't like a guilty pleasure. Me answer to that though is David Flair. I just loved him in the I don't know why. I just loved him.
That's wild.
That is an awful choice.
He was just wild. I just love the fact, like in like October,
Crowbar's right there. Go with
Yeah.
that.
He'd be wearing like a Spring Stampede t-shirt in October. I just loved his gimmick. He was just absolutely wild, really.
That's
going around with the
ridiculous.
crowbar.
I love
What about Baron Corbin? Actually went, didn't he,
I
Matty?
think he worked everyone. He worked everyone over in the end, and everyone seems to have that little soft spot for us. Except for Gareth, probably in the end.
Hey, Johnny, are you aware of Matty's wedding day bumping into Baron Corbin on the streets of New York on his way in?
Johnny,
I've heard this story, and you know the term serendipity gets thrown out a lot, but only to Matty could such an
Best
honor
man
be
right
bestowed upon him.
Seriously, John,
Yeah.
I was this close to asking him, did he want to get in our taxi and come and watch it? And I think he would have said, yeah, no. I genuinely think he would have.
See, Matty, you go all in. You make him the best man on the spot,
Yeah,
okay, for his time. And I think
100%.
And he looked like he'd finished his shopping as well. So
Oh,
was that a loose end there for a couple
He
of
was.
minutes?
And the best part is he'd pay for that taxi too, wouldn't he, Matty? He'd be claiming that. You'd be like, oh, I haven't got Uber on my phone, so you know, Baron, come on.
The wedding.
happy Corbin and happy Matty. Imagine that. They would have had like the bride and groom photos together. They're cutting the cake together, or Corbin's just joining in to.
Oh,
Brilliant.
John, do you have what are you looking forward to in 2025? And what I have to now I'll add this question in. Your favorite mid-carder?
God, my favorite mid-carder. Okay, I'll talk about what I'm optimistic for, and then I will try and come to someone will come to mind, I'm sure. I would say that I think for AEW, it's certainly been a year that you can look at it from the long term, that they got their big television rights renewal, and it gives them a cushion to adjust. I think these last couple of weeks have at least sparked a lot of like renewed interest in AEW. I think the Hammerstein shows came off really strong. I'm hoping that they can build off some of that into the new year. And I hope that this company just is able to kind of solidify just more so of kind of cutting out the lanes they don't want to occupy in the space, and really double down on what the audience is responding to. I think that many people are going to come to the conclusion based on the success or failure of this Death Riders angle, in terms of how at least the first half of 2025 is going to be defined, because it's so dominant. I would say in New Japan, what I am like intrigued by is the fact that it's essentially a jump ball for whoever is going to kind of ascend to the top of this pack and become that homegrown superstar for this company. And I don't think there's the obvious choice. Like at one point, Yota Tsuji was seemingly to being there at the front of the pack. You have Yuya Uemura, who's injured. They appear to be putting everything into Shota Umino, but that has certainly, not been it has not panned out yet. We will see what happens January 4th. And I think Ryohei Oiwa has sort of like emerged as someone to keep an eye on. Like it's definitely a company that's in a real big transitional phase. But I do kind of like that dynamic that you at least have some of these younger stars, but a lot of this is going to come down to their handling and their booking. I think that's where people have lost a lot of faith in New Japan when it comes to cultivating these stars. And you don't want to have a case where a Red Narita is like, you're almost at that stage where is he going to evolve out of this role and reach that potential, or is he going to be this generation's Yujiro? Who would be the answer to my least favorite main eventer, mid-carder, opening card wrestler ever, I think would be Yujiro. I have no time for the man.
Yeah, those G1s. Oof, it was always the low man.
Yujiro is just, he's an individual that occupies a spot, and he really is just a constant reminder that if you can get into New Japan's system, you can be a lifer if you so choose, because that man has clung to that position. You know, he was part of a team called No Limit. There was definitely a limit to Yujiro, not so much the other partner. Man, favorite mid-carder as I'm drawing blanks here. I'm so bad with like the favorites of like all-time questions, because I'm really terrible at like going back and revisiting them, because I'm trying to think of someone who never like ascended higher and made its way, just kind of had a career placement right in the middle of things. Man, I really don't want to say Bob Hawley, because that would be
What a drop kick! Come on.
A fine drop. I think you're way too hard on Bob Hawley. Actually, I do have a funny Bob Hawley story. Is first of all, underrated book when it came to like people that I read his book, and I was pleasantly surprised by what it was. What was even, because at the end of reading the book, I did get to do an interview with him, and I did not know how this was going to go, because I wanted to ask him about the Matt Capitelli stuff. I asked him about all of this. At the end of the interview, like, he was very pleasant in the interview, and afterwards, I mean, he stayed on the line with me, just thanking me so much for having him on to promote his book. Like, he couldn't have been a nicer guy, and the furthest thing from the image and projection that he has put out. And I don't doubt that Bob Hawley was certainly a problematic figure in that WWE locker room, as sort of like your unofficial policeman that a lot of people had negative stories of, but it blew my mind of what I expected, and it just, that this felt like a completely different human being that I was speaking to on the phone.
Wow. Nice guy, Bob Hawley.
Nice guy, Bob.
I don't
Hawley.
like him anymore. Actually, I changed my.
Have you read that book? That seems like one you'd love. Give it a go.
I think I listened to a podcast that sort of like broke it down. Like, I've not read the book, but it definitely felt like one of those that I wanted to read, because again, it came across as that it was like, I don't know, it felt like he was like a bit more humble in later life kind of thing, and looking back a bit, maybe a bit more reflective of, you know, actually, you know, maybe I was a bit of a dick, and kind of, you know, like, I look at things now and, yeah, okay, maybe I can justify things in my own mind, what I was trying to do at the time, and in reality you can see how it comes off, and some of it was positive for me, negative for others, and things like that. So I don't know, it did feel like there was that kind of like redemption element to it, but with it being wrestling and that age of a wrestler, there's always that part of me that's just thinking like, yeah, you're just trying to work us that you're a nice guy, don't you? Kind of thing, you know.
Gareth,
so, hey,
ticking the box though, he fucking ate Shawn Michaels, didn't he? So there's the tick in the box for you.
He should have been champ. Should have been champ. Should have beat Brock.
That's a take. That's an absolute
04 Rumble. Never forget. Should have been champ.
Take that story off though, Braden. That's what he do in the Fed.
Like, isn't the story? He's like, hey Vince, I got an idea. I should be champ. That's pretty fun. And he's like, how about Brock beats you in 3 minutes? I love that.
In fairness, Shane McMahon had exactly the same idea. Fair play to him as well. Benno, to go to you in that case, what are you most looking forward to in wrestling, and favourite mid-carder?
Obviously, WWE on Netflix is the big moment coming up in
of course, Benno,
in January. Can't wait, Matty. Mainly, I can't wait for the arguments. Can't wait for Roman Reigns versus CM Punk. For me and you to go back and forth. Favorite mid-carders, tough, because like 95, obviously I'm watching a lot of that with Hamflett at the minute, so it's hard not to go for someone there like a Hakushi, like first wrestler I'd seen do half of the things he was doing in his matches. 100% believe when I was a kid that those tattoos were real, and that there's no way he just paints them on every time he turns up backstage. No, apparently he was that crazy, but yeah, he massively stood out, and going back and revisiting it, like, I'm loving him. In with your boy Brett, seeing those matches back now, so yeah, he was always a favorite as a kid.
I'll throw out Sean Waltman, as we're talking mid-90s WWF. I'll throw that one in, like someone that, you know, clearly did not ever ascend to that main event level, and I think he has also very much overcome that late 90s like indifference that I really do feel was more so of the gimmick rather than it was the performer. And today, I mean, you just don't hear any of like that that negativity towards Sean Waltman that was a real thing, like the Attitude Era, post-Attitude Era, after his like Uncle Cracker phase.
Johnny was finished at 28. He was literally finished and washed up at 28 years of age.
How old was he? like 31 or something.
31. But you see, this is ancient wrestler. And also, John, you
Yeah.
must be aware by now, but we've got to mention it on X-Pac, Benno. His music. I mean, you're surely aware of that, aren't you? I've got to say this to everyone. The start of his music, John.
Are we all aware that it doesn't shout X-Pac on the opening to the X-Pac theme, and it actually makes some noise? Because we all found that out like 2 years ago, and it's blown all our minds.
I
You can hear it in your head.
I got a chance to meet him at WrestleMania this year, and he was really, really nice. And my buddy happened to be wearing DX shirt, so he posed for a photo with us. And in my head, I'm like, I have X-Pac for 10 seconds. And the first thing that came out of my mouth was, yo, Uncle Cracker, though.
Yeah.
He didn't have a whole lot to say.
I love that song as a song, not a theme, though.
Yeah,
I love that
30 seconds
your dialogue with him. It wasn't in the form of a question. It was just like a flat out observation of, "Hey, Uncle Cracker, eh?"
He said he used to get a lot of flack for it, but in the late, like I said, I probably was late. I was like, I fucking love that song. He used to get a lot of flack for it, but yeah. Good stuff, X-Pac.
It was X Factor, though, isn't it? It was him, Credible, and Albert, and they were all like late 20s. When you look back, all of them, like in the late 20s, mind blowing, absolutely mind blowing.
Matt, I'm going to go to you. Same questions.
Most looking forward to, it's probably going to be this Mania season, JP. Like, it's always good every year, but it's going to be hyped even more with it being Netflix, with it being in different countries and cities, with live shows, Raw and SmackDown. It's going to feel even more energetic than usual. And obviously, with me going to my first Mania, so I'm just looking forward to that this year for sure, JP.
And favourite mid-card, have you already said?
I would have said Dave Flair, but as Platts rightfully points out in the chat, he never ascended to mid-card status, did Dave. So, yeah, but someone like from the mid-90s, like you guys, like your Hollies or your 1, 2, 3 kid, Road Dogg, back in the day.
Oh, no, get out of here.
No, he was always a good worker. That territory worker. He was. I liked him.
On Twitter, maybe
in the territories as well. So yeah, he was a solid worker.
I can't be in the.
He was always better than Billy Gunn. Oh come on, Braden. He was always better than Billy Gunn. Come on,
ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I present to you the 1999 King of the Ring. A dreadful show.
Would he shout for his kids, Road Dogg?
No, he wouldn't. If he's learned anything from Billy Gunn, he wouldn't. He wouldn't sell for no one in there as well. Gareth,
but I love you.
Mate, thank you, Braden, so much,
my
mate.
friend. All the best.
I love you. All the love to the GRAPPL lads, and appreciate you and all of you guys. You do some fine work, and I truly, truly mean that. I love y'all. Take care. From Canada.
Easy, mate.
Peace. And you're okay too, John.
Cracking New Year.
I know you don't mean that, Braden.
JP, I'll leave you with this. Ask John about his demon daughter.
Oh, okay. We'll get John.
JP, you have enough kids to host a all-in pre-show battle royal. Anyways, I'll leave you. Goodbye.
One of them must amount to something. Cheers, mate.
Braden's off to watch the best of Bob Holly as we speak.
Gareth, I want to go to you. I want to hear what you're most looking forward to in wrestling in 2025 and favourite mid-carder.
3-hour SmackDowns.
Yeah, clinging on to the misguided hope that AEW is actually going to produce some compelling week-to-week content that I can get my teeth into and deliver what we all want it to be. But I don't know. Still teetering on that ledge of whether that's going to happen or not. Hanging fucking firmly that way on that one. Mid-carder, I mean, if I'm going serious, it's Dean Malenko, like, comfortably. I guess he's probably...
Malenko was on my list. Malenko was in my short list as I was, like, just going through the catalog.
But then I do kind of, like, drift into sort of, like, kid era, and I'm thinking, like, the Barbarian and, random people like that you just loved. Even, you had this misguided opinion in your head at the age of 10 that you might become champion one day or something like that. But, it's throw someone like that or the Boss Man in the mix for a bit of a wild card.
Got a true story. I got an N64 for Christmas. They loaded Revenge up. Went Goldberg. His first opponent, Barbarian. It was just good to see him on a game, mate. Yeah, just great. Just great.
Bit of fed for you, mate. That Haku and the Barbarian.
And also,
they're changing names.
And also,
the tag team, the Road Warriors could have been.
Looking forward to in 2025, Gareth, is that Portland late 70s comp up, mate. We're going to start that at some point.
Indeed.
You together. We're going to do that. We're going to do that.
I was going to say, John, we'll let you do a runner, but I think our next guest would probably like to say hello before you go.
As long as it's not Braden coming back, I'm more than happy to say hello.
Bigger star than that, as we have another fellow post wrestling alumni, Mr. WH Park, joining us.
Oh, look at
Been a while, WH.
He's joining us from storage.
I don't want to be on the same show as this guy.
He's got all his best of ghetto tapes in those boxes back there. The finest stories. Cinema by Ghetto. Yes.
I'm at work. This is a basement of work.
Live from the BMV. Oh, look at that.
Somebody tell Mike Murray.
Don't tell Mike Murray. He might watch this. He's going to dock him some pay.
He's not going to watch it. He's not going to watch it. Don't worry.
Hey, WH, we were just talking to John about favourite mid-carders back in the day, and somehow Christian didn't come up, because I feel like every time we've talked about wrestling, you've mentioned John's love of Christian back in the day.
Well, John kind of looked like Christian back in the day, actually, to the point where people at O'Grady's were calling him like Captain Charisma, and he just embraced it.
Yeah, and I love this nickname. It was really just my face lit up every time I heard it.
If you could go back in time and see O'Grady's John Pollock, your mind would be blown. I'm telling you, like the chain wallet, the frosted tips, it's amazing.
It's a different time.
Both WH and I have changed a lot from those days, because I had the chain wallet. He was the chain smoker.
That's right.
And we both got rid of terrible habits.
That's right.
Everyone's moved up in the world. Oh, brilliant. Well, John, thank you so much for joining us and jumping on. Genuine pleasure to have you on. Great to be on your Christmas show this year. Can you confirm or deny? I feel like I might have the record for the post Christmas show as far as
when I saw that message, I thought, you know what, Benno, you have been like the most incestuous member of the Christmas show. You always show up with a different date every single year, but you're always the life of the party. So you will always have an invite, and it's always a +1 for you to join us every year.
I'll take it. And I forgot Jamesy as well, so add him in the list as well.
Jamesy. James is
always a pleasure.
I hear from him usually once a year. I'm always happy to hear from Jamesy. But guys, happy holidays. Thank you so much for the invite.
The best,
and we'll definitely chat in the new year. And WH, we'll do coffee one of these days.
Yes. I got a shirt for you.
I know. That's why.
Where will you go though? Tim's? Is that the show?
We go to the Slanted Door. Shout out on Blue or West. You guys are more than welcome to join us. Benno, we will take to the Slanted Door one of these days, because you will make it to Toronto, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, Benno, we're not going to take you to some of the shitholes you like to go to. We'll take you to
okay. If there's going to be slander against Tim Hortons, then that is my cue to leave.
Listen, we're not going to Tim Hortons near my work. That's for fucking sure, because that's a shithole for sure.
Great memories in Tim Hortons.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, you're going in March, aren't you, Matt?
Yeah. In March for Canada, and April Mania, isn't it? So I'm looking forward to dipping my toes in Canada. Always wanted to go there, so
quickly before we get into it, we should answer and super chats are available, folks. If anybody is out there, if you're a patron, throw your question in the patron section of Discord, absolutely. But other than that, you can get them answered immediately through super chats. Brandon did ask Garth, hope you're well. How is your brother's housing empire going? I don't know what that means. Presumably Brandon knows something that I don't.
I think it's something he shared on social media. It was I guess it was some like housing complex near his that was like Hodson property developers or something like that. It was well worth a £4.99 shout to just revisit that old joke.
Brandon, we love you and we appreciate the refund will be on the Patreon. Thanks.
Speak for yourself, Benno. Speak for yourself.
How you been, WH? How's it going?
It's been a while, mate. It's been a while.
Oh yeah, I have. Yeah. How are you liking the Bloodline story right now?
Same answer as the last time I spoke to you 4 years ago.
Same answer as the last time you spoke to me 12 years ago. Absolutely, yeah, I agree.
No, with WH, I'm going to ask you the 3 questions while they're in my mind when everyone comes on. Your favourite all-round wrestler of all time, the best all-round wrestler of all time, and the new question added, your favourite mid-carder of all time.
My favourite wrestler of all time, you know what? I'm going to go with the guy who I latched onto early on my fandom, which would be Ricky Steamboat.
Okay.
I don't think there's a period of his career. Maybe the Dragon, where he's like blowing fire.
Yeah.
Return. I'm not a big fan of that, but he's been pretty awesome throughout his career as a tag team wrestler, as a singles wrestler. I love the stuff he did with Jay Youngblood in the Crockett Promotions and the Mid Atlantic. And then he was a great singles wrestler. I like actually a lot of his tag team stuff in WCW.
Shane Douglas as well.
With Dustin and like a brief time with Nikita Koloff. Best wrestler of all time, I'm gonna say it's a tie between Jumbo Tsuruta and probably Bryan Danielson, like for some similar reasons, but also different reasons. And my favorite mid-carder, that's a good question. I've always liked mid-carders. My favorite mid-carder, I'm gonna say Too Cold Scorpio.
Oh, that's a good shout. That's
a very good in WCW.
Charlie Skaggs, a great shout. That one. Just the moves, though, you're blowing your mind when you see like the movie.
Oh god, yeah.
So ahead of his time, and unlike Ricochet, not a fucking dork.
Although he did go off the reservation in North Korea. In fairness, so like it was the wrong place for Charles Skaggs to be. Really, wasn't it? North Korea.
If I was in his situation, I go off the reservation in North Korea too. So I can't judge.
That's true.
So,
like him and Scott Norton and all of those boys who decided, hang on a minute, we're not getting shit here, are we? Oh, I don't know if I was stalling there for whatever on that bit on there. I mean, yeah, I was gonna. I never added mine in. I wanted to add in the mid card as Blitzkrieg. I love Blitzkrieg.
That like 6 months, JP. Like
it was like, it was such a short period of time. He was awesome, and he just fucking never came back, and it was gutting because it was like, this guy's great. He could do
can I just say, someone who is better as a mid carder than as a main eventer was Eddie Guerrero, because I like his stuff in WCW 1,000 times more than his main event run as like Heat and Steel Eddie Guerrero.
Okay.
Latino Heat. I hate that stuff of Eddie Guerrero's, that period of him. I love WCW mid-card cruiserweight champion, US champion Eddie Guerrero is awesome. Latino World Order Eddie Guerrero is awesome. Like, and mid-card WWE, WWF Eddie Guerrero is pretty fucking good too. But Latino Heat, I think, is complete fucking shit.
You haven't seen that 15-minute promo we cut against the Mash, though, WHE, mate? That might change your mind, that was.
Which one?
Just done off our show. Do you remember when he feuded with Ray in 2005? You familiar with that feud and story?
With Dominic on the line?
The end, that comes in the end when it gets wacky, but his initial heel turn on Ray and the way they set it up is really good. We actually just done the whole story.
Yeah, but that's when he decides to be serious for a change in that role. But most of the time he's doing like terrible racial stereotypes and caricatures, which was rife in that time.
He turns back when he finishes that feud, and when he is feuding with Batista, it gets all that comedy again. He turns into all like that light cheat and steal Eddie again. But it's a good shout for the mid card stuff. WH
fitted in there with the PG era at the time, wasn't it? He was a very broad comedy character that you could kind of stick in there. It's like effectively wrestling's Del Boy. Sorry, WHC used and only fools and horses term into the mix there. It's shocking.
What's his falling through the bar moment, though, JP? Is that when he beats Lesnar?
No, it's when he chucks the chair over to the other bloke and he falls backward. The first time he did that, that's his falling through the bar moment. That's the bit that completely works and connects there. I mean, I have to ask WH, while we've got you on, mate, what are you making? How excited are you about these dome shows? And I'm gonna have a guess because you've just been to Japan. I'm sure you've caught the pulse of a nation that is absolutely buzzing for Zack Sabre Jr. versus Shota Umino.
No, well, first of all, you think I'm getting up early to watch any of this stuff? Fuck no. I might watch it 2 days later. That's how excited I am about either of these shows. I don't give a shit because I don't have to cover it. So I don't, maybe a month later I might have to talk about it a bit. So I'll watch it when I want to watch it. I don't have to watch it. Karen Peterson and Bruce Lord, bless you. You do the good work over at Post for these reviews. So I don't have to. You know what I mean? They can watch it, so I don't have to. And God bless their hearts for that. I'm not excited about. I met a friend while I was on vacation in Japan, and he said to me, WH, I got 1,000 yen tickets for the Wrestle Kingdom. Okay, so you know what 1,000 yen is in American dollars? It's $7 fucking. He got tickets for the fucking Wrestle Kingdom for $7 fucking US dollars. That's how
wild.
fucking desperate they are because they can't sell these fucking tickets. They probably have to give them away like in about a week because there's no one wants to go to these things because that card, and I said this on the last show I did with Karen, is shit. What's it drawing? Just the hardcores. Well, guess how many hardcores of New Japan there are? There's maybe 6,000 in the country.
Yeah.
Hardcores. Casuals? There's a lot of casuals, but are they going to travel to fucking Tokyo for this? Fuck no. They're not going.
It's absolutely fucking desperate, isn't it? I was going through it on here today. It's like there's that Naito Hiromu, David Finlay, Yota Tsuji, Dookie Despi. Shingo versus Takeshita is like an oasis in a fucking desert.
That sounds
on
good.
this card. It really
But I'm not
is.
paying hotel fees. I'm not paying the transportation fees. I will go to everything surrounding Wrestle Kingdom in Tokyo that week, except Wrestle Kingdom. You know what I mean? It's like I will go to everything around WrestleMania weekend, except for WrestleMania.
Yeah, I can completely see your point on that. I mean, and Wrestle Dynasty isn't. I mean, Jesus Christ.
It's more like Wrestle Dysentery. You know what I'm saying?
Fucking hell! Yeah, it's really hard. I mean, there's stuff on it that it feels a lot more intriguing, but it's going to do a much lower gate. I think we're going to get one of these blacked out Tokyo domes, like when it was like during COVID and there was 6,000 there, and it
That's
just
the joint AEW show, right?
Yep.
Well, guess who cares about AEW in Japan? A little bit less than people care about it in America.
I was going to say,
Nobody care about it in Australia.
No one gives a shit about AEW in Japan, so it's not going to draw nothing. I don't even know what's on that card anymore. I can't even be bothered to like look it up ever. You know what I mean?
No.
Claudio Shota, Ricochet Zack, Kenny versus Gabe Kidd is probably the big one. Jack Perry, Yota
Whose
Tsuji.
girlfriend does Zack Sabre Jr. fuck to like get stuck with fucking Shota Umino night 1 and then fucking Ricochet the fucking dork on fucking night 2 there?
It's Mercedes Monet, Mina Shirakawa for as many titles as I'm not entirely sure which ones these are for. At this point.
Like great, JP. Like fucking hell.
It's mad. It's like the kind of like, I mean, and they've tried to push it as well, but they've got this other pay-per-view the weekend. It seems like it's this unnecessary jaunt that could have happened a couple of months in when New Japan in March, April, and just sort of slotted in as the big show there. It didn't need to be
What's been the build-up for that Shirakawa and Monet match? I seen them dancing in the ring together the other week. Was that the build? Was that
basically it? She came out at the end of that match, which was an excellent match, and then they danced in the ring. Not each other, just two people dancing as if they're in a club, but they were kind of ignoring each other at the same time, but just in front of some people in Walter's Pyramid.
It's not unlike like Solo and Roman like putting their fists up like like that shit, right? Right? Put their fingers up, right?
4 years of story. Family. WH. You can go way back. Family. We're good.
I'm just joking. I'm just messing with you, Maddie. But here's my theory about Dynasty. Is like New Japan's like, you know what? We're gonna lose this relationship with AEW at some point. Let's just try to milk it for as much as we can. But the thing is like Bushiroad, like Tony Khan, doesn't know how to book a fucking wrestling promotion anymore. So this is what you get. This is what you get.
How'd you feel? Sorry, I'm just saying, took it into a nice scrumptious Chinese meal here, WH, from my local chippy. A large portion of chips and 3 sausages. Any thoughts on that as a Chinese delicacy?
That sounds amazing. Sounds amazing, Benno. Like, can I just tell people, like 2025? I was asked when I was in Japan, when are you coming back to Japan, WH? And I said, I don't know. Like, not 2025, because I'll tell you, maybe I'm breaking some news. It's in back of my mind. I'm going to invade your shores maybe this coming year. Maybe.
Oh, okay.
Maybe. Yeah.
Forbidden Door?
No, I'm not going to
not for wrestling, WH. Are you just coming to check our country out without wrestling involved?
I wouldn't waste a fucking airline ticket to go watch wrestling in the UK. Fuck.
Don't blame you.
I don't want to even waste
spring
the fucking
rolls, though.
Subway token. Like, I don't even want to waste the top of my fucking Presto card here in Toronto to go watch fucking wrestling, let alone fucking fly. I don't know. How many hours is it, Benno?
Like 6, 7 maybe.
Oh, that's okay. Like, no, I'm going to go see Benno. I'm going to go see Garrett, see JP. Maybe I'll go visit Maddie. We'll see. And, you know, I'm going to go see their man Neil Flanagan in Ireland. I'm going to go see the Bushbees. You know, some other friends I have that aren't related to GRAPPL in the UK. But that's what I want to do. I want to come to see the sights. I want to see some people. Go to a Chinese chippy with you fellas. Please take me to a nice one.
What do you think your order would be for a Chinese chippy? That's what we need, Matty. Can we recommend them some dishes? No veg, obviously.
Salt and pepper chicken and chips, carton of curry. That's the first one on the show. The Scouse chippy order.
Okay. Listen, I put myself in your capable hands.
In all seriousness,
Gareth looks disgusted here by this.
Not like I look at like America for like, you know, New York, Statue of Liberty. What actually intrigues you about coming over here? Any landmarks, any like places genuinely? What does intrigue you?
You're gonna laugh, but I'm a big James Bond fan, so I want to see headquarters.
I love that.
Hall.
Yeah,
I want to see that. I want to see, what is it, the egg?
Yeah, well, you've got the London Eye. You're on South Bank, so you've got MI6 there as well. You're right then into the West End of like Leicester Square, Piccadilly Circus. It can be a hellhole.
I want to see the shrine to Roman Reigns in Maddie's house. The legendary, you know.
Well, they've replaced Nelson's column with that. They just took down the statue that's there.
Just a big finger.
Him doing that. It was on the fourth plate.
Rule of Gareth just hanging down. That's what it is.
No, I've just never been there, so I would love to go there, and I just I know so many people there, right? So it's just nice to meet people in real life. So you know,
I only done the London touristy in the summer just gone, and it's incredible. It really, like, it genuinely is, isn't it, Benno? Even you were late onto that. We hated it as kids, didn't we? Like in shit London, really good.
I was 18, and I went to see the Wu-Tang Clan at Hammersmith Apollo. I stayed at a B&B opposite Hammersmith Apollo. It was like shit London, not near. Rubbish. It's only a train station.
Camden. WH, got to go to Camden. That's the hotspot. Yeah. You like
but
that.
I want to do like the Manchester music landmark tour, you know, for like New Order, the Smiths, all that stuff. I love that shit.
You could do our country WH in like a week or two because that easy.
Taking the Salford Lads Club.
That was it.
Stand on there and go get your photo outside
Hacienda.
But don't worry, Benno. I don't give a shit about the Beatles, so you don't have to take me on that tour.
Yeah.
I'll take you to the GRAPPL Lads Club instead, mate.
Sounds amazing.
Which is Teddy's bar in Liverpool City.
Yeah.
How many of the patrons are going to join us? How many of the King of the Mountains are going to come join?
Oh, we'll make that happen, WH. We'll make that happen.
Might be the Christmas do this year, eh? Could make it work.
That'd be fucking awesome, that would, I'll tell you. I was going to go on to a couple of the questions. I was going to go to a couple of the Patreon questions, actually. And I think this is an intriguing one. And this is from Ben2084. Obviously not to be confused with the other 2083 Bens that have come before him. Who or what is the biggest missed opportunity in wrestling? I.e. missed a time to go with someone that was hot or an injury at a certain time, like Pillman's car crash. Is that you, WH?
Hey, that's a hard question. I don't devote the time, the brain power, or the effort to like wrestling history anymore, to be quite honest with you. Who is the biggest missed opportunity? I don't know. Like recently, I think the way they book Zack Sabre Jr. right now is a big fucking missed opportunity. Like, you could have done so many better things with him for Wrestle Kingdom, Wrestle Dynasty. Why not book him with fucking Will Ospreay? That's always a good match. No, you book him with this fucking dork, you know, on night 1 and 2. They're both fucking dorks. Like, get fucking Ospreay in there or someone. Or Brian, I don't know. Like, you could have like worked something out with fucking Bryan Danielson too. You know what I mean? So in history, though, I don't know. Like
Monty Brown?
Huh? Monty Brown?
Monty Brown, you know?
I don't know. You know, maybe Ahmed Johnson. If he wasn't so injury prone.
Yeah.
I was like Ahmed Johnson, you know.
Be a great
Believe it or
supporter
not,
for Steve,
I'm a
wouldn't
big
he?
fan of him.
in like 98. Imagine if he was like, other than that one Raw he did on the other side of the ring at some of those like 98 pay-per-views. I'd like comment on that.
Be sound, Benno, just stun it 1, 2, 3, it's over though, innit? So it sounds but all good. We move on to the
Ahmed
next
using
show.
Steve's finish. Well, strange way to go, but fair enough. Like, yeah, I'd watch it. Big Tone, the original.
I was going to say the invasion, but that seems like far too.
Oh, yeah.
The
It's
obvious,
like,
that's the obvious one, isn't
that's
it?
the
The
really
invasion.
like kind of low-hanging fruit on that. Anyone could have fucking done that better, except that fucking so.
It's one of them, Gareth, innit, with certain wrestlers though, like all this hype, like missed opportunity. Who's to know they would have made it? Sometimes the right call was made, Gareth. I know you've said that a few times over the years, but you know, you can argue like that as well. Like you can, who's to say they would have made it? Do you know what I mean? Like a Cesaro given the world championship, like we always say. Who knows who would have carried it?
I know what would have happened. It would have been shit, and that's
Yeah.
why they didn't do it. But it's like as soon as I heard that question, I was just like, oh, I'm just waiting for somebody to say the words Sean O'Hare, and you're just like, no, not Sean O'Hare. Never a main event talent. Was never
Benno
going to be
loves
the
it.
future of wrestling or anything like that. You know, he was just a big guy who could do a fucking swanton, kind of. You know, like it just.
He had that if factor though, Gareth.
Did he? Did he really?
Sean O'Hara.
Yeah,
I
Man,
mean-
you put SH in front of it, then you got the correct word.
Well, I mean, just to JP's one about the invasion angle, I mean, my brain immediately just goes to Brett, and it's just Brett WCW, isn't it? You've got the fucking hottest person in the world coming into your company, and what's your plan for him? Oh, nothing, you know. Let's what should we? We finally got hold of this talent that we've been trying to get for a bit of time. What should we do? No, fucking, I've got no fucking idea. Let's just like
Benno's face.
make him a referee, like, you know.
He's dying to gag him. Benno, say it. Come on. Did he get what he deserved in WCW?
He was crap, wasn't he? Didn't draw any money. It was bad. His promos were rubbish. Unmotivated, bad matches. It was hardly Sean's Jesus run, was it? You know?
Why did you vote for him to get in the Hall of Fame, mate? On all them different criteria.
90s. Like Sean, same thing.
I've got an old nostalgia one for this one. Mr. Perfect as being the top guy. Just that period of time, he should have been up there against Hogan as like the wily kind of heel, because he always faced monsters and they never varied it up enough with him against like guys smaller than them. So it's like, okay, can bounce him around, but this bloke's clever. Like he knows how to kind of tangle him up, and they never did anything like that with any of those kind of smaller guys to a degree. So yeah, just to go slightly left field on it.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because they did do like a big house show run of Hogan and Perfect.
Saturday night's main event as well.
But then obviously it never transcended to sort of, you know, probably a Terry thing, isn't it? He doesn't want to work hard on telly.
He'd be a world champion now, goes without saying. Dolph Ziggler won a world title. Like, you'd absolutely give one to Perfect now. I don't know at the time. I'm not sure of it. Yeah, technically.
Aren't you the Hennig guy, Ben? Just adding to the Eddie Guerrero. Oh, he's
great. Some wrestlers are really great. Darby Allin, fantastic, wonderful upper mid-card wrestler. Like, and that's a great spot to have on the card, isn't it? Not everyone needs to kind of necessarily always be the top guy. I always think with this question, because a lot of them are similar there, where it's attitude type problems, low-key. Like, you think of that generation, like he's the lost one of that generation. Even now, literally on Collision this week, Homicide and Rocky Romero did a Rottweiler's reunion, and Loki's not involved because he's a fucking prick. But if he wasn't a prick, he'd be right there. He'd at least be getting those nostalgia runs, you know. And he could have done something in WWE. Maybe he wouldn't have been Brian, but he could have been the more than he was. But prick, wasn't he? That's why we love him too, though, isn't it? So it's kind of part of the.
Takes himself far too seriously sometimes, you know, to gift it as well.
But enough about Bret Hart, low-key, definitely. Only jest that I love Bret too.
Is Sid another one as well, though? Because obviously when they brought Sid in at that time as like the Hogan replacement, but he didn't want to. You know, obviously he was in conflict in what he wanted to do with what Vince wanted him to do and things. And
Vince literally gave him the keys to the kingdom, Gareth, and he turned it down.
Turned it down, like
because he wanted to be a heel.
Yeah, like Sid fucking as a massive fucking ass kicking babyface. Well, I mean, they'd have never produced him like that, would they? So like,
no,
it's a moot point anyway, isn't it?
It is one.
The hair, wouldn't it? Funny hair.
You've had this before, but I know it might get shit on, but when you were younger, and if you wouldn't have had so many personal issues, like Marty was good though, wasn't he? I always think he was just as good as Shawn Michaels.
As a kid.
Yeah, no. It's easy to say now, of course it is, but even when you look back at even in their matches, Gareth, in '93, I think Marty's carrying the load in their matches. Like seriously, when I watched them back, I think he was really, really good. But it's just his personal. So maybe it's not missed opportunity from the creative or the booking. It's himself there, really. So,
but no charisma and can't talk.
No,
could he?
No, but yeah, I suppose.
But enough about Bret Hart. Sorry,
I'll give you it. No, you know.
1997 says otherwise. Did you hear Hamflett shout about him on In Your House? I can't remember if it's the one that's come out yet, where he's saying that about Bret. All the other reviews have come across it on Bret Show, where it's like he cuts the perfect promo, and then he always has to add another line. Like he gets to the end where it's the finish line, Bret. You're done. You said you're going to get him in the ring, and then you add in on Monday, on Raw. And then you had another thing. He just can't stop.
He's the type of fella.
They have to get the hook and get him and go, come on, mate, go out. This match is coming here. Let's go.
But he's the type of fella, isn't he, that like he'll crack a joke and he'll crack it again because he was cheddar without the reaction. Got it the first time.
Make sure he nails the point 100%. Yeah.
That's why we love him, though. That's why we love him.
You Any other questions for WH you can throw to JP?
Sorry,
that's that.
Yes. Bret or Sean WH? Easy one to say, like. Yeah. You actually like him though, or is it just the answer to that question?
No, I like Shawn Michaels in degrees, like in periods of his career. But I'm a Bret guy because I'm a Calgary, Stampede wrestling guy. So Dynamite, Davey Boy, Bret, Bad Knees Allen, all those guys that came through there, all the guys that went through there from New Japan, like Liger went through there, Hashimoto went through there. So like there's something in the waters in Calgary. I don't know what it is, but it produced all these amazing talents. And then you think about all the guys that came after him. Can I say Chris Benoit? Well, there's Chris Benoit, right? Okay. You got Pillman. He was fucking amazing too before the injury. So for me, it's Bret. And then of course, Owen. There's Owen Hart as well. But
does Lance Storm end that run of people?
Oh yeah, I mean, but Bret is like this once in a lifetime generation talent, like that somehow made it in the WWF. I don't know how he did it, but somehow like Vince was like, okay, I'm going to go
didn't take steroids
against all logical expectations of what you know about Vince McMahon then and now. That he went with Bret at all, and then Bret became like the hottest free agent. And then he went to, the screw job happens. He goes to WCW. They fuck it up. But Bret, for me as a wrestler, that's like him and Dynamite were like, oh my God, that's what, if I was a wrestler, I want to be like those guys. That's the kind of wrestling I want to do. This is before I discovered Japanese wrestling. But even after I discovered Japanese wrestling, I'm like, fuck, Bret's amazing. Like I we always talk about Bryan Danielson in this day and age. But like, if you were to ask me who's better, Bret Hart or Bryan Danielson, I'd be very hard pressed to say who is better. Like I think they're neck and neck in a lot of ways, as far as like being the greatest in-ring technician of all time. There is the whole thing with Bret of like the 6 moves of doom and stuff. He's very repetitive in a lot of his matches, but you know what? So are a lot of people. So
yeah, Shawn from Bret.
For Bret over Shawn, I think Shawn is
how you use them.
Yeah,
charismatic wrestlers. And he's a terrible promo, but he's somehow incredibly charismatic still, right? Shawn Michaels. But Bret is just, I don't know, just all around a wrestler that if I were to build a company and what's my prototype? Like I was doing it like creator wrestler, it would be Bret. Bret would be my creator wrestler, like that. This is the promotion I'm going to create, and it's going to be built around Bret Hart. Like a wrestler like Bret Hart. And then like everything else goes down, like, okay, prop that kind of wrestler up in my promotion.
Glowing praise, that Gareth. Good to hear that, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll just keep going.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Say nice things about Shawn.
Never, mate.
Unbelievable stuff. I don't know about you guys, but this it's getting a bit warmer here now.
I was going to say,
JP, did you have another layer on before? You took something off. Am I right?
I did. I'm inside a soundproof sweatbox. Like it is like it's like being in a sauna basically after a while with a ring light just absolutely killing you at the same time. Just like just losing my body weight in sweat here. But no one needs to think about that.
I'm waiting for you to grab the mic there, Matty, and be like, what I'd like to have right now is for all you Keep the noise down.
I've got a late writing question here from Brandon from New Jersey. He did give us a $5, so I think he gets another question. He says, one question. You're visited by 3 ghosts. He says Danielson. I think he means Danielson.
No,
Brian
he means
Keith.
Danielson from the...
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Danielson, Brian Keith, and Alex Abrahantes. They follow you all over and to your local chippy. They annoy you to no end with each thing they do the most. GRAPPL Charlie is with you and is also annoyed. This isn't fan fiction, this. One of them is holding a Doctor Who portal, and all of a sudden the multiverse opens with diversity versions of each of the 3 ghosts. My question is, what do you do? Also, question, the wing saber comes out of nowhere and sees you in distress. I love you guys. Appreciate the year. Time is incredible.
He's absolutely
Liam Wanamani throws in.
Yeah.
Who couldn't join us tonight, unfortunately. But shout out to Liam.
That is a wild.
Does he want to know what ghost we'd follow? Did I get that from that?
Follow you over. They know you
Not Danielson, it's JP.
Well, an alternative universe.
What do you do? I think it's
where
just
he teamed up with Cesc Fabregas in midfield,
and he's still playing now, running it.
We won a fucking Champions League, and then I'd have gone with that all of the fucking way. Like I'd have completely lost his shit. But that bloke didn't do right.
Gentlemen, my lunch break is actually over.
Thank you. It's time to go.
Great timing. A Brandon from New Jersey question. Good for me to leave. Get out of here. All right, gentlemen, have a good show. Happy New Year.
We'll be recording the New Year, won't we, mate? We've got
don't keep so long, WH, next time.
Yeah.
Don't wait so long, mate. I'm good to see you, mate.
Yeah, sure.
Always. Yeah.
I'll see you in March in person.
Yes,
and,
of course.
Yeah, and I'll talk to all you guys. Like, I'm gonna have all you guys on my show at some point this coming year. Okay.
Hey, WH. I've heard in October there's a 20-year anniversary of something coming up. Maybe we could figure something out, mate.
Sure. I don't remember what you're talking about, but
I do. Benno talking. So what watches it?
All right.
Thank
you, gentlemen. Have a great rest of your show.
Cheers, mate.
I'll talk to you later.
All the best.
All
the best.
Cheers, WH.
It's Joe Kabashi. Anyway, do we haven't answered that question? I don't. I'll throw one of Jordan's in. We'll go a bit random. Since we're all FPL fans, I need to you imagine a WWE fantasy game where the wrestlers are all priced in different ranges. Who's the top priced wrestler in the game? The Haaland. Is it Cody Rhodes or Roman Reigns? And he says maybe it's Dwayne or Cena. Discuss, and he says yes. That's just to start a fight between me and you, Matty.
Oh, Ben, even you've got to admit it's Roman on a serious note.
It can't be though, can it? Can't be.
Why?
It doesn't play every week.
It doesn't play every week.
Oh, I've got to go by default.
Getting no points, are you?
To be fair, I think he's used that question.
Also, even if he played every week, like it'd be a Salah Haaland situation. They'd be the 2 top players in the game, 100%.
Yeah, but he'd always be higher if it was every week, Ben.
Why?
Seriously.
Based on what?
Because he's better and a bigger draw and a better bigger now at everything. So,
10 out of 10 charisma.
Of course, always.
10 out of 10 in ring.
I didn't say 10 out of 10 for in ring, I said 8.
Still ridiculous. I honestly think they'd be very close. I think I'd score them pretty much the same. I'd give Cody the edge in ring and probably Mike if they were the points that you base. I suppose you wouldn't, would you? It'd just be based, it'd just be a price, wouldn't it?
Would Gunter not be a top one? Because he works regularly and he wins all the time. So
who would he be in FPL? He'd be like a high price midfielder. He's not like a Saka or something.
Cole Palmer.
Cole Palmer.
Yeah.
That ruins the Cody Palmer thing.
No, Cole Palmer
reference as well.
Yeah, Cole Palmer feels like Osprey to me. Don't know why, they're both stupid. And he'd say
lots of assists.
Hi, Will, if you're watching.
Edit that one out, Ben.
With love. Maybe it'd be Ricochet. I don't know. Who else could we throw in?
It
depends. You want to go like IWC and who would be this year's Nkunku that you're supposed to be picking from day one, and you realize, this fucker ain't playing and you need to get rid.
Yeah,
he was like a solo then, like he's always there every week.
6 mil defensive midfielder.
Put him back into like Enzo Fernandez. He'll have a little moment, a little spurt, and then he'll be like, "Don't do that."
Yeah, and you know what? He wouldn't be 6. He'd be like 8 mil, and he'd be a defensive midfielder, and you get no points from him, but he cost you fucking half loads of your budget. That'd 100% be solo.
Big Jacob Fatou vibes around Cunha at the minute as well, even with the possible suspension.
Totally. Jacob Fatou had one of them seasons, one of those like Mahrez type seasons where he comes in at 5 million and like he's like, he gets you your points.
And it's like getting early on this.
Who's your Foden,
That's
JP?
Carl Fletcher as well would be in there as one of them guys. Would maybe he's like your Brian Mbeumo or something like that. Who's like starts cheap or something. Then you're going to like keep him for the whole thing because
feels like he'd be a wing back just because his name's Kyle. That's the only reason really, but I feel like he would be like an overpriced wing back.
Your Foden, JP, like if the item was good, and then just had that stinker of a year with nothing back. Who's that in wrestling? Who's
Roman
was
Reigns.
great and just fell off?
He might be CM Punk.
Yeah, it might be. Or Jericho, he was great, and then he's just finished now. Someone like that, like a Jericho. MJF. Yeah.
That'd be a really good one because age-wise as well. Yeah, I like that.
Like event, just to do the interaction. Anyone who's listening, like, is anyone, and this is throughout the night, is anyone actually looking forward to MJF and Adam Cole? Because it's Universal tomorrow night. No one's looking forward to that. Like genuinely, no one's asked about the match, the story, nothing. No one wants it, do they? It's fucking incredible. Like seriously, though, stuff like that blows me mind. Like, it's just great.
How many hours of television and effort over the past 18 months have gone into this?
Just the wreck on that.
If you accumulated all of the hours and everything,
more than anything.
I don't know what's going on with our next guest. I don't know if JP's got lined up, but don't know, guys. Do you want to throw in some of your Grappy awards? Do you want to use the time?
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, how did you feel listening to the show? Were you screaming at the radio? Were you mad? Were you in agreement? Did you agree with WWE's promotion of the year? You did vote for them last year.
No.
Would you have said gone again? No.
No, I mean, I think last year, like, I voted based on like business and business metrics, and obviously AEW hadn't delivered from a quality point of view and things, and that was like one that, sort of. Well, I think you talked about going WWE by big default. I think both you and JP this year. I sort of felt like I was a bit in that position last year, but it was hard to argue with some of the metrics. But I don't think the metrics have been the same this year. I don't think it's as clear cut. Like I know like I'll like be on the wind up and things, but like you go back, you look at the like WrestleNomics numbers. You look at like at Q1, Q2, Q3. The numbers are going backwards there. Like, and I know there's like as you get into Q4, there's mitigating circumstances when it comes to like SmackDown numbers and things where there's a huge drop off and things because of the way the landscape's changed. But they haven't grown their TV audience this year. They've declined their TV audience this year, and especially in the first sort of like Q2, Q3, like year on year there. So I think there's some things that peg WWE back there. I think that like. When you look at other things, like when you look at the events, you look at ratings, you look at like the reviews of events over the course of the year. I think WWE kind of probably has about 2 pay-per-views that come out in like the top 20 pay-per-views maybe or 20 events of the year. Whereas even as shit as AEW's been, you've still got like multiple pay-per-views coming out as been higher rated, higher, more highly received. You're looking at things like Revolution, All Out, All In, Dynasty, Wrestle Dream.
Yeah,
they're all events that they're all fucking well better than what WWE have delivered. And some WWE stuffs, the ratings of them are actually shit. Like the reviews of them are shit. For a lot of them, and and I know from listening to your own, you talk about these 5 match cards. And like I'll even hear Matty go, yeah, that was average, that was okay, that was a 3-star, that was a 3-star, and then there's 1 5-star thing. So I don't think they're delivering in terms of getting people to watch the product on TV this year. I don't think that they've delivered in terms of the quality of the events that they've delivered this year. You look at match quality as well, and again when you look at like match of the year lists and things, you've probably got the Hell in a Cell match, you've got Cody and Roman. Outside of that, you're not seeing any WWE matches getting close to like, top 30 lists or anything like that for matches of the year. You're seeing like, stacks more AEW matches, stacks more, even New Japan matches and things that are coming out there has been better matches. So it's like, well, if they're not delivering in terms of pulling viewers in to TV, they're not delivering in terms of the quality of the events. They're not delivering in terms of delivering matches that are really good to watch. Then what? Oh, great, because so they're the best promotion in the world because they're the biggest and they sell tickets to their shows. Well, I'm not voting on that. Like, I wouldn't give like The Bodyguards the best album of 1992 because it sold the most or something like that. I don't think they've got the metrics in a lot of those like different areas to follow through. And even I think a lot of the stuff when you get to the quality of the storytelling, the bloodline is what it is, kind of thing. I'm never going to be invested in it as someone like Matty and things. But then you get the detail and the nuance at the back end, getting a lot of criticism in a lot of different parts, from the way that they sped the Usos back together, the way they accelerated some of the storyline, the way that things that should have taken time suddenly just happen quick because we need to get these to be a team on this event to make this match happen and things like that. And it's almost like a bit of that attention to details dropped off as well with some of that like storytelling as well. And you are starting to see some criticism filter through in those areas really. So they're kind of the reasons why I can't vote for WWE even even as a default vote this year, because I feel like there's a few different like variables that they've failed on really. I mean, how can I give it to AEW though? Like, and I'm like,
I was about to say, it's another promotion, Gareth.
And I criticize so much about it, but who's produced more events, pay-per-views that I've enjoyed watching this year? AEW. Who's produced more matches that I've enjoyed watching this year? Significantly AEW. Probably 50, 60-fold better matches than WWE this year. So rather than giving it to WWE by default, I'm probably giving it to AEW by default, and that feels wrong as well. To be honest,
English language default.
But I feel like it's just been one of the worst years for wrestling that there's been. Like, you look across the landscape as a whole. I don't think there's been a year this bad for a decade. Easily. I'm not going to give them a promotion of the year, but the most fun, the most joy I've had watching wrestling has probably been like, I've been following a promotion, Prestige Wrestling, on IWTV. I love their shows, little cracking little venues, buzzing little atmospheres, 400 sellout crowds. They've got a nice mix of like good indie workers. They've got to bring in some good people like your Thatchers of this world, Josh Alexander and stuff like that. Good wrestlers and like mixing in with it and things like that. And I've had the most fun watching them, but yeah, can't give it to the Fed this year. And I'm intrigued to see that the tickets have sold so poorly for that Netflix show, as we highlighted earlier on there, that they're only sold 10,000 tickets for that. Because
I can't believe
when I look at the TV ratings, when I look at the criticism filtering through about some of the storylines, when I see some of the stagnation of the pay-per-view quality, it does feel a little bit. We often talk about the lag kind of thing, and then you maybe see the knock-on effects to come. Like, I think there's a downturn coming next year. I really do. I don't think it's this big, like, unstoppable white hot monster that it's portrayed to be by social media.
Matthew?
No, I mean that's fair play. Like Gareth, no, he was like Gareth. He's ended the curve with the AEW, downfall and stuff like that. It's intriguing. I get what you're saying, and I just go to the stuff of, like, I know we always mention Dwayne and that, but I just go to the fact of like this Mania card. It mightn't seem a big thing, but Triple H the last 2 years has had the big matches planned and he's going for it. And I think there's some whether that correlates with what you're saying, Gareth, and they're existing like that. I think there's something there to a degree, but I still think it's going to deliver big time on like I genuinely can't believe that attendance. I assumed it was near sold out, like this Netflix debut Raw in that the little stadium and such. So I'm going to do some
tens of thousands, though, aren't we? Like,
no, I know, Ben, but it's still, you got to be honest, and you got to say
the peaks happened, but I wouldn't call it like a downswing. Like,
that's not good. That Netflix debut, is it? It's not.
Yeah, and the ratings are slightly down, but they're still ahead of TV. It's
NFL's up. NFL's up highest for the first time since 2015. Like, so, people out there are watching it.
Yeah.
People out there though will still watch. More people will still watch something on television if it's there, like because the NFL's grown. So, like, to me, it's like if WWE was something that was pulling people in, then numbers will be going up, but they're not. They're going down, and it's not like the ship ain't sinking. It's not like it's double-digit decline like AW, like back. But there's signs there that this isn't something that's like absolutely gangbusters. It's like it's. Whereas I feel like I feel like it is. I feel like it's perceived that WWE is this unstoppable, all-conquering monster at the minute. You never hear anybody talk about some of these like these things. They just talk about like it's bigger, it's better, it's generating more money, sell out crowds, like you know. But I think there's some cracks there. They're not cracks that's going to bring the company down. They're not cracks that's going to make AEW suddenly be number one or anything like that. But the things that are going to make, you know, they're going to make a difference anyway. Like
I think, Gareth, it's 3 years as well now. Triple H come like after Mania season, really in charge, and I think he's got to push on a bit now. Like he's obviously relied on the Bloodline, which you would. He's relied on Cody, which you would, for like two and a bit years now. So it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, Punk's come back into the mix. It's the next stop of like. Similar to the AEW in a way, like who's the next guys? I know he's protected Gunther to a certain degree, but once again, all of us would say, like yourselves would say, but it's not the real belt, etc. Who's he going to push next? You know what I mean? Who for me? Who's he pushing? He's had his LA night like run and stuff like that. To me, he's got to follow up after WrestleMania. Once like the season ends, as we always say, and then it goes on to the next stage. Who he's going to use, and that's a little test for him personally. I think that he'll have to do. Even I'll say that.
Someone I want to add to the chat. At this point in time, been waiting.
It's a fellow Fed man.
It's a fellow Fed man as well. Want to hear what he has to say about this? It's the host of Graps and Claps.
Hello,
how are we, Andy? All the best.
All right,
not bad. I'm on the old Will Cooling spirits here, so.
Aye, Andy.
Oh yeah.
No stout.
No, it's a bottle Jeff got us for Christmas. Woodford Reserve. It's a bourbon whiskey. So been having that. I've sucked all the beer, so I'm left on this and a bottle of wine that I got from work and 5 cans I've got from the offie round there. So, but that's left for Sunday. That it's all the tramp's piss stuff.
What's your thoughts on the Fed then, Gary? Andy? Sorry, JP, to butt in there. What's your thoughts going into 2025?
It's still as hot as ever. I will as hot as it can be in this moment in time. AEW, I've completely stopped watching it now.
Really?
Got rid of my Triller subscription. The only thing I watch is the highlights on YouTube, and it's one of them I don't get infused about it. I know you've said about like the pay-per-view at time of recording this weekend. It's like, oh, is it happening? I'm sure stuff will be good on that, but yeah, not interested in it. I think with WWE, I watch probably more of Raw now than anything. Like if I'm watching highlights, the SmackDown bits will all be if like Roman's on, Cody's on their segments, but nothing.
There can be really dead weeks on SmackDown, can't there? Like it's like there are weeks where literally nothing happens.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of the mid card just not interested in. I think there's too many. They're getting the AEW problem now, where there's too many belts going on, like women's intercontinental title, women's US title. They do bad enough booking with the main women's titles. Never mind.
This is obviously because they're going to 3 hours. That's why they're adding these new belts, aren't they? I think in defense of it, no one might like it. No, as we say, JP, more belts isn't a good solution for nothing really, but you can see why they're doing it. But yeah, it's.
Yeah, I mean, they had to give Chelsea Green like something like
for getting over organically.
Rewarded you for the work that you've done, but you know, having Meechin on telly, she's dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. No, there were one match she had with who were it now? Tiffany Stratton on SmackDown, and Tiffany Stratton when she come out, crowd are just like, "Yay!" As soon as Meechin come out, it's Matty's phrase about AEW. You could hear the pints being ordered.
Stuck that one, hasn't it? That one shout.
Yeah. But no, I still see it. You know, being watchable and what have you, WWE going into 2025. And when you said about people who they got to push, it's probably Bron Breakker's the obvious one in it. Have a big face run with him.
Got to be. They got to pull the trigger with him. Definitely have. You know, sooner rather than later as well.
While we have Andy here, there's a couple of very British-related questions.
I want to go to this comment on screen. Sorry, JP. Sorry, no, I someone pulled the
to be honest, Garrett's got me thinking. No, it's worth having the conversation. I'm just looking.
Down,
not really.
Down single figures. Yeah. What's the key word in that sentence?
All right.
So can anybody read the word up in that sentence? Can anyone read the word up? Increase.
All right.
Does anybody read the word increase? More people?
Yes.
No. We read down. We read decline.
I mean, TV is down 5%. Raw is down 3 and 2%, which is less than the decline. And in 1849 is up 11%. I'm just reading the numbers. I literally just got a rest report.
We're all bothered about
well, I don't know if it's fair to say they're down. Like,
well, they are down.
That's neutral for me.
Yeah, no. They are down. It is a fact. It is an actual fact.
But Gareth, this is like
AEW down.
Tickets.
I'm not comparing it to AEW. I'm comparing it to people talking about WWE is white hot. WWE is an absolute fucking roller coaster of growth. It's this unstoppable machine. It's not. And
I want to agree with you.
And within that, and within that context of a declining TV scenario,
it's not. Though.
More people are watching the NFL. They are.
I know that's an exception, though, isn't it? Like, that's an extreme exception.
No, but it's an example of the fact that if something's good and people want to watch it, and more people want to watch it, they will watch it. They will watch it.
I mean, looking at TV
it grew last year, and now it hasn't
Raw and
grown
SmackDown
this year.
up TV ranking wise every year, like for the last 3 years. Like, it's hard. I could agree with neutral. I can't agree with down. Like, it just.
Well, what's he saying about attendance there? Because he's having a look at.
I don't know if he maybe missed that point earlier when I asked you about that thing selling out, and then you said it was a 40,000 thing. I think JP said it was set up for 18. And then they've only actually sold 10.
Sold 10. I honestly can't, like, genuinely can't believe that. Like, seriously.
Well, there's other big houses this year. I'm just playing devil's advocate. Somebody's got to. I want to agree, but when we're talking 1 and 2%, I don't think it's. Like,
that with the with the ratings, is that because they've had all the fanning around with like changing channels as it's come up to the end of its contract?
So that's not really you can't base it on that in a way. I know. Obviously,
I'm looking at every single individual quarter there, and there's only one quarter.
I'm looking year on year.
SmackDown grew in 1 quarter year on year, and I've ruled out Q4 out of the equation because.
But if TV fell by 5 and AEW fell by 30, like falling by 1 and 2%.
I'm not even thinking about AEW. No one's talking about AEW doing it.
Yeah.
Okay, all of TV except the
in this
NFL.
Conversation.
Like every bit of TV except the NFL. Like, it's statistically insignificant numbers we're talking. And like attendance wise, like that's a couple of good examples. But
I tell you what, if it was plus 3%, they'd be fucking crowing about it.
I know, but only Matty works for them here. Like, you know, the rest of us have got to be fair.
You throw me under the bus for? Oh my God, I'm getting involved.
And it's as boring as it is to.
And based on the sample size, they are statistically significant numbers as well. I will say, based on my day-to-day job.
He's going deep.
The context of TV.
And I don't know if I don't know if you're as bullish as me and Benno, but I think the Netflix thing is like, I won't say a cheat code that's just thrown into the mix, but I can't help but feel that completely changes the dynamic of how it's going to be watched. And
they record the numbers differently, don't they? It's like the minute by minute is counted differently, and what's a viewer is counted differently. And you know they're going to spin all of that. They will spin it,
yeah. Of course they will.
Because they'll be able to, won't they?
Early on, especially.
Between the release of the information and us seeing the information, they'll be right there. But I don't know. I do want to agree, but I don't know. I don't think it's a
down means up.
I think it's a weak argument.
Okay. I'm gonna go.
I feel like fucking. I feel like Rowdy Roddy Piper in They Live. I feel. I've got me specs on here. I'm like.
So Andy, What was your Christmas dinner like, mate? What was your Christmas dinner like?
Well, Christmas dinner, I made
I
it.
believe I'm
Jeff bought it, but I made it all. So it was like a pork joint with roast
Good lad.
potatoes, parsnips, like a gravy that come with the packet. Martz's. Didn't have enough room for pigs in blankets were on there. Didn't have enough room for the trifle. It's still in the fridge. It's one of them. Soon as you've had it, like you're tired. Like Jeff the last 2 days. As soon as Christmas dinner and Boxing Day dinner's done, he's gone for a kip for about 2 or 3 hours. Like Tracy Barlow upstairs.
Classic,
Andy,
classic Jeff.
You were there on the night when I went round asking your favourites and best wrestler of all time. So we'll ask the other question of the night. Your best favourite mid-carder of all time?
Oh God, I think one that comes to mind for me is probably Test.
Oh yeah, good. Benno's favourite mid-carder. Benno, surprised you didn't mention him this year. Test.
Kane.
Yeah.
Kane match. What was the other one we really liked? Oh, it was Shane, wasn't it? Shane was the other
Edge
one.
wasn't as good as the others, was it? Yeah.
Did
Kane match,
TNA
though,
run any better? Maybe we need to dig deep and
Punisher. Wasn't it?
That's a dark deep dive, that one, isn't it?
To be honest, Matty, after the many Kane and Big Show matches,
I
think them two are ranking there. But yeah, no, Test I really enjoyed. Just as well the entrance theme as well, which was on volume 4, the music.
The original, I liked his ECW one as well, though. You know, I liked his ECW theme.
That's when he were getting on the roids, weren't it? Like ECW, and then going into the Punisher.
Like he was ever off them, though, mate.
Yeah.
But he was another one, like 26 or 25 when he debuted. Just looked sturdy, didn't he?
Stupidly.
And as Tom says in the chat here, get one of the original leg slappers on that big booty version. The leather cack as well just made it sound better, didn't it?
It's because all the acne on his thighs was so cheap.
Oh, brilliant stuff. We should have Test guy, Gareth. I can imagine he wasn't. But,
I could not stand Test. I could he used to get positioned as being like, it was treated almost as if he was like a second coming of Kevin Nash or something like that. And he had like 1/100th of the charisma of him, and they stand there with his goofy, like buck teeth kind of thing. That it never looked cool to me. Like decent moveset, but he was never. He never looked like someone who was going above that mid-card status for me.
Didn't have a better pump handle slam the meltdown on like Brian Clark, did he? I always thought Clark had a better snap on it, did he? But I'm just gonna get my first break of the night. I'm just going to crack actual can of lager. I'll be back now.
There is someone I do want to add to the mix on this who's just appeared in here, and I'm intrigued to know what his thoughts are. Certainly on his favourite mid-carder of all time. It's the other half of post wrestling. It's Wei Ting. How are you, mate?
Hello, GRAPPL. Hi, I'm doing very well. Thank you guys for having me. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. Did you have a nice Christmas, nice New Year? Oh, not New Year yet. What the hell am I talking about?
Yeah. I mean, it's been good. It's been good. I would just say, like, time off doesn't often feel like time off. It feels like it's actually a lot more work. Sometimes, having to go from place to place, seeing like family and all that. But it's always nice to maybe unplug a little bit, from the grind.
I do have to ask the dad question here, Wei.
Yeah.
Is your little man now fully immersed in the Christmas spirit? He is like, yeah, I'm down with this 100%.
So I wouldn't necessarily say yes yet, because I think he has a familiarity with Santa. This year, he certainly has a familiarity with presents, because like he's been spoiled, this kid. Like every day, I would say for like, I don't know, like the past 7 days, he's received something. So I think next year, he's really going to have that expectation, So yeah, Christmas is already like just presents basically at this point, and I'm not really sure what much else. So the way it should be.
Did he do better off than what you ever did when you were his age?
I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I remember like getting certain things too, but it's like I don't remember getting this much. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's probably the power of Amazon. Just being available.
And I know, Matty, you've got the questions to ask
Of
mate, that we
course.
have for every new guest.
Hey,
Big hello, mate. You all right, mate?
I'm doing well. Hey, so you guys have been going on? I see the clock for about 3 hours, which is very impressive. What is the target? What's the target? Is there a target?
There never is with us, is there, Benno? Yeah, Cinderella's always when you get to midnight, but then we go way past on this show way. But the three big questions of the night is who's your favourite wrestler of all time, the best wrestler of all time, and your favourite mid-carder of all time?
Oh man, these are really tough questions off the bat. I mean, it's hard to play favorites. I want to know. Can you just care to give me a 3 hour midpoint refresher for what your answers have been so far? Your favorite wrestler?
Well, we've had a few. We've had Bryan Danielson chucked in the mix. Bret Hart's been there, hasn't he?
X-Pac.
Bob Holly.
X-Pac.
Braden. Bob Holly.
X-Pac, I imagine is the favorite mid-carder, which is actually a great choice.
Yes.
Okay, so I think
that was John's choice.
Oh, John's choice. Oh wow, I didn't know that about him. So like often when it comes to like favorite blank, I think like I often revert back to like my favorite from childhood. You know what I mean? Like when people ask me like what my favorite song is, I often think back to just like what I liked maybe more as a kid rather than like now, because I don't necessarily have that sort of like undying attachment to anything these days. It's just like, you know, it's sort of like jaded adult life like crushing me down. So I just don't have that sort of attachment to anything. But you know, when I think about my favorite wrestler, I think it's still going to be Bret. You know, it's just like you kind of grow up feeling like that's like a hero of yours, and thankfully like he's somebody who maybe I haven't had to completely wipe away from my memories because of like anything that unsavory. So yeah, I would still say Bret. The best wrestler, did you say?
Yep.
In ring?
All round way.
All around, okay. All around, including talking, including everything?
Yeah, everything.
Man, I think the bar's set so high these days, you know, because like I mean I could say Bret, you know, but like I don't know if he's as good of a promo as like any of like the guys today. I also think like in ring he's like of course magnificent, but I also wonder if he were to be compared to today's stars, would we look at him the same way? It's impossible to say because he influenced so many of today's stars, right? Yeah. So I mean, oh man, this is really tough.
You know, Steve guy, mate? No, not a Steve guy.
A Steve guy?
Steve Austin.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say all around. You know, I think like depends what you're looking for from an in-ring performer. Is that controversial to say? Like
that's very, very way.
Oh, so I assume Steve Austin was the choice.
Can open worms everywhere way.
Oh goodness. Okay, I'm gonna say Steve Austin. Yeah, he's just to be political. You know? Steve Austin is the best all-around performer. Yeah, you know, great talker in ring. I just he's got some great brawls.
Love it.
I love him. He's the best. And my favorite mid-carder. This is my favorite question of all. I really kind of have to dig through the Rolodex. X-Pac is a great choice. Yep. Very underrated. Favorite mid-carder of all time. I think it kind of goes in waves. At the moment, it's going to be the first person to kind of come off the top of my head. I'm going to say...
anyone in AEW?
At the moment?
They're all mid-carders, really. Like a Powerhouse Hobbs, people like that. There's a lot of them type of guys, JP, isn't there, who are like stuck in that, like Garcia. There's loads.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you're talking about just like a huge kind of section, right? Of mid-card wrestling. I mean, who's not considered a mid-carder, I suppose?
That's it at this point. There's a lot. Sean Waltman has come up again in the chat there. That is
like, is Darby Allin a mid-carder to you?
As Benno said before, he should never be the main guy. Yeah, he's
okay. Then Darby Allin, he's probably he's the man. He's amazing. Yeah. I mean, he's incredibly well-rounded. If we're speaking about people that are like great, like have an incredible sense of character, know how to cut a promo for that type of character, and in ring, I think he's just completely magnificent, and there's nobody like him. So, yeah,
good
there
answers
you go.
There. Good answers there, lads.
Before we bring in our other co-host for this segment as well. I'll ask Andy those same 3 questions. I don't think we heard your answers on these.
So what were my mid-carder with Test?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Favorite of all time was it not Steve?
The Toronto area zone test.
Yeah.
The Punisher.
Favorite of all time was Steve Austin, because I said to you, Matty, that I had the 6-hour compilation tape from Mike's Wrestling Shop in Manchester.
Someone made hooky copy, JP, as always. So we
always, well, that's even better, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's that little hint of stolenness.
Yeah.
Who's your favourite though, Andy? Who did you say is your favourite?
My favourite, I think it was Steve as well.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but
we like Steve Austin over these ways, where you know.
But then again, probably because I do a lot of podcasting about him now, it's probably Alex Shane, but that's a bad one.
That's properly left.
I am interested to get our next guest answers, though, JP.
Yes,
very intrigued.
So hopefully she is ready. She is the Empress of wrestling podcasting. It's Karen Peterson. How are you?
Hello, gentlemen.
It's been a while.
It has been. And I've got a bone to pick with y'all. For your love of puns, you've got the grappies, you've got the crappies. Why is this not the end of the year GRAPTacular? It's right there. It's right there.
5 years in, we have to change the name, lads.
Done, Karen. Absolutely done.
My holiday gift to you all. Another dad joke for all the dad jokes.
So, Karen, we start off hot tonight with when everyone comes on, so I don't forget, really. So the 3 questions of the night are
all right.
the best all-round wrestler of all time, your favourite all-round wrestler, and the best mid-carder of all time.
All right, so my best mid-carder. I'm going to go and do with a joke first, but it's a joke, so the AEW stands don't get me. My favorite mid-carder is Kazuchika Okada in AEW.
Ooh.
I mean, I'm sorry. It's the 2024 Tokyo Sports Tag Team.
He's no one's favorite.
Match of the Year wrestler, Hiroki Goto. That's my favorite mid-card wrestler.
Okay.
Always, forever a bridesmaid, never a bride. Geto needs to grow a pair. Now, for me, I started watching wrestling in my early 20s. So I don't have a lot of that 90s, early aughts nostalgia, but I always had a soft spot for Steve Blackman. And I think I blame him for the reason I like guys like Goto and Shibata.
What a shout.
Just because he was pissed off all the time. He always wanted people to be angry. He was angry at everyone. He just never seemed like a happy guy. Favorite all-rounder.
Is this pre-head cheese? Sorry, Karen.
I just remember when I first started wrestling around that time. That was what he was doing all the hardcore matches. He was fighting Shane McMahon a lot for some reason.
Yeah,
but he was just always very, very simple, nondescript, black long pants and a scowl. That's probably why I also like Minoru Suzuki. My trauma goes back a long way.
It's a good choice. It's a very good choice.
Favorite all-rounder? I mean, I do like Suzuki. I like Zack Sabre Jr. a lot. And Mako Satomura.
Gareth's happy with that one, aren't you, Gareth?
Yeah, good shout, definitely.
I try. I do my best. I try to appeal to my audiences.
What about the best though, Karen? That's the ultimate, the best of all time.
Of all time?
Of all
I
time.
haven't watched all time, so I can't really say of all time.
You've seen your viewing.
While I am a 300-year-old day-walking vampire, I'm still relatively new to the wrestling fandom these last 20-something years.
Jimmy Tolos.
I mean, Samoa Joe always has a soft spot in my heart, but I think that's largely from his promos when he was in NXT. And I still get chills every time I think about the time he cut that promo on Paul Heyman about Brock Lesnar, where he was like, I'm going to tell you everything very, very softly and very, very clearly so you understand what I'm saying. And it was just that, I feel like it was one of my favorites. And it was probably the only time I was really interested in any Brock Lesnar match was when Samoa Joe was fighting him. But yeah, I think that's it.
Interesting. I think Joe's going to be the next to break out into Hollywood. I mean, he already is, but I think that
He's got
Anthony
good
Mackie
reviews, hasn't
clip.
he? Yeah. Seen that way, yeah. That's
Hearing Anthony
great.
Mackie say such glowing things about him, I feel like he's probably next.
It's a good second career, isn't it? And he's so unique
amazing.
looking as well that he can fit like just that unique character role if you need somebody like him. He's
You know,
perfect.
I think you'd be a good person to ask, Benno, but like, can you maybe talk a little bit about like the evolution of his promo ability from like the days of ROH to maybe what you see now?
It's interesting because I kind of think he's mostly been the same promo like through, I would say. Like he's always got he's got some negative tendencies. Like he's one of those guys who he'll like to do that like angry shout promo every now and then, and like he'll lean into that at times. But as far as like just like having that aura of like credibility around him and just you believe in what he says, especially when he's talking at a normal volume, I feel like he was like that. It almost feels like he was like that from the start. Like from the first time they started giving him a stick in ROH in like mid 2000s, and obviously in TNA as well. You know, around that period as well, he was great. Maybe it's more a case of he's the type of guy. And his personality type, as he's gotten older, he's just gotten more comfortable in his own skin. I kind of feel the same way, you know. When you hit a certain age, you're like, you know who you are, and I feel like that's maybe where Joe is. He doesn't need to impress anybody anymore, and he's just happy being Samoa Joe. So I think we're just getting almost a tuned up maybe version of that.
Well, that's what's so awesome about wrestling. It's like even if your body might be in decline, or like if you're stylistically maybe not as much of a match for like the current sort of like taste, your promo ability could still get better. Your acting ability gets better, you know, and that's certainly been the case for him. It's been the case for Edge, you know, who like wasn't he nominated for like an Emmy or something like that?
Oh yeah,
really?
Batty loves
something
that.
like that,
right? is that for Vikings?
Yeah,
I think. Wait, I've never watched.
What's that Disney one he done, JP?
Children's and Family Emmy Award for Outstanding Supporting Performer in a Preschool, Children's, or Young Teen Program.
I hope you're going to say Vida the Vet here. I know that's. I don't know. I'm imagining.
Is it Percy? Is it for what's it called? Percy Jackson?
Yeah.
Jackson.
Yeah.
Disney Plus show. Yes. Percy Jackson. Yeah.
I hope he wins anyway.
Yeah.
That's all right. That's surprisingly. I was made to. I live in a house full
Come
of
on, JP. Admit it.
as well.
Admit it.
Oh, mate, I watch more CBeebies than it's actually like you really ever should do. And I feel
Cars 3 is great. I don't know if you guys know. Cars number 3.
Honestly, I think Cars 2 is better than Cars when it gets all spyish.
Sure.
Like,
yeah. I like Cars 3. Cars 3 is like the Rocky movie, you know? It's like he's like the car that like, you know, he's like kind of getting outlapped by all the other new cars, but like he still shows that he's still got his wits, you know.
My nephew Tiago got a Buzz Lightyear this year for Christmas, but a proper like good. He's only 3, but it's like the good sized proper one from the movie. And I was saying like I wanted one of those in what was it 1996? When did the first one come out?
30
like,
years, yeah.
Crazy to think that like he's 3 and he's getting one now and it's still a thing.
You couldn't get them, could you? When they come out?
A general question amongst all of you, because Toy Story 3 was on here.
JP, I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard it.
Morning.
It's the saddest of all
Mate,
time. Yeah.
I watched it again.
I cried.
Every time.
I sat there weeping at the very end when Andy realized his instinct is to grab Woody and hold on to him and not give it to Bonnie. And I sat there and I went, "You've got me again, you bastards." Honestly, I felt like Hogan watching Vader, Ric Flair, White Castle with that match where Flair was going to retire as well. Oh my lord! Like,
see, I refuse to watch it because I don't want to feel that you know, like I want to run away from those memories. I hate Pixar for that reason.
It's the holding of hands as they go towards the incinerator as well. That's like.
While we're on kids' movies, like, has anyone seen Moana 2 yet? What's the verdict? Don't know anyone who's seen it yet. Anyone? JP, is it on the dodgy box yet or not?
It has appeared in a weird form in the dodgy box, which doesn't seem exactly right. So there's a part of me needs to wait for the perfect copy for that. But we did watch Moana again the other day, and everyone was singing "You're Welcome," which seems to be like I think Moana's fine, but it's not up there with the best of Pixar. I have to say, it's up there with your Finding Nemo's as well, which gains that kind of like visceral emotional reactions as well, particularly when you're watching them with children. And it's just like this is terrifying stuff. So yeah, love me a bit of Pixar. I do want to go into a couple of slightly left field questions that are from the chat. I've decided to move right down into the list. This one is very left field, so be prepared, folks. Sorry, say again, Benno.
Are they going to throw favorite pie out there? I just saw that one.
Do you know what? It's 2 questions above that one, but you're not far off in there. Here's a potentially dark question that I'm sure Way and Karen are thinking, what the hell have you signed up for? Andy, I think you'd be up for this.
Yeah.
If you could commit any crime without fear of legal consequence, what would it be? Just remembering that we are live on YouTube.
It's easy. A bank robbery. It's easy.
Yeah, I don't know why you go with anything else.
Yeah.
It's safe, and why else would you? Because you're gaining everything. Well, you know, and you're not really doing no harm to no one, are you?
Insurance claim back.
I think you got to dream bigger than that. Okay,
Okay,
how much?
Right, what are we going
How
for,
much is
then?
in a bank? You know, like, listen, you want to set yourself up, right? Like, if we're talking about any crime, like, okay, if your goal is to just have money, I feel like you should rob like the bank, or like, you know, I don't know, like drain somebody's, like hack into some like Elon Musk's account or something, and like, you know,
2 birds with 1 stone, because we stopped him at the same time as well. So it's
That's
like that
it.
works out
So
very.
Steph's gone straight to murder, so I'm scared about that. I don't know.
I mean, watch yourself.
We're not quite in purge territory yet, but we are.
You're not in the States, all right?
I was going to say, Aaron, you're in Florida, for Christ's sakes, where there's a state that's screaming out for the purge if ever there was one.
Everything is fine, I assure you. No, mine would be like Maddie said, like an Ocean's 11 sort of something that doesn't require me to do too much legwork, and I can be like safely removed from most of the. I'd be the puppet master behind everything. I would not be boots on the ground.
Way's nailed it with the hacking, Karen. You don't have to do nothing there. You just sit there, so that's fine. Yeah.
For the entertainment value, could we do a GTA San Andreas style heist of the National Reserve or something mad like?
Well, Gareth's the getaway driver because he's the best wheelman. You got You're there, mate.
I'll get me gloves.
Sorry, Andy, you were gonna say which one for you, mate?
Yeah, I'd probably raid somewhere with the best beer selection. So ship and mitre, I'm coming for you.
They take it, mate. They love the insurance money.
You would, yeah.
What about you, Benno? What about you, Ben? You come up
It's
with
got to be.
something
It's the obvious one, isn't it? Robbing the bank, like, but he's got me trying to dream bigger. I'm thinking, like, could I like rob Greenland or something? Just like take the entire
Swiss banks.
Island, you know? What was that?
The Swiss banks.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, because it is just that, really, isn't it? Because, like, even if, say, for example, you really did hate somebody and you wanted to go for murder, and none of us would admit to that here on YouTube, what are you gaining out of it, really? You know, would you not rather live well and be a
Has
billionaire?
anyone done something to you that bad where you'd want to do that? That's the thing.
Only no one else.
And if you robbed a Swiss bank, you'd have enough money and security anyway that you could just hire someone to kill that person for you anyway, as well. So there you go, you get the double one.
But hold on a second. But if that crime gets traced back to you, then have you used up your one get out of jail free card?
This is like
if it's all part of the original plan, I say no.
Okay.
You're hiring the jackal at that stage, aren't you? Or a series of jackals.
Yeah. Then again, knowing the British judicial system, you only get 10 years in prison for murder. You get to play on a PlayStation and then get put in a safe house somewhere.
You'd be out in 7 as well.
Yeah, life of Riley.
Interesting.
The second part of Tom's question as well: if your personality was a musical instrument, which would it be?
Oh,
drums all over the place.
Like Animal out of the Muppets.
Maybe we could be a little nice orchestra here, each of us.
Mine would be a trombone.
Okay.
That's your Jeff. Welcome back from the pub, mate.
It is, yeah.
Who's a nice like harp or a nice like violin or cello? Has anyone got like a? Where you reckon you're like dead chill, nice and calm all the time?
Cello, okay, I like it. I was gonna say like a bass guitar, like a double bass, somebody in the background and chill. But yeah, I like that.
Nice, Karen.
Trumpet. Because I could do Moody Blues, but then I could also be really fucking loud. So.
Yeah, you're a trumpet.
Gareth, a nice piano for yourself, mate. You think? A lot of keys, a lot of buttons you can push. Old.
I was waiting for the old. I was going to say like I was going to beat you to the joke there, Matty, and say like a lute or something like that. And so it's just like a really old instrument.
Very fancy.
I'll take a piano.
It is a classic instrument, though, isn't it? One of the better ones.
It is.
I can think of the best instrument, Matty. I'll be the voice, mate. It's the best instrument there is. As the leader of the band. If I'm not first, I'm not last. I'm first. You know?
If I could just do what Bez does, because I've got not a single iota of musical talent in my body, and just go with the maracas. Because I think even I could do that as he's dancing there with the Happy Mondays. So that
Karen, can I just ask
great
as
job.
well? Sorry, you know, is that your light? Is that just for show, or is it hot where you are? I need to ask that question.
It's well, it's probably close to 27 degrees in my parents' house in Celsius, so I'm very warm.
Yeah, that's pretty warm.
Yeah,
it's not like that here.
No, it's
not here either.
Florida, I'm like short sleeves, shorts.
Amazing.
But I can't put the aircon on because my dad thinks it's cold, so I'm kind of sweating a bit.
Your dad thinks 27 is cold. Wow. He wouldn't last here in Canada.
What's the temp like where you are? What's the
There's
temp?
a reason why he married my mom and moved to Florida.
So we're at 3 right now, and that's considered warm.
I was going to say quite warm.
We've been at like -10, you know, over like the past week. So
No holds no fear for you, does it, Way?
I mean, you get used to it. You get kind of like relaxed over the summers, and then it just kind of hits you. You know, it's a bit of a shock every single year. But yeah, it's been relatively mild. Yeah. What about you guys? What's the temperature check?
It's been nothing but fog over here.
Very misty. Yeah.
I've been trying to watch the horse racing for 2 days, and I just can't. But it's got to the point where the commentators are like making their own jokes while they can't see the horses.
That's hilarious. It's amazing.
It is in fact also 3 here. Celsius at least.
Okay.
It was colder a few weeks back, though, wasn't it? The temp dropped a lot a few weeks back, but it's leveled out of it now.
A lot of drizzle as well around it, but that's the UK for you. This is exactly what you expect over here.
Any more questions, JP? There,
I do indeed. I'm going to go to a wrestling question here. Interesting one for this. What wrestler has changed? This is from Ginge Adam, should say. What wrestler has changed your opinion on them the most, from bad to good, or vice versa? And what was the cause?
Okay.
I want to say Drew McIntyre, but I'm scared of arguing with Gareth again. So, CM Punk.
Just say it, Benno. Don't be a coward. Say Drew McIntyre. Say him.
I'll just say over the past week alone, I guess Ricochet, like from Wednesday to Friday, you know, relatively big. Yeah, it's working. You know, now could they have gotten there without having the scene with MVP and Lashley? I would say yes, but I mean, in the end, it doesn't matter. You know, like all that matters is how audiences are taken to him now, and Hammerstein gave him exactly the reaction that I think they were looking for.
Jimmy Rave-esque it was. That's the thing with Ricochet. It's like when he came in, I was saying like they did the Ospreay match very quickly. I think that was smart because I think Ricochet, he's older. He's not the wrestler he was 10 years ago. Like you wanted to, do that while there was still a bit of shine there. As a babyface, I think the ceiling's quite low. If he's just going to be that guy who goes out there and does big moves and has great matches, like AW,
there are better versions of him.
Yeah, totally. Exactly. Like, and this wouldn't be my first choice as a gimmick either. So, kind of want to say jury's still out on it, but based on the TV I've seen, for the last couple of shows, it has seemed to work. So, you can't argue with the results. How about you guys? Anyone else?
I think mine are probably Randy Orton. They won. Like, because he obviously had that Cena period, didn't he, where it was like, it was just boring. But I think over the last maybe 2 or 3 years, you become to appreciate him a lot more. I know it might be just because the fans are singing his entrance theme, but no.
He has got that buzz behind him with everyone near the end of his career, and I think people realise that he's having the fun. You know what I mean? He's let himself go a bit, having a bit more fun with his stuff. He used to take himself far too seriously, didn't he?
Yeah, and I think if you're seeing them having fun, you're having fun as well with them. So
that's why I think that Cody feud might not ever happen. Although they teasing it, I don't think he was always wanting to be a heel. Years ago, never wanted to be a face, but I think he's having so much fun now that I don't think he'll want to turn heel, but we'll see.
I think the thing is, Kevin Owens has got quite a few months to go in this feud. With Cody, and it'll all intertwine and end up at WrestleMania 43, and you know how long they go with storylines nowadays in the Fed.
One for me over the years, like don't just say it, but it wasn't just because of the bloodline. Sami Zayn, like I never got him years ago at all, and I didn't. But when you see him over the last like 5 years, I say maybe since post-COVID. He's been incredible. Like he really has. Like you know, and I was never, you know, Ben. I was never
seen him the 5 years before, mate.
Yeah, was he heel for 5 years, really, Benno?
Yeah, actually, 5 years before that, maybe.
He genuinely was a heel for fucking 5 years.
That's insane.
But like stuff, the way he's like come back, and he's like that everyman now. I know they're pushing like that Foley-esque type like role on him, aren't he? But he is. He's just organically over and always will be now. The fans will be behind him forever. Yeah. Genuinely. Brilliant.
It's always just Jericho with me, like, because it's, you know, there was a point there, like, going back, I mean, you're going back a long time, 25 years ago or whatever, that he was, like, my favourite wrestler at that time period, in that sort of late 90s period. I remember we did that top 5 wrestlers of all time show, and I had him in my top 5, and then, like, his stock with me could not have fallen any more rapidly in the last, say, 5 or 6 years. Like if you tried, I'm embarrassed that we have that top 5 show. Like it's out there in the world, and people can listen to me have him there as my top 5. Know it like, and now he would, you know, is just stained his legacy in my mind so much with the shit that he's served up in the last few years, and like total U-turn.
Well, don't you think he's just like another, I don't know, like successful gimmick away from that, your opinion changing again? Or is it too late at this point?
I think he's sort of almost like eating himself alive at this point, that like he just, I don't think he knows what a successful, relatable gimmick and positive impact that he can have on a show is anymore.
What was his last good thing?
He took it too far. I was saying WWE, like he was a master. He was, whether everyone agrees, like he got it over, he got that list over, like stuff that nobody else could have got over, to be fair to him. And if he thinks he's still like that 8 years ago, where he can just get these stupid things, and to a degree, you'll get the odd fans seeing it, but it's not with the success that he thinks anymore. He is a bit, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, where he thinks he's still that big star. What's the word?
But a lot of that in WWE was him knowing, allegedly, when it was time to leave and going away. He won't go away in AEW. He almost seems scared to go away in AEW. Like, if he disappears for a couple of months, he's going to lose his spot, and he has to consistently be on TV week after week after week after week. And he's doing his own legs there, even if there was a chance of him pulling it back, I think.
But even like post like WWE, like, you know, obviously everyone was positive about the New Japan run, and that was like surprising what he pulled out at that time. That change of character and things, really well received. The start of AEW, really
the champion was well received.
Really important and really well received. I mean, it's almost from that point onwards, it's just like everything, like I don't know, everything just seems like a parody of itself. And the worst part of it is that it is not just detracting from himself; he almost detracts from whoever's associated with him in whatever angle or stable or everything that goes along with it. Or certainly in my eyes, anyway.
That one for me, the minute that aired on telly, everyone should be accounted for. That dinner debonair, that dancing with MJF, that was like the worst thing I've ever seen in the history of wrestling for me. Like that was, and there's been a lot of bad stuff. That was terrible. No, that shouldn't have seen the light of day. Like that was awful. No, it was embarrassing, Andy. Like honestly. Bad.
There was some WWE stuff for a 20-year period that feels.
But that's taking itself like far too seriously. Like he thinks Jericho's thinking this is amazing in his head, and MJF as well. Like no, not for me.
It feels there was that point where it was the little bit of the bubbly Chris Jericho, where it was like funny. You knew he was a veteran, but he was kind of like he needed to be in that position at the start of the company. He was into the kind of the perfect spot for him. This was going to be his big run to help establish the company. And then if he kind of then moved his way down, and then you could have the big nostalgia returns of the older veteran trying to take on guys, I would have been completely fine with that. But it was the omnipresent nature of it that's the problem, is you kind of need that person to then go away. It's like he wanted to be Terry Funk, but he hasn't really done any of the things that Terry Funk kind of did, which involved ultimately putting people over to what felt like a substantial degree. Because the point that we've complained about, I'm sure you have as well, Way, which is this idea that Hook beats him, but then the storyline is really about him, and it all becomes focused back onto him, and it's not about the other guy, and that's just like criminal within wrestling.
So how much of this do you think is like Tony relying on him, still believing that he is one of the top names, one of the most recognizable I guess entities that is under the AEW umbrella? How much of it is Tony not wanting to sunset him and put him into the background, especially when he's being paid probably a pretty healthy contract?
I think it's loyalty as well with Tony. As much as anything, it's like he is loyal to his guys, isn't he? He's loyal to people. He's loyal to.
That's admirable, though, Ben. In a way, it is. Yeah. In a way, it is like.
Yeah, whether misplaced or not, he's got loyalty to GRAPPL. I would say. Don't know what you guys think.
I think he does.
Yeah. I meant to his wrestlers in general. That's admirable.
Yeah.
Like that is.
He probably just lets Jericho do what he wants.
Yeah. JP, I was going to say that. That phrase that Ian Dice Clay said on Twitter about Jericho, the clout vampire. I mean, tears. The clout vampire. He's right. Yeah. Spot on.
Karen, he's a neighbour of yours. He's a neighbour of yours in Florida, isn't he? These days, isn't he, Chris Jericho? Is he
I believe he's in the Tampa Bay area, which is about 2.5 hours southwest of Orlando.
Karen, I always ask.
Just down the street, meaning the highway.
How far is Kevin Nash from you, Karen? I always ask that because he lives on there.
A lot of the wrestlers live in the greater Central Florida area because we have NXT, the performance centers here in town, and then a lot of the ones that when they make all their money, they move down to Tampa. So like Natty and all them, they're all down there. Total Divas was shooting down there. Cena's down there, but yeah.
Love that.
Have you got one, Karen, that you've done like a U-turn on, like negative?
Okay, so one I soured on was Kota Ibushi and his departure from New Japan because it was really bad. Conversely, I've recently rewarmed up to Kenny Omega. And with his planning with Tanahashi for this upcoming Wrestle Dynasty, Wrestle Kingdom weekend. There were things about the split from New Japan when the Elite got established AEW that things I liked, things I really didn't like. And it made it very difficult for me to watch it for a while. But knowing that he's taken the EVP part of it and not made it his entire personality... But he's actually like now taking it. He's thinking about his career beyond the ring and doing things like mending a very broken, very old fence with Tanahashi because that was part of their rivalry when Tanahashi took the belt off of him and they left to establish AEW. So Kenny's back up. He's back on the radar. I've warmed up again. Ospreay would be another one. Ospreay was I don't want to compare him to like a fungus, but he just kind of grew on me a very slow burn over the last couple of years, especially after he dropped the world championship to Shingo and they merged the two belts, like that whole thing. But like that post era of him where he was later of United Empire and having these great matches and, putting people over on his way out, something that as much as I love Okada didn't do on his way out. And that was something the company needed more than anything else was people like Okada putting the younger talent down. I mean, I could go talk for 3 hours about my thoughts on Okada leaving, but those would be my biggest ones. That there were certain people departures and comings and goings in the way that they were handled. As somebody who lived and worked in Japan, I kind of have a different perspective, especially when it comes to how people view foreigners working in Japan.
I find that really fascinating because it's a perspective we clearly don't have, like care to maybe like, especially like with the Kota Ibushi one, I know a lot of it, like you were the first to kind of tell us like a lot of this is kind of being like roughly translated. It's really hard to understand Kota Ibushi and that's sort of by design of the way he tweets.
He's intentionally vague. Like he's like the king of vague tweets that if you were like, even as somebody like who's very, very fluent or more fluent than me, like I would be asking my friends, or I'm like, what is it, this interpretation or this interpretation? They're like, I don't know. And I'm like, well, I don't know either. So I'm not saying anything on the internet because it was way too vague. And I just, in 2020, you know, the recent years, I'm not fighting with punks on the internet. I'm too old and I'm too tired. I too own a piano. People push my buttons.
And you're working with children. It's like you should have said that.
Children. I'm so tired of it all.
You need to hold a muffin. As you No, but Karen, like, what exactly is like the big sin about like departing from like an employer like in that sort of fashion? You know.
So it's kind of like when you think about leaving a company like internationally, you even if it's bad, you don't publicize that, you don't air out the dirty laundry, you don't try to burn every single bridge while you're still standing it, but trying to get your foot out the door. And it's one of those things where it's just, in Japan, it's kind of, you just don't air out the dirty laundry. Like if a scandal breaks, it is a very big deal. And Japan has had, in various forms of the entertainment industry, many big scandals, but you have to have a lot of proof backing it up. You can't just shoot your mouth off and think you're not going to be held accountable for it. But yeah, it was just the whole like fans taking sides. Well, he must be right if he's saying this, or he must be wrong if he's saying this. I'm just like, at the end of the day, I don't get a check from New Japan. I don't get Japanese health benefits or insurance. I'm staying far away from it. It's not my monkeys, not my circus.
Interesting one, yeah.
Yeah, fascinating. Good choice.
On a lighter note, what was your first fandom you were a nerd about as a kid? This is the second part.
Apart from wrestling. Is that what?
Apart from wrestling, yeah. A non-wrestling question.
No, you used to love as a kid, like genuinely Power Rangers. Like, I was obsessed with the Power Rangers. Like, who was your guy, or gal? Who was your Power Ranger?
I'm guessing such a boring answer, but Jason.
Red Ranger.
Because, Red Ranger. Yeah, he's red.
I was a White Ranger guy, Ben. Can you imagine?
I was going to say Tommy, of course.
Yeah,
Tommy
exactly.
too. Yeah.
It'd always be the Green Ranger to me, mate, not the White Ranger.
Yeah, you're a first, though, really.
So did it not bother you guys though when like Tommy just kind of swooped in and took over the leadership from like Jason, and they just said like bye, like to like, you know, Jason, Trini, and like Zach? Didn't it bother you guys?
I could do the main event push, innit, man?
Yeah. Fully deserved.
Contract
dispute. You go babyface. That's how it works. Wrestling. That's how it works.
No.
Yeah, Power Rangers was huge over here, wasn't it? And I feel like it felt tied to wrestling because we'd have like local shows where like you get Power Ranger wrestlers on it and stuff like that.
The Red Ranger was the main event, to be fair, way over here. The Red Ranger.
You'd usually got to work out like in that gear. Yeah, that was big around then. I don't know, other than that, like football's an obvious one for all of us, I would guess.
If I could throw in a subsection, this would probably be very Gareth, certainly, I imagine. Football sticker albums, Panini sticker albums. They were the big thing. And I don't know if you had the equivalent, guy.
We have like baseball cards.
I was going to say baseball.
Yeah. Cards, yeah. But
But
the
you
Panini
have
thing.
the books though, like, did you have where you actually stuck them in like certain numbers?
No. So I remember Panini card like stickers really well because I grew up in Hong Kong until I was 5. And obviously we had a lot of, you know, British influence. So I was like all about like stickers. But then
you're a big Newcastle fan, is that right?
No, I was not. I have cousins. There.
Mate, it's your team now. You should stick to them, and they're doing all right these days.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. But yeah, but the moment that like I moved here, like it was all about trading cards for us, and the whole speculative market of like collecting these things and being rich someday, which never ever happened for anybody.
It's insane now, though, isn't it? Like, isn't it like gone even through the roof way? Like, some of the cards are like.
Have they really?
Oh no, I
thought it was the opposite.
Oh,
everybody
right,
thought they were buying
like...
these things thinking that they were gonna like retire off of them, but now they're like worth absolutely nothing.
Oh,
it's like the have you seen the WCW cards you see everywhere now, like the early 90s WCW trading cards. Like every comic shop you go to have got them. Like there must have been this surplus at some point of just all these boxes.
Is the
like
NFTs
they feel rare, but they're really not.
Yeah.
I'd like to throw in Garbage Pail Kids as well. Is that if that's not too niche a
Yes.
reference
I mean,
as well?
do you know what the best show? I mean, I said fandom because like Power Rangers was more of a like collectibles thing, like figures and such. But if we're talking shows, like seriously, like first show I was ever addicted to was Saved by the Bell. Like honest to God, like that was like, like I had to get up early just to watch it. Like it was enthralling even as a kid. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I was more a California Dreams man, but I like.
I love that as well.
Wow.
I was a
Peter
Jedi
Engel, is it?
interesting.
Whatever he done, it was Engel or Angel, how you pronounced it. Whatever he produced was just like the best show.
Yeah, but it was always the same show. Like Hang Time was the same. You'd just,
Malibu,
like,
CA was class as well. The last one of that run.
They just reused the script. It'd just be different characters doing the exact same stuff, like a bike
musical
gets stolen or
episode,
whatever.
a musical episode, and like
Now, did wrestling come on at in the same block as those shows for you guys? Because it did for me. For me, it was like Saturdays was like, Saved by the Bell, like Hang Time, what is it, California Dreams, like some cartoons, and then you flip over and it's Superstars.
Yeah.
Like that's like one.
That's why it's the best
schedule.
part of the world, mate, where you come from. That's just amazing.
Yeah, we didn't get that, unfortunately. Like,
No, we didn't.
For us, it was like tea time, dinner time, coming home from school, and like that's when California Dreams, Saved by the Bell type shows would be on, like 3, 4, 5 p.m. And then wrestling, 1 in the morning. And if you were lucky, like the Saturday afternoon replay. So that would be like midday, wouldn't it? Like Challenge and stuff like that, Mass. Superstars.
You might get them like in early afternoon, but it was like the, as I say, family kid friendly. Like they cut away when a chair shot got made. You cut to the crowd so you didn't see it early on of the morning. So you had all that.
WWE Saturday night, as you were talking about, JP, it'd just be on whenever it was on. Anytime.
Wild. It was 2 in the afternoon, then it was 2 in the morning, and you having to stay up as a 13-year-old kid and justify staying up to 2 a.m. by yourself downstairs. It was a pre-internet era, so there was like a limited amount of, but you're just watching nighttime grown-up TV waiting for this. It's just like you sat through like religious program.
Double edge. Prison Cell Block H,
Gareth,
Prison Cell Block H.
What was your first fandom, Gareth? Chaplin? What was it?
Laurel and Hardy.
You fucker. It was Star Wars, mate. Original run.
Love that.
Return of the Jedi, original at the pictures.
Unbelievable stat, that, mate.
Nah, that was it. It was just
Still on now.
that was just such a big thing, wasn't it? JP, I remember, it was just like Star Wars figures at the time and things. It was just like the toy, and obviously it was just the biggest thing at the time. Like 83. I was like 5-year-old. Nothing bigger in the world, mate, than just getting hold of them Star Wars figures. Like you said about the Panini sticker books, though, JP, and it'd be like no surprise to you, is that for me it was the Rothman's yearbooks rather more so than the sticker books. So you get the fat yearbook with all the statistics telling you all the leagues, who plays, all the games, all the goals, all every result in every cup competition. Sit and fucking pore over them for just like days and hours on end, kind of thing. Who'd have thought I'd end up as a stat?
Andy, we were more mailing, weren't we? We got that transition to mailing sticker books mid-90s, like the black, like 94, 95 one sticks out the Premier League.
Yeah, I remember 94, 95. I was hanging on Kevin Gallagher of Blackburn.
Did anyone ever fill one, though? I never filled one. You could go to conventions back in the day where you could go and fill it up.
I eventually filled mine, but I would have been at primary school then, and stuff like that was like, because it got so intense that it was like getting banned in schools because of the swapsies and that, and fights happening over bloody Kevin Gallagher.
You could send off though, couldn't you? I never did. Like you could.
Cheap, Gareth, it's not real, that is it? It's bad behaviour, that, isn't it? To be fair, not organic. What about yourself, Karen? Any early fandoms?
Oh gosh, so early like 80s fandoms. I grew up watching He-Man, She-Ra, G.I. Joe, Gem, and then that transitioned into like I discovered anime. Sailor Moon hit the States with really bad dubs when I was 13, and that was it for me. By the time I was 14, I was telling my parents, I'm moving to Japan. I'm gonna go to school there. And they're like, yeah. 10 years later, 24th birthday, what was I doing? I was getting on a plane. So
love that.
So cartoons have always been a big thing for me.
JP, I was going to say my one, apart from obviously the football and the wrestling, was horse racing. That was my 4 5-year-old started gambling with £1 a week, going up to Gordon Huff's up the road. Didn't have a TV. They had a bloke there writing all the results down and just a speaker in the corner. He was like,
that's old school.
That is old school, Andy. Bloody hell.
Yeah, like summer holidays, I'd spend my days just like looking at the local newspaper with all the race cards and doing my own commentaries, and then wait until 7 p.m. in the evening when on BBC Radio 5 Live they'd read the horse racing results, and I'd be marking them off like, what have I got right today? And loved it. Used to always go up there with my mum and the dog we had at the time, like at dinner time. And obviously, the mum would be putting the bets on, but they were all my bets on a sheet of paper, and they'd give you a raffle ticket over. I always remember Jeff saying that there'd be times where he'd write horses from the day before. So he got the right results, and they'd pay him out. He was useless. He was up there, but yeah, proper old school.
Statute of limitations are gone now. It's fine.
Yeah, proper old school bookmakers. But yeah, started a bad habit for me all them years ago, about 35 years ago.
Happy days. He worked out brilliant though, mate.
He did, yeah.
He did. If I could throw one more question in for our guests, I'd love to hear your answer on this one. Again, another kind of personal one linked to wrestling. It's from our it's on our Patreon page from Mikey. What is the greatest piece of wrestling merchandise ever?
I mean,
Ever.
I mean,
It's gotta be on
Like,
316
like
or
interpersonal collection, or
just in
It
general.
can be a bit of either, bit of both.
The best T-shirt of all time for me is the Austin 316 Bloodstone. Like you can't get a replica now. They've never remade it, obviously with the skull on the back, with him bleeding. They're not going to. But for me, that was the holy grail. If anyone can ever find an extra large men's one of them, I'd be so
Doing
happy.
yourself a disservice, mate. I reckon.
I know, maybe a large
now.
now. Yeah. Maybe a large, in between JP. But yeah, the best ever, best T-shirt ever for me.
It'd probably be the Hasbro ring, wouldn't it? Because that's where all your booking ideas had happened when you were a youngster, like
The blue
sheets
ring.
of paper,
Yeah,
pay-per-views,
the
everything.
American flag in the corner. Oh,
Yeah,
glory days.
you'd even involve like character. Well, I did like characters from Ghostbusters and Warhammer and other things you were following. Transformers. That invasion was a great.
I had a Mr. T18 figure, so that fitted in well with the wrestling tie-in. To be fair, Andy, so that was all right.
Multi-purpose he was. How about yourself, Karen? Is it a personal piece for you?
Yes, I would say probably my most prized possession would be an autographed chair from the first Mae Young Classic because it has every single participants on it.
That's good.
But I also have an action, like the really not so flattering action figures that they did for the New Japan guys that Tanahashi signed for me. So, I also have a bandana that Tanahashi wore in a show and threw it to me at ringside. So that's probably my most
Classic sweaty Tanahashi as well.
Yes, and yes.
Wow.
It's in a Ziploc bag in a box somewhere, probably coming to life. Who knows?
As it should be. Should be treated like, honestly, like the Holy Grail from Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. It should be like
I had to put it up on a high shelf because my dog kept like pawing at the box, and I'm like, no, that is not for you.
It'd be wasted on Zelda. How about yourself, White?
Yeah, for me, it's my Minoru Suzuki signed poster right there, like that I'm pointing to right now. I got it at his Harajuku pile driver location, and he happened to be there. I was there with Damian Abraham, and Damian happened to be friends with the guy who owned the shop across, and got us allowed us to meet Minoru Suzuki. Bought a poster off of him, signed it, and couldn't have been more of a gentleman.
Amazing.
So yeah,
amazing stuff.
Yeah,
guys, thank you so much for coming on and
Thank
being
you guys.
a part of the Ask GRAPPL GRAPTacular, to quote Karen. Now.
That's the name now.
That is the name. We're sticking with that, Karen. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Exactly.
All the
Hopefully
best for 2025 as well.
Yeah, have a
everybody, you
good
know,
new
of
year,
course,
guys.
yeah.
Congratulations. Congrats on
Thank
all
you
the
very
success.
so much, and thank you guys for taking time out of your busy schedules to come across.
Thank you.
Lovely to see you, Way. Lovely to see you, Karen.
Take
Lovely
care.
to see you, Andrew, as well.
Bye.
Thank you
Take
so
care.
much, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Cheers.
Thanks, guys.
And that's not the end of the guests, though, because we've got another brilliant guest to add into the mix. He's the host. I know, Benno, you know him very, very well. Recorded with him many times. I like to think he's an Anglophile as well. So some of these other
Honorary
deeper
Brit.
questions we get into the mix. He is an honorary Brit. He's the host of True Heel Heat. And for Fightful's reporter, is he the Ring of Honor reporter? I find these days for it as well.
He'll tell you.
God love him. SP3, how are you, my friend?
Hello, guys. Thanks for
Hello.
having me. Thanks for inviting me. I feel honored with seeing the all-star cast panel that you guys have had on here as special guests. I feel honored to be a part of it. And yes, I am a part of the co-hosts for Fightful's post show for Ring of Honor. So yes,
I'm sorry
I
about
am
that, mate.
I'm an honor sicko. I'm an honor sicko. Still watching it when it's ROH
That's proper
velocity.
sicko.
But it's good though, because we all moan, and you're actually like, you can actually like moan with like from an informed point of view. You can be like, yeah, you know, this pay-per-view doesn't make any sense. I've been watching the TV week to week. These aren't the feuds they've been building. These aren't the people they've been building. You can throw it all in, you know.
What you should have watched last week before Final Battle, before me going to Hammerstein for Final Battle, and I'm up here, I'm like, I've never seen anything like Athena and Billy Starks. The shortest 5-month storyline I've ever seen. We knew for 5 months it was gonna be this at Final Battle, but it seemed like no one told Tony Khan and AEW that was supposed to be the match for Final Battle because they didn't book it till 2 weeks before the show.
Well,
If
SP,
someone
can
just
I ask?
remembered
Can I
it
ask?
existed.
Can I ask a question? Is Johnny TV still any good, or was he ever any good? Can I ask you that one?
To be fair, I don't know who this Johnny TV is. I know Jonathan Television,
gonna
and
be-
I know
Oh, okay.
MXM Connection actually makes me entertained by Jonathan Television.
I've seen the chemistry. They've got it. I've only seen backstage skits that they've done on X, but they do look like they've got something going there for sure.
I'm sorry, MXM is just too entertaining. They cut one of the funniest promos of the year, late edition, funniest promo of the year this week on Ring of Honor, when they were upset that Mansoor lost to Atlantis Jr. And he says, I'm sick of all these Nepo baby luchadors. He was like, you Nepo baby luchador Atlantis Jr. with your father Atlantis Sr. and your mother Atlantis Morissette. I busted out. I howled.
Fair fuck. That is pretty fucking awesome. That is.
But SP, can I ask you the 3 questions that I've got to ask when everyone comes on tonight? Once again, in case I forget later on, the 3 questions we ask is the best all-round wrestler of all time, your favorite all-round wrestler of all time, and who is the best mid-carder of all time?
Ooh, okay. So you said best all-around wrestler of all time.
Yep.
Ooh, so this is checking all the boxes.
Everything. In ring, on the mic, charisma, draw, anything you want, just the best all-rounder.
Kenny Omega. Kenny Omega.
Yeah.
Because
I
I think if I said, because I think the answer for my favorite all-around favorite wrestler is Bryan Danielson, and I think that I would have answered that for the first question because you know, I think that Bryan does everything great, but the one thing that's why I specified checks all the boxes. Bryan does not check the size box, does not check the look box.
Yeah,
Kenny Omega does, so I'll give it to Kenny Omega.
Love that. So who's your what about mid-carder? Anyone come to mind when that word got through out at you?
Favorite all-around mid-carder of all time?
Or someone now. That's someone now that's like in the mid-card that could be.
It's also a dangerous showing your age type question.
Yes,
isn't it, for this?
yes, it is. Yes, it is. I think if I think about that, I do think like go to my childhood and think of like who was like the mid card people that I was just like, oh, this guy is like a perfect mid card wrestler. to me, I just thought about William Regal in like 1994, WCW TV champion.
Good job, Benno. It's gone for the drink.
Every week on Saturday nights, on WCW Saturday night. Like, that's what I thought of immediately. That was the first person that came to mind.
Yeah. Was you a fan of him then, Gareth, though, in like 93 WCW? Did you know, he was that, SP's made a good point, he was that character that stood out at that time as well. He was, yeah. He had it down.
It's always that character side of things.
Yeah.
That's the bigger
the age old, yeah.
than anything, isn't it? Really, you know. And again, he just massively stood out like on TV at that time, especially like you say there, TV title run as well.
Yeah.
You know, someone who's you literally
on every week, weren't he?
Week in, week out. He's always on your TV, and yeah. While I'm definitely in the Benno camp, that I'm never going to sit here and say he's got 10 5-star matches or anything like that. When it comes to promos, when it comes to facial expressions, when it comes to engaging with the crowd, popping out over the TV screen to people, like 100%, especially at that time, and more so than the majority of guys who you're probably going to see turning up on like a Saturday night or a WCW Pro at that time or anything really. So yeah, you gotta give him props sometimes.
You have to.
Yeah. As a mid carder, it was the fact that he was a Brit, like, and he was like, no, he's legitimately British. So okay, like that would at least get your attention. It's like Dave Taylor. He's just like, no, okay, I sense he's not faking it. This isn't like Axel Rotten pretending he's from Newcastle, because it's just like, mate,
Piper from Glasgow. JP.
You see, I could understand why Regal was on my telly, but I never could understand why Dave Taylor was. Like, he just didn't fit in with WCW at that time. Like, from it felt like, oh no, this is a world of sport guy here who's randomly
definitely beyond.
What a wonderful.
Was definitely on 100 grand a year as well, really. WCW easily though.
Yeah,
it's just like
they all were.
In 1994, so what's that, like $500,000 now?
It's true.
I do have some questions to throw into the mix now. Some of these are British, but I feel for you, mate, for SP3, that you can answer a few of these. I think okay. You'll be all right with these. Here's one, because I met you at a Brit Rest show, and I'll be intrigued to see what your answer is for this. Best worst Brit wrestler of 2024. These are from Zahid, by the way. There's a series of 4 of them he's got on here.
Okay, so best of the worst.
Here we go. Hey, mate, you can say it. You're absolutely in fine company. You say we're not personally offended at all. Go on. Did you just look at us and think, my God, what kind of a scene are these lads that got here?
Yeah, I was like, what are you setting me up for, huh? What are you setting me up for? So all right. So Brit Rest. If I had to say who's the best of the worst, or someone that I'm like, okay, you guys seem like you like him, but I don't really get it. I don't really like him that much. I would have to say, even though I really enjoyed his match with Will Ospreay, because I mean it's a match with Will Ospreay, RKJ.
He's had a stale year. That can't be argued in the slightest. There was a point in time where he looked like the next big thing when they actually had the COVID match, and it was like, this is a really good match, and he just assumed, all right, when the crowds come back, this guy's absolutely going to crack on. But it feels like we've had, I don't know, you agree with me here, Benno, but it's like been 2 years of kind of nothingness.
Yeah, and they're trying to go with him now as a heel, which is something that did feel like they were setting up like a while ago. It's one of those things, isn't it, where it's like, I don't personally get much enjoyment out of watching it anymore, because we've all seen the RKJ formula as well, and the way he works his matches, and just the silliness and the excess, and it always has to go to the outside, he always has to do like certain spots. But I get it, I give it a go, based on like it just his tenure and the fact that everyone did expect him to have turned on Oku years ago. You might as well at least try it as like a mini program. It's like the Oku thing. I get, putting the belt back on Oku and just trying that again, and I'm maybe having a different title run depending on like the story they're gonna tell there. It feels a little bit higher profile than what they've been doing as well. So it does make sense.
It feels like this was not the plan. But as soon as I heard that, I still haven't watched the Rev Pro show, because I was just like, wait, what? When I heard that result, I was like, wait, what? I thought, I mean, I know it's been a few months, and I was questioning this like in like September, October. I was like, why is Oku still on the UK Indies? Like, I thought the whole talk when I saw you in the summer was, oh, he's on his way to AEW. And I was like, I talked to my guy who, you know, covers for Fightful Select, Corey Brenner, who covers NXT. And we always talk about NXT's men's division is suffering. Why not swoop in and get Michael Oku for this struggling NXT men's division? If AEW is dragging their feet on signing him, why not sign him? So then to hear that he won back the Rev Pro Championship, I'm just like, okay.
We genuinely, we all thought we were waving goodbye to him at the Copper Box. It was like, okay, we're wrapping up stories. You might get a couple more shows with him. And he's just still there. It's just still present, which I think JP had said he was wondering whether like there's going to be something where he takes the belt to AEW or something like that, or there's other plans. I'm not even sure about that, to be honest. I just think he's just still here for whatever reason, hasn't been picked up, and yeah, he kind of Rev Pro just see him as like, let's go back to him. Because the only thing I'd say is like, if we... It's Rev Pro in general, at least in our circles, I haven't really heard much talk since the Copper Box. It's all been quite quiet. I don't know whether that's because they've done so many local shows this year, and it's kind of, they become I think the Ogdens have said that, become a little bit more regional rather than, you know, the national promotion we're used to. Maybe putting the belt back on Oku, if you can get some high profile matches with him, brings a bit of attention back to Rev Pro as well. Maybe that's the thinking, but it was left field. Like, I wasn't expecting it at all.
Me either. I was very much surprised by that.
I mean, I don't think I can answer that question because I don't think I've seen any Brit Wrestling. Like,
you could in 2017.
Yeah, even that Rev Pro show at the Copper Box, I was there, but I was slightly abbreviated and I was just talking all the way through.
Matty's British Wrestler of the Year is Brian Alvarez. From seeing him in the crowd that many times at the Copper Box.
Mate, it's scary how many times I bump into him. It become a running joke throughout the night, though, Benno, genuinely.
Did he ever follow you back on Twitter?
We had a few DMs back and forth, me and Brian, and then we were all right after that. Yeah, I couldn't tell you who's good or who's not. I'm not even saying what I want to say because I've had a bevy, but no, I'm all right.
I mean, for me, like, again, because I'm going to so much fewer Brit Rest shows, it's hard to say, but I think, you know, rather than you've got like your top line names that you can say, and, you know, obviously your Okus and things like that. I think it's like, maybe like mention like Rio as well. Like, she's someone who just, every time I see her, she just gradually improves like all the time. Like, she just, to me, she just wouldn't be out of place if you just stuck her anywhere, you know, these days for the quality of match, you know, and any time that you see her having. So, like, probably just thinking of it slightly different from like the women's wrestler standpoint, but putting it out there. But to be honest, most Brit Rest people I've seen have been at those Liverpool shows is you know, shows. So it's very, very, very small time local, but, you know, still seeing potential in like Scott Oberman, who, like, I think there's bags and bags of potential there if he can just continue developing at the rate that he is, filling out, you know, a bit more and, you know, getting a bit thicker. I don't see any reason why, like, 2 years, 3 years down the line, he's somebody who can't be, you know, making, you know, an even bigger dent really in the scene. Like, certainly one to pick out. But I almost feel like when I think of at a top line level, my mind just goes, oh, Michael Oku, like Luke Jacobs kind of thing. You know, it just goes
Leon
to
Slater as well.
Yeah, Leon Slater. It almost goes to the named people at the top, isn't it? Really, and it's interesting that we have almost like carved out this little upper echelon of our scene, really, that I think are firmly cemented there, really, aren't they? Really, you know, I think they're quite firmly embedded.
I don't see even Leon Slater breaking into that, because I think he'll be over in the States before a lot of that stuff kicks off, because there is the raw materials there that you can work with, like filling them out, and effectively there's like an Osprey template that Leon Slater could nicely fit into, of just being able to work a slightly more grounded style. Like as great as some of his flips are in there as well, Oku is always the one that immediately comes to mind on there. The worst one, I don't know if I could say anyone. If there's anyone immediately,
well, I always say, I don't think he's still on the Indies. The best.
I've seen Joseph Connors this year. So.
The best worst wrestler of all time, not even just British for me, Benno. You're gonna love this or might hate it. Trent Seven, like he's just still going on.
Oh yeah,
he's the best worst wrestler of all time. But he is though.
He's gone, mate.
Yeah, he left.
Yeah, he's gone. Oh,
Yes.
Where's he coming back over here? That's where he'll go.
Of course he
won't
is. To a nightclub in Birmingham near you, to a student union near you.
A couple of other Zahid's questions here as well. Interesting one. Who will CM Punk punch to get out of his WWE contract?
Triple H.
He goes straight for the top, does he?
He does.
Roll out to Electric Boogaloo. Here we come.
I think we had that as a likely unlikely in the GRAPPL Awards, like in that, like, is it likely that he has a blow up this year? I think it was specific, wasn't it? I can't remember who it said it was with. I don't think it'll be that dramatic. I don't think he'll let the haters win. I think he's too stubborn. Like he'll just, he wear Christmas Day in his stupid suit in an NFL game. Like he will play the game literally in WWE. Yeah. But I do think they'll come to a head on something. It'll be like a booking decision, or it'll be Kevin Owens saying something like he said the other week about moveset, or just something daft like that that leads to, like, he'll disappear off TV for 3 to 4 weeks and we won't know why. And it will be like, is he injured? Is he been cycled off? And there'll be something. There'll be trouble. I just don't know if it'll be as exciting as dramatic. It'll be like his WWE run. It'll just be, it'll still happen. It just won't be as explosive. Like, it won't be 9s and 10s. It'll just be 6s and 7s and the occasional 8 if you get him on a good day. I think it'll just be toned down version of what we're all hoping for.
And I don't think it's gonna happen next year. I think we're gonna have to wait till like 2026 for anything like that to happen. The only way I could see that happening is if Rock swoops in for WrestleMania season and says, "I want Roman," because that's so. I 100% believe all the reports and the rumors that Punk is politicking to get Roman, because he knows there's no guarantee I get the WrestleMania main event unless I get that guy.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that, SP, and not Cody. Thank you.
I think. Can you imagine if it was The Rock, though? Can you imagine if Phil just gives The Rock a dig and just KOs The Rock?
Imagine that. That'd be great, wouldn't it? Benno, you'd absolutely love that.
I'm not sure I could reach, but it'd be great.
That would be great. I really like Cody, but I think slowly but surely the smart wrestling fans, like the people on this screen, are realizing he's a great number 2. That Roman promo was a shoot. That Roman promo was a damn shoot.
Come on,
when he said you're the greatest number, when you're the greatest number 2 of all time, because he literally said it to Cody when he's in a whole storyline with the actual greatest number 2 of all time, who is The Rock. The Rock was a great number 1, but he's the greatest number 2 of all time. And the fact that Roman said that to Cody with Rock standing right next to him, that was a shoot. I swear to God, it was a shoot, and it's become to fruition after Cody became the champion.
1A and 1B. Let's say that.
He does not even feel like 1B. Let's be real. Let's all have an honest. Let's all have a conversation. Like, I am somebody that on a lot of these ballots for end of year award, I'm giving Cody best wrestler of the year, because if you're the number 1 guy for the number 1 company, or you're presented, or you're supposed to be the number 1 guy for the number 1 company, you should be that guy. But when Roman came back, it was obvious you're number 2. When Roman wasn't here, you were number 2 to Solo Sikoa. I am sorry, sir. I am sorry.
Hey, Speak, are you available every Tuesday night, please?
I'm just saying, like, that was amazing to watch. It was like, they made the Bloodline number 1 with no Roman?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Y'all really don't trust this guy. Y'all put him out in front. He's the hostess. People calling him the manager, and he's the hostess. People calling him the manager, and he's the hostess. He just standing out front like, "Hey guys, welcome to the WWE."
Oh no!
See you later, Dan.
I think Sid should replace you, not me, Matty. He's making a better argument.
He really should. I'm scared.
I'm going to be fascinated to know who his answer is for this next one on here. Best worst finishing from best for worst finishing sequence for a match this year.
Okay, so best finishing sequence and worst? Best or worst?
Yeah, best worst finishing sequence for any match.
I mean, Mercedes
think of a terrible finisher, and that's Mercedes Moné.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
It's a power move. And she isn't powerful. It's just like, go for a submission. Honestly,
Well, just cut the spin out if you're going to do some sort of like DDT.
you
or
can't
whatever
be
he ends up with.
lifting people up for some sort of DDT variation. For fuck's sakes, it's just like no. Let alone lift them onto your back and then spin them around. It's just like fancy just going for
Ideas
like a
above the station.
Something
Isn't
like
it's like
yeah,
on a lesser
it's
extent,
ridiculous.
it's like Karrion Kross does that like pump handle, like meltdown into like spin off DDT, but he's swerved the pump handle now, so he just picks them up for a power slam, and it looks a bit better. But I did get a laugh at it every time he done that because it's like so contrived. Why would you do that?
The final prayer, he called it.
The final prayer.
Final prayer.
Sounds like the kind of thing he would do.
What else is the finishing sequence?
Best finishing sequence.
Oh, gotta be Adam Cole and Malachi Black, hasn't it? For the worst.
Ooh,
yeah,
it's got to be.
That's a good shout.
Yeah,
going out on the sword, that finish. Yeah, that's
lost the match on Dynamite. Going out on a sword.
And then he came out and just had a tag match the week after. Then everyone was like, "Oh, is he retiring? Is he leaving?" Like, of course, people thought that. Like, of course.
Okay, so the worst for me is probably one of the worst matches of the year, but I specifically remember the finishing sequence was god awful, and I think it did damage to me as a fan. Daddy Ass versus Jay White, AEW Dynamite. Yeah. The dude dominated a 10-minute match, and you're thinking the whole time while you're watching it, you're like, okay, Jay White's probably gonna cheat to win because this is how they're booking this whole thing. He's dominating the whole matchup. No, they had him do a low blow after landing one move in the whole match. Does a low blow, gets disqualified, and that's the finish. I was like,
mate.
Wow, I felt like I was watching a 1980s Hulk Hogan match. Like it was ridiculous.
Mate, he doesn't put over his kids.
Yeah,
his children. He does not put over his. He's like, no, gotta earn it, brother. What do you mean, brother? I'm your son. What are you talking about? Like that's where this bloke is at. Like he has no semblance.
He's 62 and he's what's going on? It needs to be called out AEW sometimes.
Why is he in front of the fucking camera? Like, I mean, whatever the Acclaimed are learning from him, it isn't good. It's bad. It feels bad, and it's probably even worse. The final one as to Heath's questions on here: which match in 2025 are you most looking forward to?
Oh, I mean, from a political thing, it is. It's like whatever Punk does in it. It's Punk Roman. It's stuff like that. Whoever Punk ends up at it. Even Punk Seth on Netflix. Like Punk's got to go over, hasn't he, Ben? Like he's got to, has he? You know what I mean? But
of course he has. It's Seth. Right?
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. Like, is Seth just going to go all right and lie down? Is it going to be a smash? That's why I think it'll be similar to Montreal, where there's going to be
Seth's
no
always
decision,
doing that job, isn't he? He hasn't got the power to start.
Won't like it though.
Yeah,
won't like it at all. But
I mean, that was clearly a WrestleMania match until certain people clearly changed their mind. So I think, I don't think Seth. I like to stand on there. Yes, I don't know if Cody Rock happens, it's that. And yeah, the two WrestleMania matches are genuinely like, big, aren't they? Like if that's the double act, then that makes all the sense in the world. Cena works one of the Paul brothers on the undercard or something like that. You're set, you know.
But what's the main event of the main event though, Ben? Like, is Cody Cena night 2? It's got to be. I won't like that. You won't.
Cody Rock.
To Sid's point, the open. I
think that's the night 1 main event. I think it's
the night 1 main event. And then Punk Roman's like 2 main events. Okay.
Because I don't know what Triple H could do that's gonna make me believe that John Cena is gonna beat Cody Rhodes.
I'm the same as you. Exactly. He's been presented on telly, hasn't he? Sorry, he's been presented on TV as being finished. Like Solo destroyed him. Who else? Like Austin Theory beat him. I know he cheated, but like even he said in promos on TV as his character that he's struggling. I know you could get behind the scene and get the fans back and it wins the Rumble and it's one last shot. You can do that. But I'm the same as you. If he's having other matches, and as Benno said, they're not going to be good, number one. And is Cody that good enough, really, to carry Cena to 20 minutes, 25 minutes in the main event?
Who is these days? Cena looks like he always looked like he had 2 left feet, but it's almost like he's forgotten how to wrestle. These last couple of comebacks, he needs like 3 months training before he has a match. Yeah. Like he'd be carried by a Logan Paul at this point. Like, I think it's not a bad plan B to do Cena and Cody, but it can't be a plan A.
The spectacle to take it through at Mania, like it'd be bad on a Raw or another pay-per-view. I think WrestleMania and the spectacle could carry it through. but it'll still be at a 50-50 the way it goes. Like, you know, it
can be a very basic. It can be a very basic match though. That can't it?
Yeah.
Like, so the structure of working with Cody, it'll mean that like they can simplify things for Cena, and he doesn't have to do too much, and you know, do. So they can probably, you know, accentuate the positives and hide a lot of those negatives working within, maybe more so than putting them in the ring there with somebody else as well. So maybe not
because Logan Paul will want to do all the spots, won't he? As you say, Cena won't be able to like hang with that, will he? At this point, so.
You can Hogan Rock a Cody Cena match.
Shout that!
You can do that.
Shout
you
that.
can just do that and have them pose and take.
They'll be on Cena's side after all these years. They'd
Yeah.
cheer for Cena. They would.
What a WWE match is made up of these days. What do you need to nail? You need to nail the entrances. You need to nail the pose downs, those kind of big spots, and the finish. And they're capable of doing that. And I would have trust that they could do that. It's not my preferred option. I think if you're doing a 2-night main, if you're doing Cody Rock and Roman Punk, I think they're like the kind of ones you want to go for. I also think that's when Phil loses his shit, is after he has to lose that match and he realizes this is what you're doing for the rest of the year. We gave you your Mania main event. It's a technicality, but you still had your Mania main event. And that's when Phil loses his rag, because that's classic Phil for you.
But if it's a choice between Cody and Cena or Roman and Punk, I think Roman and Punk should be the one that main events night 2. That's the bigger matchup, because I feel like if it's John Cena versus Gunther for the World Heavyweight Championship, I can believe John Cena is going to win that. I can't believe he's going to beat Cody Rhodes on his final year at WrestleMania to get number 17. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. But they have booked Gunther into the ground, so I understand why they're going in this direction. Because once they completed the build to Survivor Series, I was like, I don't see Gunther being World Heavyweight Champion by WrestleMania.
But even from a story aspect there, like as you say, it writes itself, seeing it overcoming like the heel. You know what I mean? I know Gunther's a bit
the foreign monster heel that wrote itself, and they just completely crapped the bed after Gunther lost to Cody, and they did the whole, he's questioning his confidence.
I didn't mind that.
He doesn't know if he can beat Damian Priest. He just beat Damian Priest. Do this story with anyone else on the roster. Do this story with anyone else on the roster. You're not, and he's in the Judgment Day vortex, which is getting to Jericho levels of vortex. I'm sorry. I think we need there's another serious conversation we need to have. What has the Judgment Day positively contributed to WWE outside of Rhea Ripley? Can anyone answer that? Can anyone answer? They've been doing a
Mysterio guys on this podcast.
2-year dissension storyline. It's 2 years of dissension. What are we doing?
I'm liking this. I'm sat here with a Waterford United shirt on, having got a new Ireland shirt for Christmas, and I can't stand Finn Balor. And I'm just like, I don't want you anything part of it. The part of him I liked involved him wearing an Ireland away top sometime around 2013, and that was when I was last keen on him. But you're right. In fairness, though, if it does the big job Judgment Day of getting Rhea over as that like kind of proper main event female wrestler that they want, it's done that job. Which, if you're going to get,
doesn't sound like it was worth 2 years of storyline though to get one female wrestler over the main event.
Those 2 years though, Gareth.
I think Priest has done well. I think me and you agree on Priest. He'll never be the guy, JP. But I think he's done.
His appearance on Sunday Brunch went a long way with me. When he appeared on Channel 4, over to fuck, and he was on there, and I was like, "Hang on a minute, you're holding your own here against." I think Jonathan Liu from The Guardian was on there talking about football. He held his shit together, this lad, and I thought he could have fucking blown this off in a heartbeat. Yeah. If Soccer AM was still a thing, he'd have been all over that in the morning, looking hungover to fuck, trying to take a penalty.
Well, they definitely got the ball in the hole, JP, as well, wouldn't he? Just that casual, just that.
He would have done. He would have done it last minute, and he would have had a group of fucking Burnley fans dive all over him.
And he would have loved it.
He would have done a catwalk and all. This is very niche references now. He would have done the catwalk up down and all sorts. It would have been...
Maybe I missed it before, but are you still in the UK, SB3, or are you back in New York?
I'm back in New York. I'm back in the States. I'm at the
full time?
regular time. Yeah. I might be coming back. I'm coming back sooner rather than later to the UK. But I really feel like the whole thing with the Judgment Day is that if you really look at it, did they really get over Rhea Ripley, or did Dominic Mysterio get over Rhea Ripley? Because I think that's the part that got Rhea Ripley over, is Dominic Mysterio betraying his father to align with his dominatrix. That was the story how this first all started, is that she was abusing him and he wanted to become her cuck, and now he's with her, and that's the whole story. You don't need the Judgment Day to tell that story.
Yeah, you're right. You're right there. But where was you in England? Sorry, ESP, and where are you headed back to if you come back?
I was in Sudbury. So me and my missus, we have a place out in Sudbury still. So.
All right.
She works for the Fed, Matty. That's public in it. So yeah. So you'd like her. But like, what's the we asked Davie before, who's like, he's British, Davie Portman, and he's in Canada now. What do you miss from the UK? What's like, or what are things that you like about the UK when you're out here? Maybe food type stuff. Be a good one.
Food type stuff. I found good like burger places out there, like near like where was it near? Near like Sudbury train station and stuff like that. Because I used to. That's how I used to get out to London. So I know all the food places from over there, but not much anywhere else. As far as like what I miss, is I just like the quiet kind of countryside feels. I like going outside and walking to the store and only just walking by a few people and just saying hi. You can't do that in New York. Anytime you touch the street, you see at the very least 100 people.
Yeah.
So
yeah. As a Londoner who's moved to a market town in Oxfordshire, I tell you, you would love it here. You get you know all your neighbours. It's terrifying. It's really scary, and how much they know about you as well. Like, honestly.
Oh, I don't need anybody to know anything about me.
Is there any snacks you like while you're here? Any like particular? Because Matty will love that. Any kind of crisps, chocolate, anything like that? Where you're like, I get that when I'm out there.
Yeah, the chocolate is good. My kids eat most of our sweets in my house, so they like Kinder Joy and the Kinder Egg.
Yeah,
so because we're back out here, it's like taking a drug addict away from drugs. They're just talking about it. Like,
that's the only negative. Kinder
Egg.
Yeah, me and Matty would swap with you any day, mate. If you want to do like a house swap, you're willing to come and live here. We'll come to New York. It's all good.
But it's a good job I'm diabetic, because that's one slight negative. Ben, we don't talk much because I don't have it. Like the chocolate's not great in America, is it? I think we've got it better here for actual chocolate. Yeah. Wow. But like where was it? It was the last stop when I was going to California, and they had those...
Gareth loves Hershey's, if I remember rightly.
Oh no, fuck
it's
me.
Bad, isn't it?
Them Hershey's Kisses.
Yeah,
someone in work goes on holiday to like America and brings, hey, we brought some sweets back, and it's like Hershey's Kisses, and you're just like, oh, for fuck's sake, they're gonna be like picking these up from around the office for the next 6 months because everyone's going to eat one and be like, ugh.
Yeah. So they had the salted caramel Milky Ways, but then that was all over Vegas. But then they had the last stop, like gas station, cookies and cream flavor. It was, Ben, Milky Way. Honestly, mate, I've never had nothing like it in my whole life. Like seriously, chocolate wise, it was unbelievable, and they didn't have them anywhere else. I was searching to bring a few home, but. Oh, mate, it was like a dog licking my lips, because I can't have it. I didn't want that taste to go. My mouth was going.
What was that? A Milky Way? Cookies and cream?
Cookies and cream Milky Way, mate. Honestly, Gareth, it was insane. It was.
Sounds good.
Better than a crispy roll.
Oh, remember crispy rolls? Oh, mate. He busted out today, sorry, it worked like a Cadbury's box. It had Oreos, it had little fingers, and timeouts, Gareth. They took me back. I used to love them timeouts. Wafer, unreal.
Oh, they were right then.
Yeah, they were nice.
Yeah. We've got some questions here that we're going to try and plow our way through for the remaining time that we're on here. There's a couple on here. I reckon SP3, you can go for a couple of these ones on here. Be interested to know what your TV game show knowledge of the UK is at this point. But with Bullseye and You Bet back/returning, what other TV game shows would you bring back and who would host them? Big Break has to be one of the answers. That's an obvious one.
Who's the host though, JP?
of big break.
Stephen Hendry, just get like a big gun in there, like as your Virgo. Stephen Hendry.
I do Steve Davis as your straight man because I think
Yeah.
he's capable of that in this day and age. I don't know. Like it'd probably end up being like someone like Vernon Kay or someone like that. Because
Nick Knowles.
They could host the game show. Yeah, they could do it. Or any relation to Tony Knowles? Probably not. There's a niche reference I wasn't expecting to come out
Game
with
show.
at near 1 a.m. on there. Other games, player cards, right? Like, what the fuck isn't that back?
Wheel of Fortune was always one of my favourites. Like, love that.
What was the one Paul Daniels used to do? I was thinking you could have Nigel McGuinness doing that instead of Paul Daniels these days, doing the little bit of magic before it and things like that.
Wipeout was good, Gareth. Remember Wipeout? That was a great show.
Is that, it's like because he do like the game show stuff, but he just do a couple of tricks before, like just in between, like just a filler, like between. Be a good one for McGuinness.
Any games, SP3 game shows, American ones that you're a fan of?
Well, my favorite one when I was out in the UK to watch was I don't know if y'all seen it. It's called 1%.
Yes,
1%
with Lee Mack.
I like
Lee Mack is brilliant.
I liked competing against my missus in that, and I used to win. So I like that game show. I like any game show I can win. If I can win against my missus and have bragging rights for a day, I mean that's a cool game show to me.
Did you watch The Chase, SP? Did you ever watch The Chase?
The Chase. I feel like I've heard that before. I'm not sure if I watched it or not. Yeah.
When I took my kids swimming, one of the chasers was there.
Which one, JP?
The Irish bloke with the curly hair. He apparently lives in Oxford, and he was there, and he'd be like reading a book, and I thought, well, that's obvious, really. He's
not a proper chaser to me. Hashtag not my chaser. To
the big guy's a wrestling fan, isn't he?
Mark LeBeth. Yeah.
Oh, he's a big old wrestling fan. And a broader one, and I feel like we need to bring in our next guest for this one, Benno, because I think she would have a lot of very good common sense things to say about this, as opposed to us miscreants. It's Stephanie Chase. Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Steph.
How are you?
Sorry. Can we just point out that you said when you were going to commit to any crime you could commit, you went with murder? Did we dare ask what the follow up was to that, or is it
straight away to murder?
Yeah, because I think that revenge is worth more than any money in the world. So
Benno, best behavior
is the crime. Like if you can get away with any crime, you might as well go for the top one and just see what it's actually like to kill a man.
A man as well. It's not a woman.
A man.
I wouldn't kill a woman. No.
In fairness, they're responsible for most of the ill in the world. That sounds fair.
So yeah, I that's what I'd go for 100%.
The best revenge is living well, surely.
No.
With your millions.
No. The best revenge is ending life, I would say.
I'm glad you said it, Steph.
You just got off a long work shift all the
This recording might come back to haunt me one day. Anyway.
How could it?
Good to have you and SP3 back on screen together, though. Hey?
Yeah, it's like old times.
All the way back. It feels like 10 years ago, but it was only like 3.
It was surely about 5 years ago at least.
It's crazy.
Nah, just like 20. It was like the pandemic, 2021, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got some questions for you guys. The first one, we touched on this earlier on. So this one may not take too long. So it's also from Chris Wilson. Go you first, Steph, on this. Does WWE and Netflix result in a boom in A, business for WWE themselves, or B, a future boom of new talent in Brit Wres and other local scenes inspired by being able to freely access WWE programming?
I think A, definitely a boom for WWE. Like I'm big on the train of like Netflix is going to change everything and like we are not ready. Change everything for WWE, yeah. And I guess there is a bigger potential for it influencing a new generation, because if you look at like the times when Brit Wres were hot, there were people that were coming up during watching wrestling at a good time when they were young, but I don't think we'll see the effects of that for a while. But certainly I think that WWE and Netflix, it's going to change everything. I'm so hyped for it. The ads on Netflix, looking it up on Netflix. Oh my God. I'm just waiting for like everyone I know to not be able to see wrestling.
Appears to be replacing bloody Squid Game 2 all over my Netflix. Might be the
Yeah.
algorithm, but it's like it's all over the place. How about yourself, SP3?
Yeah, I think business wise, it's just gonna be an even greater. Like we thought that the WWE was hitting its peak in 2024, but that was only because we thought it hit its peak in 2023. It's gonna go to an even higher peak in 2025, going on to Netflix and just having that accessibility that it didn't have before. So the business, they're just gonna set more record profits, more record revenue. So it's gonna be big for WWE. I think more than anything, that's gonna be the number one. I think we're going to have to wait like a decade to kind of see its influence across the whole wrestling scene. And that really depends on WWE ending this peak and coming back down. Honestly, nothing in wrestling is going to feel like it's booming and really, really genuinely hot until WWE. If WWE is on top, if WWE is riding high and red hot, no one else is really going to be that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a perception issue with AEW. I think it's like, because I'm not as like high on Netflix. I think things will just continue kind of as they are. For me, there might be some. I think overall it's more brand recognition. Like me and Hamflett were talking about it. I can feel like it's like, you know, the way like your nan just thinks wrestling is WWE, and like the general public just think it's WWE. AEW had a window to like kind of become something that people were aware of, and I think this Netflix deal is going to be. It's just bigger brand awareness for WWE.
Yeah.
It's going to make WWE feel even, whether it's true or not, even more, like you said there, like they're the number one. And AEW is just going to feel more like a distant number two. And I think the perception game is going to make things even more of an uphill struggle for AEW or anybody else who's like behind them. I think they will very much be wrestling to a lot of people.
I think this Netflix deal is really bad for AEW. And I think like that's one way like we don't talk about it because they did get their TV deal. They are doing stuff with Max, but I do think perception issue, brand awareness, like people already know wrestling as WWE. People already just think of wrestling as WWE, and I think they're gonna look even lesser next to it now, especially with being on Max that I don't think is anywhere near what Netflix is. And they had the window and they didn't take it. I mean, and also I think that Tony Khan has proven himself to not be able to handle stuff like that. So there was a time when he could have made something of it, but we're like so past that now. And them going to Netflix is just,
The only boom I can see happening elsewhere outside of like WWE is just the fact that if it catches fire, and it's less about talent, but more that other TV stations look at wrestling as a viable product to pay for and just to put on your TV. Why? Because this thing's fucking massive on Netflix. So let's have our own little version of it. And I know there's the Sportsnet deal in Canada for TNA, but I mean, that's slightly lost on us, but I often wonder about it. Something I've banged the drum about, it's going to clearly go nowhere, but it'd be great. But I look at the way Sky Sports do sports, and I just think what Sky Sports do very, very well is British sport, and something they could be able to do is like if they just took hold of a Rev Pro production and just went, this is our British thing that we put on once every 6 weeks, and it's cheap and it fills a gap on a Saturday night. That's the kind of perfect kind of channel to be able to do it. And whether they look at wrestling as being sort of viable for them to kind of pay a few quid for, because it just sort of ticks those boxes on there as well. Andy mentions there in the chat about World of Sport still not being picked up over here, YouTube only.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's shit without having seen a single solitary second of it. Though.
Tall lads in trunks.
I can see other places taking a chance on wrestling, but I see that would ultimately be like a failure. I think the people, because we're not talking about people like us, right? We're talking about that other kind of people that don't follow wrestling and don't know. So I think it's just going to be a case of like the people that get into it through Netflix, they're just going to be into WWE. I think it's going to be like, if a huge percentage of the population say like watch the Great British Bake Off, like it's not really a boom for little baking shows. they're kind of like, we've got our baking show, you
Good
know.
shout,
like,
Pat. Very good shout.
we've got like the main one, we've got the flashy one, we've got the one everyone knows. Like, we don't need to, you know, watch like some little regional cooking show in a church or something.
It's going to give it, to be fair, it's going to give the option across the board, though, isn't it? I've been in work talking about it, and I think your older fans who used to watch it will give it a chance, maybe. And obviously, because it's just Netflix, new people who have never watched it before might just click on it. It's obviously the options there for everybody, but I do think your older fans will come back initially for this. It's in a perfect time as well, just before the Rumble in Mania season. It's gone on at a perfect time on Netflix as well.
And this is where, though, they have to improve the quality of the overall show, though, because if you're getting these people who like, you know, how often do we talk, you know, we talk about, okay, they put all that focus into the main event program, or that's where the emphasis of the story is. You go on socials, whatever, everyone's, you know, talking about the 5% that was good on the show. No one's talking about the 95% of it that was average on the show or less. You know, someone's suddenly now got it accessible on Netflix. Are they turning in and watching the Final Testament against the Wyatt Six, and then watching fucking Liv Morgan against Dakota Kai and going, yeah, I'm fucking in WWE for me. Like, I was here for Austin and Rock. I was here for Mankind. Like,
but to be fair,
give me a bit of that. Like, they're not going to do.
They're searching up conversations with the killer. That's the first thing they're.
But the equivalent would be to play play Benno's role. Devil's Advocate. They were sitting through DOA versus Los Boricuas, weren't they, when Steve and Rock were on top? So you had a lot of people.
They were also 20 years younger and didn't have 3 kids and have
yeah.
1 hour of free time in their life. You know.
Evolving, Gareth. I think everyone said the Attitude Era was full of shite on the undercards. There you go. I just think it
wasn't 3 hours long. There were 3-minute segments.
I think the Triple
Well,
H
they can fast forward. Like, they can fast forward on Netflix.
Exactly. You can skip now. Yeah, you can fast forward.
That's the Triple H booking, isn't it? That's literally it. It's everything. I think Will said it, didn't he, in our chat today? Like, everything is slowed down. Everything. It's like what he did with NXT, where it was the takeovers that mattered, and the TV kind of mattered to an extent, and it's there for the highlights and for the big moments that will do a few million on YouTube, and it's there for the stuff that would at least give them numbers that they can crunch however they want and sell however they want on Netflix. But like, it's the bigger game, I suppose, they're playing rather than that, and like, that seems just to be his style. That Raw, especially SmackDown, like, nothing happens on SmackDown most of the time, and they get away with it.
But he's sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it's like good. He's like playing like basically to like the TikTok generation, right? You get these little clips of a couple of seconds of stuff, you know, and that's all you need. Like, I was saying to my mom the other day, there's so many songs that I hear 10 seconds of on TikTok that I think that sounds like a great song. And I listened to the whole 3 minutes and it's absolute shite. That was just the good 10 seconds. And like, you can really utilize that in wrestling, you know, just show the little good bits, you know, fast forward to everything else.
I was gonna say, I wish that he was like NXT Triple H, because you're absolutely right. Like, not a lot of the TV mattered in the NXT days, but he always made the takeovers matter. These PLEs don't matter. It's only WrestleMania, SummerSlam. The big four matter. He's treating the smaller pay-per-views like they're in your house. He's taking elements of himself from NXT and 90s Vince McMahon. And I'm seeing it slowly but surely. It's because I've been a wrestling fan so long that I'm just like, oh, I recognize that booking pattern. I know who you learned that from. That's a Vince booking pattern. And just the women's division, I felt like that was the weakest part of his booking game in 2024. The women's division in WWE was embarrassing in the fact that we did not notice until it got bad again that the AEW women's division was better than WWE in the majority of 2024. It was not until post All In, when it went to crap, that we were like, damn, you were actually good a couple of months ago. You were actually getting it. Because this crap over here, they ain't getting it. Liv Morgan being booked like TNA Jeff Jarrett in 2003, you know how it's gonna end. You know he's gonna distract the referee. Referee bump, does the guitar shot. You know what's gonna happen. Dom rolls a weapon into the ring. He distracts the referee. Liv cheats. She wins. Nia Jax, the crash out Nia Jax had in the second half of the year is horrifying. That women's War Games performance is one of the worst all-time performances I've ever seen on a WWE PLE. It was horrifyingly bad. Oh my God. And that's who they booked the division around for a half a year.
But you mentioned in your house there, I'll be remiss to mention, if you do want to hear about proper in your house reviews, go to Benno and Hamflett's In Your House on YouTube and Spotify as well to listen for those. Couple of questions. I'll try and get through these there he is. We'll try and see if we can shoot through some of these. Chris Platt mentions here, Matty, this one's for you. What do you think of the new Linkin Park?
Oh, yeah. I haven't listened to it fully yet, JP, but the songs I've heard are okay, yeah. They are. Is
it old school Linkin Park, mate?
It is. Like, the lady does sound a lot like it. You can just picture Chester being there, and I think that's a nice touch in a way, you know what I mean? Okay. She sounds very much like him. So, yeah, it's so far so good. Need to get on physical, though, to listen to it. I don't feel right listening to it on Spotify. I need to get on physical. Yeah, I do need it.
It's not what Christ died for, mate. For everyone, if you could snap your fingers and become an expert in any skill, talent, what would you choose and why? Mine would be organisation, but there we go.
Especially getting away with murder.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a question here about a War Games match between the Bill and London's Burning, but it feels like we need Joe back really to answer this.
I think it's
team captain Burnside, though, JP.
Question here for you though, Benno, from Laga Tita Negra. Following on from Benno's revelation that his dad could have led Everton to European glory, there's a few leaps there in that statement, but I'll go along with that. What is your greatest sporting achievement?
For me, it's like it's absolutely, well, obviously having wrestling matches, of course, would be up there. But is that a sport? Like when I remember when I was in sixth form and I had this teacher and he was a complete fucking dick. He was just, that one, like that narky teacher who's horrible to everyone, and he took a real disliking to me. And then in sixth form, we played the game of 5-a-side. There was the sixth formers versus the teachers. I was in defense. He was up front. He didn't get past me once all game. I ruined his day. You could tell he was getting angrier and angrier about it. I wouldn't leave him alone. I wouldn't let him get anything. And I played him off the park and got man of the match. And it was like, that was worth it. It was 100% worth it. Felt like a real win.
Revenge, Benno. You see, revenge.
I mean, but if I could taken all of his money, I'd have that instead. So, one of the other.
All those big teacher bucks. How about yourself, Sid?
Probably either hand-to-hand combat or cloning, because I do too many jobs. So I would love for someone else to take the ease off of my back, so I could sleep more. I'll do the dad job, and then everybody can do the shows and the podcast talking about wrestling. The clone, he could do that stuff. I'll just do the dad part. That's the part I enjoyed the most.
What about yourself, Steph?
Is this what talent I would want?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd probably just like to be able to sing really well and perform as a singer. I think I'd like that a lot.
You can. Don't let anyone tell you can't. Honestly.
No, believe me, Benno knows I can't.
You're not a bad rapper.
I am a good rapper, yeah.
Gareth?
Music as well. I'd want to play that guitar like I was ringing a bell.
And Matty?
There's only one answer to that. That's to be the undisputed WWE Universal Champion. That's what I want to be. You've made it then, haven't you? Let's be honest.
Would that be the business decision that you want to do? Honestly.
I acknowledge you, Maddie.
Thank you very much, SB. Every Tuesday, I'm going to hold you to this. We're going to figure something out.
Matty was threatening to leave before. I'll say, Sid, by the way, you're welcome to run if you want, because there's a scary man who's about to join the stream here as well.
I do need to go though soon, guys.
Hours.
But I need to let on, and then I'm going. I need to let on to this. Oh, my wife's going to be so happy. She's going to be watching tomorrow this last hour, because this is Benno saying, what have we officially entered, Benno? What have we officially
are in
entered?
the cooling hours.
Get him on screen. William.
Hello.
Hi, Will.
Mate, you look like a fucking Sith Saturday. You really do.
Is the cigar there, Will?
everyone?
Check.
Better out than
And
him,
is the drink there? Check as well. Are we there?
The drink is here.
Oh, yes.
Steph, when was the last time you saw Will?
Oh, I don't know. Was it before All In 2023?
Yeah, it been then. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Oh well, I'm not. I mean, don't take this wrong. I'm not going because you're on. I was going to go.
How dare you?
But I've waited for you to say hello and to let on.
Do you have a big question for Will, Matty?
Oh, I mean, where'd you start, Will? I mean, we've got asked the main one. We've talked about it all night. We've talked about Netflix there, Will. Gives your honest opinion on what you think it'll be on Netflix WWE. How will it look?
I think it'll look pretty much the same. I mean, that's what Netflix are buying, and obviously they're still in this weird position where quite a few of their deals abroad need to be kind of phased out so they can become Netflix. So in a lot of the world, it's still going to be a TV show.
Yeah.
I know Netflix wants to sell advertisements. So yes, I think it's going to be a bit disappointing. I think people expecting radical changes are going to be disappointed, because I don't think that's what this is about. You know, if Netflix had got WWE 5 years ago, then Netflix would have had all these crazy ideas about how to change WWE. But this is all about Netflix. They want to get advertising. They want to become more like TV, because their model doesn't really make as much money as it should. So this is actually going to be quite a conservative change. Now, if it doesn't work, that's when crazy stuff may happen. But I think to begin with, it will be as you were. You know, that's what WWE knows how to do, and that's what Netflix wants. Look at the NFL. No one. I spoke to Rich earlier today. I was talking to a couple of other people who watch the NFL on Netflix. They're not saying it was anything you wouldn't have expected from a normal presentation of the NFL. You look at Logan Paul, Mike Tyson. It was just another Logan Paul fight. You know, this is about Netflix being TV, not changing the game.
Okay. Will you tune in though, Will? Will you be tuning in that opening episode? I hope so.
Probably. Like it's one of those ones where like I have Netflix. It's a 1 a.m. start. You know, why wouldn't you just throw it on? And I do think, like, as somebody thinks it's not as good a deal for the WWE as it's sometimes made out to be, and I think, was it Meltzer saying like the India deal is worth $40 million? Well, that's 40 million that is going to be gone when India goes over to Netflix in a few months' time. But the exposure overseas really could be a game changer, because I know people who have Netflix who have watched some of their like wrestling related content, so like the Wrestlers, the McMahon series, who are excited to watch WWE because it is at best a sideways step, and it's probably a backward step in the US. If you think about some of the C-tier channels WWE's on overseas, like outside of America, you know, including ourselves, given that they destroyed the relationship with Sky, Netflix is going to be in a much better position, a much higher profile for them to have.
Oh, love it. And on that note, Will, wise words said. I'll have to bid a farewell to everyone, but it's been amazing to speak to everyone. And I'll see you all very soon, I hope. Very soon.
Happy New Year, Matt.
Yeah,
Brilliant
happy
work,
New
mate.
Year, everyone. All
Thank
the
you
best.
so much, mate.
Be listening. Will, genuinely, Steph, my wife, will be genuinely tuning in to this last portion tomorrow. So I hope you deliver some good content for her, mate. Thank you.
Oh, no, the pressure.
Yeah. All the best.
There's a couple of... Oh, God bless you, Matty. There he is. has to go and work tomorrow, doing the Lord's work there.
I got a flight early tomorrow. Unbelievable.
I gotta tidy up for Benno.
Next question on here, just going through the Discord questions that we've got on here. This is, I suppose, one really for us, Benno, on this one on here. What wrestlers do you know of who are listeners of GRAPPL?
I did ask in the Discord.
People we've upset. Yeah.
If you rude to, I haven't had enough drinks to name names. My beers have been too long. Obviously, the obvious one, Osprey, who turned up to our live show completely at random. Matty saw him run him outside, told the story a few times. Wasn't a setup, and then it turned out, we had seen his name in the YouTube, and thought whether it was really him or not that was listening, and it was. But yeah, outside of that, there's a couple listening to JP, but
yeah,
I don't know.
Without naming names, people around like the Brit Rest, I think there might have been people who might have been hate listening at various points over the years. Like if they weren't,
see a lot of that on
disappointing them. Yeah, exactly. Oh god, yeah. If they're not doing that, then sorry, says he drops a bit of his vape on the floor. Like what the fuck are you doing? And remarkably global ones as well, like people who've had a listen. Like I know we've had a few wrestlers out in Australia and the like, even who've had a listen in there. Here is probably from Ryan M37. Probably should have been a likely unlikely, and it's probably very prescient because I think given a story that came out, was it today or even yesterday? But do we see AEW Shockwave in 2025?
Yeah, I know you've got
for my viewing habits. I fucking hope not. But
I hope not.
Give us a likely unlikely on this one, so that we'll let you run what you reckon. Likely unlikely, we get it. Not on Fox.
It's not happening, man. I think everybody doesn't understand, and I think I'm an expert here out of the people on screen. Swerve was just some black dude talking on the corner to his friend to Flip on that YouTube video. We talk shit all the time. I told somebody on the corner. I told somebody on the corner one time. I was like, yeah, I knew Kobe Bryant back when he was in Lower Merion High School. That's how we talk. Like we just say random stuff, and he didn't know that he was being recorded. That's why he got caught up. He ain't know it. It's understand. I forgive you, Swerve. I don't forgive you for your rap lyrics, but I forgive you for that. But
it was the Queen's Flip as well. Who's like, he's a wrestling fan, but not really. Like he knows about WrestleMania. And he knows the name of. He's like an Attitude Era fan. He had no idea what Swerve was saying. So he probably didn't know AEW even existed. He had no idea.
No, he's like WCW. No, AEW.
Definitely. But no, Sid, thank you for joining us, mate. Thanks for jumping on.
Thank you so much.
Kept you, mate. But yeah, obviously we'll do some more stuff in the new year. After we've said it a million times, we will have you on a spotlight, especially if you're back in the UK and on our hours. We've got to make that happen in 2025. This has been absolutely brilliant, mate.
Definitely, mate, I will definitely be in the UK in 2025. So we got to get this done.
Good man.
JP, Benno, guys, we got to get this done. We got to come on the spotlight.
Definitely, mate. Thank you so much.
Always a pleasure,
Thank
mate.
you guys. Take care, guys. Take care, Steph. Later, y'all.
There we go. What do you reckon? Speed run a couple of questions, maybe go another 10 minutes or so, JP, or shall we?
I reckon we can do that on this one. And this is for you and Gareth. This one, Ben, on it. How are you and your Everton supporting family members feeling about this takeover? Is there a sense of relief or one of, oh shit, here we go again?
Oh, I think it's positive, innit, Gareth? I think people would have taken anything. Don't what we had. Like I was surprised at the degree of celebration, but it was pure celebration, at least from the Blues I know.
Yeah, I think to be fair, things have been so shit, haven't they, for years now, with like stagnation with that ownership and like on-field performance. It can only be viewed as a positive by people, can't it, really? So yeah, I think there's general hope and expectation. And an expectation that they like Hicks and Gillette from me.
You'll still find room to laugh at it, won't you, though, mate? That'll be the main thing in all of it. Quick question here from Carl. Oh, God, there's the drink talking. Carl Gack. And he said Garl Cack there for a second.
He's the double
that
king
time of night. Come on, nearly half one. If
That's
you
your
could
new
take
name, Carl.
one guy from the peak Brit Rest boom and put them in the Hulk Hogan spot from the 80s, that's fraught with danger, to then have the same career trajectory as Hogan, who would it be and why?
Which Brit Res Boom? Big Daddy?
Well, I mean, Trent Seven could probably do as many drugs as Hulk Hogan, and his hips are probably as bad. They're probably
Getting so
Trent
many
Seven.
strays tonight, Trent. Like, that's like a He's not a patron.
It's not now.
Ears are burning just round the corner.
Hope the attack account doesn't share it with him. Anywho, well,
who would you have for this? I mean, a lot of my boring answers are like, you have someone like a Go-Go. I know this is going to sound awful because let's face it, work rate didn't matter with Hogan. But if you had someone like an Anthony Go-Go and you properly promoted it and used his channels in order to be able to do it as being like this kind of like big bad of Brit Res, weirdly, I think there was something possibly in that, but there was never enough investment, whether it be in AEW, unless there was for that really small period of time, or Rev Pro, where the bloom was very much off the rose. Then
I don't know if we have a Hogan, but I think we had an Andre, and bear with me, Gareth, back in the day. Walter, like you not present him as like an 80s like touring villain who can like be the big draw. I can see him on that side. I just don't see who it was Hogan would be that he'd work with.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the question, to be honest.
We've had a few bits.
I was just gonna say I don't really think I like any British wrestlers other than Ospreay, so I would just pick him. Like,
if it was a movie about Hulk Hogan, Trent Seven could play the role. So maybe we should.
But I'm thinking about
the role of Greg the Hammer Valentine, maybe, but that would be.
You have to get on some stag, obviously, but you know.
If you think about some of
Flatliner,
Hogan's,
there you go, sorted.
If you think about some of Hogan's big moves, you're thinking the back scratch, the going on the outside with a chair, whipping people with a weight belt. Doesn't this all scream Jimmy Havoc?
Mate,
you
fuck
definitely
off.
have to get on the stag.
That can't happen. He's going to go to.
Is it Alex Shane? Is the answer Alex Shane?
In Alex Shane's head, it is.
Because imagine how many fans Jimmy Havoc would punch if he did 350 dates a year.
If WWE did a tournament for points, would it suddenly be a good thing? This is a question that was originally designed for May. I'm sure he'd find a way of saying it's brilliant.
Yeah.
His wrestler of the year this year was Walter. Like, if that doesn't tell you, Walter, the shit gun they used to get when he was on the Indies, 100%.
I think it'd be good for them. I think it'd be good for like a TV product. Like, weirdly, I think they could do it if they planned it out well enough. But it's like going against everything they hold fucking dear if they ever did something like that.
Can we ask the favorite pie question, JP? Can we get that in?
I haven't gone to that. No, you go to that one on there. Yeah.
He has got favorite 80s wrestler again, which I suppose we kind of half answered. He asked whether you've got the snip yet, JP, also. But favorite pie.
The question of how many more children, the answer is no. A definitive no at this point. And I have a snip, yes. I don't want to jinx it because I'm relying on the NHS to deliver on their end of the fucking bargain on this, and that's a very big if.
What's a good veggie pie, Gareth?
Oh, Pullman Jack's salt and pepper cheese. You'd hate it.
Oh, yeah, it's a good bakery. I like it there. I like a nice Balti pie. Anyway, it does like a curry pie. I'm always happy with it. Balti specifically, but bog standard meat and potatoes, steak and kidney. Absolutely fine with them too.
Meat and minced beef and onion pie, chicken and ham pie, all from the shop up the road, Benno. You can go to tomorrow. As far as non-meat ones, there's the one that, what do you call the pie company that's in England? And there's one called a Heidi, and it's Heidi goat's cheese. It's
you love that. Yeah.
Something else. Yeah, it's really good.
I like the
key lime pie as well. If we're not thinking about savoury pies.
Good show.
Top 3 Danielson matches from his full-time AEW run. Kenny,
Hangman.
Bray, Swerve.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
The
Any
Kenny
more pie
match.
questions?
I really think the Kenny match, you look at it and that's a sliding doors moment for AEW. Like if they had, I know it was a non-title, but they'd had the balls to make that for the title, put the title on Danielson, play out Omega Hangman as just a good feud, and give Danielson a lengthy run with the title. I think they could have gone much higher than they ended up going because they were so hot. I was in Canada when that match was on. I remember rushing back from picking up my son and putting it on, and it did feel bigger than WWE. Like it felt like these guys could be the #1 promotion this time next year if they play their cards right.
Yeah.
Who would be on your pre-2000s TV presenter Mount Rushmore?
There's one for Joe on it. I didn't realise that was on.
I'm going to throw Mariella Frostrup as one.
Bob Monkhouse.
Oh, he was awesome.
Terry Wogan.
Oh, yeah.
Legend.
They're my two favorites.
Bruce Forsyth?
No to Bruce Forsyth. Anytime Julian Clary presented anything when I was young, I loved. These are the ones
the
that come.
Brit Awards.
Yeah, but Julian Clary used to do like a game show that they would show late at night, Challenge TV. That seemed quite sexual, but I was only a kid when I was watching it, so I didn't understand. That was fun. But I would say Bob Monkhouse is the presenter I remember most fondly watching.
I think Des Lynam, just silky smooth. Like Lineker's became good over his career, but like Lynam was the goat. No, it just I say just silky smooth.
Is
John
he?
Humphries.
Is Des Lynam dead or still alive?
No, he's still alive.
I think he's still alive, yeah.
Just
retired. Reverse Connery.
Back in Ireland, I think, these days.
Well, okay.
The opposite of silky smooth, John Humphries. Back when he was a proper beast, you know, just feral. No, even compared to Paxman, Humphries was feral. Agree with Bob Monkhouse. Monkhouse was great, just so witty. And then just because she was my nan's favourite, even though we now know she was a horrendous human being, Cilla Black. I actually think it makes it funnier that she was a horrendous human being because she was like the nanny's favourite and she came across so well on TV despite being this monster.
Can I quickly throw in Henry Kelly because his work on Going for Gold of just repetition of the same thing again and again was quite incredible after a while.
I'll throw in for the Irish listeners, Ray Darcy and Gay Byrne.
Yep. Oh, Gay Byrne. Bloody hell. My nan would listen to Gay Byrne on the radio. Love that shit. And then you'd be like live line program. I think it was your man Joe somebody. I can't remember his surname. Where do we see Rashford ending up? Marcus Rashford? It's from Rosicon 3000.
On loan in Italy or Spain. No Premier League club will be able to afford him.
PSG.
Paris. Yeah, that's
a possibility, yeah.
That's the one on the best and worst wrestler interactions you've had. Jesus.
Okay.
And open.
Right. Oh, and now I would have to think like how honest I could be.
Best was probably Loki, just how friendly he was and how chatty he was. It was the definition of, but he was nice to me. Like, but obviously under no illusion that he's a complete cunt. But he was nice to me. He was lovely. He couldn't have had more time to talk about, like, again, second reference for anyone out there, Joe Kobashi, and the tag match the night after that he was in. He was great. Can't think of too many bad ones I've had really online, obviously. But that's more wrestling promoters. There was that time I went into TK Cooper's Discord and got kicked out in 30 seconds. So there's that too. But that counts. That was on the internet. Understandable decision.
I was busily walking up to take my 2-year-old son to fight Club Pro. Boy, that was a mistake. And I almost bumped into Joe Devlin and Joseph Devlin and made him spill all his coffee over himself. but I just managed to swerve the pram out of the way in time. And yeah, so he was not happy with me. And I'm not happy with past me for not hitting him.
I'm not happy with past you for taking a pram to a Fight Club Pro show, but anywho.
I was either going to see Walter Tanaka with taking William, or I wasn't. So
fair
the
enough.
choice was clear.
Fair.
I've tried to think of the worst ones I've had. There was a really bad one with Osprey at Progress where he just wasn't happy with me at all. But then
no, there was someone else. He doesn't know that was you, JP. Let's just pretend that was another bloke that he really. Matty had a bad interaction with him. To be fair, like the first time he tried to get a picture taken with him. There wasn't a bad interaction actually. It was more Matty being a cheapskate and trying to get a £10 picture for a £5, and Osprey treating it with the disdain it probably deserved.
And some of the best. And some of the best ones involve redacted wrestlers. So it's like it's not even an area that
had a couple of them with you
going into it's like, nah, yeah, that was a cracking night out, but now it's completely fucking tainted. I mean, I'll always say actually, the kebab house with Eddie Kingston, and I just won't mention the other bloke, but that was always a really good fun.
You got any volunteer stuff?
I'm trying to think because I think it's hard for me to pick good ones because most of mine have come through like interviewing people, whatever. So. Like a lot of people are on their best behavior. I did have a really nice interaction with Roderick Strong like years and years ago when I did some wrestling training up with Dave Rain for a week, and then he came down. It's when I was doing the Chris Masters thing, but I spoke to Roderick Strong for a while. So I always think nicely of him because he was so nice to me. Bad ones, I would say just like people that were just dicks in interviews. Like I'll name one person. I had that interview that I hated with Claudio, remember Benno, where he was like basically he was in a car talking to other people while I was meant to be doing this interview, like no video, whatever. You could hear the people in the background. He wouldn't answer any question. Everything was like totally in kayfabe. And afterwards, I just thought, like, what the fuck have I got out of this? Like, I was so mad. And then I heard months later that Claudio basically gave the wrestlers backstage a seminar about how to do interviews. And I was like, what the fuck? But like of all the guys, Claudio was the one that stood up and gave a speech. And I thought, well, like the one I had, he came off so bad. But then at the same time, like a couple of years ago when I was on a WWE trip, and we were in a hotel lobby, me and some other journalists, and these guys that worked for Sky Sports wanted to record a podcast live. So we were all sitting on a table with a recorder out. Claudio came up from behind and just joined in and was like really friendly and full of personality. So two totally different interactions with Claudio.
But I think the mistake he made was it's really difficult to do a good interview from the back of a car, because like the best and worst interviews I've like had with wrestlers or fighters have been when they've been traveling in a car. Like you either have complete pros who can do it. Like I remember having like 5 minutes with Ricky Hatton, and the amount of stuff that guy gave me, like talking about like the worst moments in his life, his suicide, his addiction, his mental health troubles, bang, 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 and like. But it didn't feel bang, bang, bang. It felt like he was really talking to you. He was giving you all the time in the world. I didn't have to talk to like these hick MMA fighters who think they're big stars and they think they can talk whilst being driven around and they're struggling to get a sentence out. So I think with Claudio, he was just being overconfident. Oh, I can take this horse. I'm on the move. And he just didn't have a game for it.
I think it was that, or like, or he was just dismissing me or something, because especially when you're not on video too, I think a lot of the wrestlers, they get a girl's name and some of them will like dismiss it outright as like they've been assigned that. But if I get them on video, I will usually have a background that shows that I haven't just been assigned to interview you, but like, because some wrestlers will be like, oh, who's that figure or whatever. Who was it I was interviewing, Benno, where they were like, who's that? And I said, Jay White. Was it LA Knight? Where he said,
the B guy,
yeah, and I was like, oh, that's my Jay White figure. But then, like, when they see you in that way, then like they're usually like a lot better. But a lot of ones with guys where it hasn't been on camera, you do get those guys that are just not giving you anything or like the most kayfabe answers.
Totally.
Yeah,
I think my positive and negative. I try and avoid wrestler interactions as much as possible, but it's Chris Ridgway is probably both of them. Like, I remember there was a show coming back from a Progress show one time, and it was just like me and him stuck on a platform waiting for a train, and we just randomly started having a conversation and just ended up chatting all the way back to Liverpool, like for a couple of hours. We had a right good crack about, because he's from Cumbria and things like that. We were like talking about various things and like booking wise and all stuff. And I was like, oh, what a sound lad. And then like roll forward a few years, and then I'm like at a show in a GRAPPL t-shirt, and he just fucking like walks and just proper like made a point of making a beeline for me and like shouldering into my shoulder to like barge past me, and then coming back the other way, shouldering past me again. And I was just like, you know, he was sneering at the GRAPPL t-shirt from across the room, and I just thought like fucking hell, if she'd had car trouble that night, mate. But you know, I wasn't. I wasn't fucking selling it anyway. Put it that way. But like, I was just like fucking shaking my head at him. Like, but it was weird because I had that what a good guy perspective of him the first time to what a bell end. But
I always loved it. I think this was around the era Ridgway was being driven by his missus, and you'd see her in the crowd with like a face of thunder, literally looking at her watch, waiting for his match to be over so she could go.
Loving the business. A couple of very quick fire ones here, folks. A specific one here for you, Gareth. Really, yes or no on this one. Will Gareth start loving the dog?
When it's dead.
Jesus Christ. I know, back on that one.
Gareth, it's Christmas. My God.
Hey, you're a murderer.
He's changing what crime he'd like to commit with now. Benno, for you, will you have a cheese pizza?
Is it just me getting Robot JP, or is it?
I'm getting Robot JP.
Are you getting Robot JP? I will refresh in that case. But will you have a cheese pizza? Then I'll refresh on this one.
Steph, do you want to tell the truth that I have had a cheese pizza in the
He
last
has.
year?
Benno has had a cheese pizza. He had a slice of cheese pizza at the pizza place near the Comedy Cellar.
Yeah, Ben's Pizza in
Like,
New York.
Ben's
It
Pizza
just
in New
looked too good. It was like a Mexican pizza, and it was good. Didn't love it, but
Benno,
I finished it.
Benno, I think that Benno could have liked cheese, but I think he's gone too far. That like a lot of cheese might kill him or cause some problems. But
I've had cheeseburgers as well by mistake. I like if I go to McDonald's, you can't get a double hamburger, but you can get a double cheeseburger and say no cheese. And there's been one where I was like almost finished, and I just happened to look at the bun and went, "Hang on!" And it's like the remnants of cheese that I've clearly just demolished. I've not even noticed.
I remember times when you've had McDonald's delivered and you've had that moment where you open it and there's cheese on it and you're so mad, and I feel so bad for you when I try to scrape off the cheese.
To be fair, Benno,
3 in the morning in a hotel.
What's in McDonald's is only like 20% cheese. So
I was going to say,
Yeah, that was probably all right, wasn't I? But yeah, too bad I didn't notice.
Down to our last two now on this one. This one's from Chris Elliott. One of my favourite Christmas traditions is watching a Muppets Christmas Carol. In a similar spirit, if you could Muppetize any movie or TV show, leaving only one act from the original version in their original role, which movie and which actor would it be?
That's a great question. I'll need time to think.
Godfather, leaving Brando as the Godfather.
And everyone around was a Muppet.
Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, leave Alan Rickman as the sheriff.
That works really well, actually. Now, come to think of it, Die Hard, leaving Bruce Willis as John McClane, and everyone else as Muppets, including the hostages
A
Does
Muppet
that mean,
Serbian
does that
film?
mean Miss Piggy is the ex-wife?
I thought of a Serbian film, mate, when he said that, and I was just thinking, I don't know which actor. If the whole thing was a Muppet experience, I could have watched and gone, "That's not so bad." It's the fact that it's human beings doing some of the stuff in this. Just like Jesus, this is bleak.
I'll stick
Gaza
with
in
the
China.
old faithful of Twin Peaks, but with Cal McLaughlin still in the role.
Yeah.
But all the rest as Muppets. That'd be good.
Yeah, Gaza in China. It's Gaza, and he goes to China, and they're all Muppets. That'd be
Yeah.
even better.
Be less bleak, wouldn't it?
It would. It'd be a lighter edge to it, wouldn't it? Including Five Bellies. He's
Stubbing
also
out cigarettes on his finger that he's used an ice cube to kind of lie down with. There's just three Muppets in an empty bar being very impressed by these tricks on there. And the last one, I suppose this is, I'm going to try and broaden this one out though a little bit. Gareth, have you had any luck with getting your kids into cool music you love, like Sonic Youth?
Not a chance in hell. Our Alex hasn't got a musical bone in his body. He doesn't give the slightest. He hasn't got an artistic bone in his body. He doesn't give the slightest shit about music, films, quality TV, anything like that. Drives me bonkers the amount of stuff I try and coax him into watching that he's got no interest in. Sadie will do. Sadie's going to be a good little goth girl when she's about 15, I think. She's, but it's all just tunes she's picking up through. As Steph was saying earlier, TikTok. It's just getting little bits of little songs here. So there's little things that I hear playing that I think, yes, that's going to transform into a good love of music in the future there. So we're getting there, but it's going to be the daughter, not the son.
Be careful what you wish for, though, because what where it can go is they then explain to you stuff you already know. So like I had it with Braden. Braden got really into like manga and anime. And I'm like, oh, you go watch Akira. Like Akira is the greatest anime of all time. He's like, no, it's not. No, saying all this new stuff. Like, no, Braden, you don't believe how great this anime is. It took me 2 years to wear him down until he finally agreed to watch it. And then he was like, oh yeah, you were right. This is better. I'm like, yes, I told you we had anime in the 90s. It's not.
Got to learn himself. Yeah, it's like my youngest brother Mark when he was like 13 and he started to get into rap. And he'd tell me tall tales like, "Oh, did you know that Tupac and Eminem used to be friends, and then they fell out, and then Eminem shot Tupac?" And I'm like, "No, I lived through that, mate. That did not happen." Like, and he had full-on arguments with him, just nonsense that he come up with, or like really bad opinions about like the albums at the time and stuff like that. Like, so and so was terrible. Like, yeah, they got to learn them, haven't they? They got to get older and figure it out.
Already having enough arguments with him anyway, because he's into the UFC, so he'll like be trying to argue with me that like random no mark is better than Anderson Silva ever was, or something like that, and then I just can't let it lie. I've got to get into full scale argument, pulling out clips of Anderson Silva like beating people, and things. Got to be right, haven't you?
Sounds statistically insignificant, that to me. So anyway, well,
in retrospect, when Silva broke his leg, that was like when UFC died for me. Like I carried on for a bit afterwards, but it's never been the same.
That was season finale.
Yeah, and I heard Joe on the excellent show you released a couple of days ago talking about how he can't watch UFC now, and I'm exactly the same. It is like a Nuremberg rally. It's awful. It's horrible.
It's unbelievable.
It's bad for that. I mean, on the music front, I did when I was traveling back from the Arsenal Crystal Palace game with Harry. And we were at the bus stop, and we had one like earbud each, and he was listening to John Hopkins, Benno, and he was just like, "Oh, which one was it?
Which album? Opalescent?
I would, you know what? I would have to check my Spotify playlist. This is one from quite a little while ago, actually.
It'll be contact.
If I can get it up on here, it was, it was Open Eye Signal.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, that's more recent. That's more recent. I say more recent. It was in the 2010s, so to me, it's more recent. It's a decade older.
an incredible video, and he was listening to that, and he's going, "This is really
the one when he's
good."
running.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's just the lad on the skateboard, and it's just like
it's skateboard in it. Yeah, it just follows him all around. Great one to watch while you're high, JP.
It is. Where I first saw it. And it ticked that fucking box massively. And just being able to do that on the way back, because it was just like, all right, I've got a couple of hours to brainwash this child. And he would be playing on Hogwarts Legacy while listening to like Underworld going, it fits that scene, doesn't it, on here? Yeah. And he was just fucking loving it while he was on his Switch. And it was just like, it ticked all of those boxes. Like, and I thought, yeah, it's a good long-term project to kind of brainwash him as well. Go, no, mate, you'll like this stuff, and he's open-minded to it. But he does choir stuff anyway on the side. So yeah, all good fun.
Brilliant. Right, I've got a pack.
Yeah, it takes us to the end, mate. We're 5.5 hours in.
Oh my god! Wow.
Thank you so much, guys, for this one. We're 5.5 hours in. We'll get the audio version up tomorrow for all of the patrons and everyone to be able to listen to as well. And obviously we've got the video that's out there in the meantime. So I don't know if anyone's got anything else to say in order to kind of wrap up nicely, because we're all knackered and it's like 10 to 2 in the morning and you need to
thank you to all our guests, like I said,
yes,
from Hamflett and Joe right through, all the lads and lasses from Post SB3. It was a cavalcade. JP did all the organisation of the guests this year. Thank you, JP, for getting so many big names through the door. John Pollock turned up on our show, Ting turned up on our show. Big names. Andy Ogden turned up on our show. Will Cooling,
I was terrified throughout that something libelous was going to happen and it was going to upset people along the way, but that didn't seem to be the case. So it's like
the most star-studded, I'd say, Ask Grapple we've ever had, 100%.
That's good, and it was brilliant, and it carried it on as well. And all of you stuck with us, because it seems to be like a really good, large amount of you that stuck with us for the entire 5.5 hours. And I have to absolutely thank
Sam's still there, Adam's still there, Platt as well.
Thank you guys for entertaining me while I was working.
That's it, and you got to come on at the end. Andy's still around.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me on. It's bizarrely, it's the second podcast I've done today because Rich is still recovering from his surgery. So he messaged me at 11 and was like, I can't get back to sleep. You want to do a podcast now? I was like, yeah, sure. Why not, Rich?
That's how the best podcasts are done.
And there we go. So to wrap it up for all of 2024, thank you everyone who has appeared on this. And thank you all of you for watching and listening along. Really enjoyed it. And all I have to say is, what do you mean? What was that? That laugh today?
I just realised I can't fix it. When we click end screen, it's going to play the end of Gasser and China.
It is, isn't it? Good. No. And
you know what? I'm not fixing it. Even if I could, I'm not going to fix it.
Don't fix it. I won't be fixing it when I put the fucking audio version up.
Apologies to Hamflett, the Sunderland fan. But yes.
Well, there's only one way to end this. Have any of you listeners ever heard Geordie Boys? Here we go.
Oh,
bye.
Newcastle's town, there's Geordie Brown. Cheers to the lads who shut it down, and they're Geordie Boys. Tough and proud, they take their music strong and loud. North and south, it's all the same. Gazzers, you have to play the game. Move your